Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 121, The Chase of Zhang Zhang 3. The Deserter. Sokka repeated, an eyebrow raised. And, who's that? Azula stared at him skeptically for a moment before realizing she had forgotten to mention him to Sokka. Even after her conversation with Zhao, she hadn't thought the topic would be important enough to bring it up again. It was an odd coincidence that the man would be spotted nearby around a month after she had talked about him with the Admiral. A man who abandoned the Fire Nation's armed forces over a decade ago, said Azula. A remarkable firebender, a great military leader, with a mind deeply disturbed by all his experiences in the battlefield. He abandoned his troops one day, never to be heard of again. He's the most wanted traitor in the Fire Nation, to date. Huh, said Sokka, frowning. I'd never heard of him before. And I'd never heard that he'd let himself be seen before, said Azula, turning to Feli. What exactly was the situation? How did this happen? I don't know the full details, Princess, I just came to alert you as quickly as I could, Feli explained. The messenger arrived only minutes ago, looking for Mayor Morishita, but the mayor wasn't home, so he came to us. He carried this message to bring as many troops as he could to Pahuai stronghold, and I suppose he also needed to tell the mayor his city will be unprotected briefly. That's unacceptable, Azula snapped. We can't leave Udeo unprotected just because the deserter has been sighted. Capturing him is important, but Colonel Shinu has the Yuyan archers. Aren't they amongst the best elite troops the Fire Nation has to offer? Indeed, but I don't know the situation, Princess, said Feli, grimacing. Maybe you should speak to the messenger yourself. Maybe I will, Azula growled, stepping to the door. Sokka bit his lip before deciding to follow her and Feli to the guard's current headquarters. The messenger was a soldier in his 40s, breathing heavily as he recovered from what no doubt was a strenuous race to Udeo. The royal guards around him looked wary and uncertain of how to act, and Ruishi seemed relieved when he noticed Azula had arrived. Princess, said Ruishi, nodding towards her. The messenger bolted upright and turned to her, bowing deeply. Crown Princess Azula. It's a relief you are here. No doubt you'll be able to help in this time of danger in the colonies. What has happened? Why would Shinu need reinforcements so urgently to capture the deserter? Azula asked, looking at the messenger with a stern frown. From my understanding, Pahuai stronghold is one of the sturdiest military bases we hold, and it's manned by all sorts of perfectly trained soldiers, including the best archers this world has seen. Why aren't they enough? Because our forces have already fallen against them, said the messenger. Azula's frown deepened. What do you mean by that? How? She said, demandingly. A week ago, groups of scouts were sent to the forests north to the base, for our usual patrols. Only one man came back from the first one, said the messenger. He said the deserter had ambushed them. The second squad was sent afterwards, and this time only 2 soldiers returned, badly wounded. We've already lost many of our best men, and we don't understand how. The survivors, they said the deserter is not alone. He has amassed some sort of following, and they're strong and well trained, too. And they surely know those forests better than your fellow soldiers, Azula reasoned, frowning. The second squad we sent caught up with them closer to our base, said the messenger. We believe that they intend to attack the stronghold. And you're 2 squads short to take them on comfortably. I see, said Azula, breathing deeply. Well, just as they might have the advantage in the forests, Colonel Shinu should have the advantage if the enemy does move in to attack the stronghold. You can arm yourselves fully there, and lay waste to the whole lot of them as long as you have enough men to fight. But we've lost archers after those raids, Princess, and we don't have enough firebenders. Said the messenger, swallowing hard. I was sent to Udeo for reinforcements at haste, though I'm afraid we might not make it back on time even if I do find any. Well, surely you won't if you all go to the stronghold on ostrich horses, Azula reasoned. But there are faster means of transportation. More efficient ones, too. What do you mean? Asked the messenger. Azula breathed deeply before looking at her men. You're amongst the greatest firebenders in my father's armed forces. It's the main reason any of you were eligible to serve as my guards in the first place, she said, her eyes scouring them. I don't know if it's a coincidence that we would be here just as the deserter reappears, but whether it is or isn't, our course of action is clear. Get the train tank from the barge and make your way to Pahuay stronghold immediately. Yes, princess, said Ruishi, diligently. The rest of them bowed and got ready to take off, as commanded. What? Your guards? The messenger said, his eyes wide with hope. Angela looked at him sternly. I'm not doing this just because I want to help capture the deserter, I'm doing it because even under this situation, or precisely because of this situation, this city cannot be left unguarded. For all you know, the deserter is sending a group to Pahuay as a decoy when his actual goal is to attack here. You may ask for any available units to help as well, but you aren't taking all of Udao's soldiers to the stronghold. Oh, of course, princess, he said, nodding. You have around an hour until my men bring the train tank here. Make haste gathering any available solders, and take the train tank to the stronghold with them, said Angela. That way, if the situation is as dire as you said, we'll certainly make it there on time. Yes, princess, we. He said, looking at her in surprise. Angela nodded. You don't expect me to send my men to fight while I sit here in Udao, counting the minutes until they return, do you? Angela asked. In fact, I'll be taking off first. I want to ask Colonel Shinu for a complete briefing of what's happening and what he means to do about it. You'll be taking off first? What do you? Said the messenger, as Angela turned and walked out to the street. Sokka followed silently, standing beside Angela as she frowned, in deep thought. The messenger lurked behind them, and Sokka eyed him with uncertainty before the man bowed to the princess and rushed to round up whatever soldiers he could find. Once he was gone, the gladiator turned to Angela. I'm guessing you're waiting for a lift to Pahuay. Sokka muttered. Angela nodded. And I'm guessing that you also know I'm not planning on staying here, counting the minutes until you return, right? Indeed, I don't expect as much, said Angela, looking at him skeptically. Though I do hope you'll know not to get too involved in whatever happens. You're coming because I know there's no stopping you, but this is likely to be dangerous. You're staying by my side at all times, and causing no trouble, all right? Well, the first condition was a given. I'll do my best with the second one, said Sokka, with a weak smile. Xian Long had traveled with them to the Earth Kingdom lands, and he had spent the last weeks searching for any signs of other dragons, as he often did. Fortunately, he wasn't far at the time, and he returned by Angela's call as quickly as he could, clad in his armor. Angela had forced him to wear it so he wouldn't get as filthy as he often did on long trips. Ruishi had stayed by the house, supervising the guards' preparation for heading to Pahuay, and he nodded as Angela climbed on the dragon. Make haste, Captain, she commanded, as Sokka climbed behind her. If the deserter has amassed a force as dangerous as it sounds, we have to arrive there before he does. Pahuay needs to be defended. Yes, princess. We'll be there as fast as possible, said Ruishi, bowing his head down to her. Don't get started without us, if you can help it. Well, I can't promise anything, but I'll certainly try, said Angela, with a weak smirk before ushering Xian Long to take off. Sokka clutched the saddle's railings, wishing he could embrace Angela instead, but knowing it wasn't safe to do so right now. Until Udao was far behind them, he couldn't dare do anything as bold as that. Okay, so, what's the story with this deserter guy? He asked, trying his best to be heard through the wind that buffeted against them. Zhang was one of the most powerful firebenders to be seen in the Fire Nation during Fire Lord Agelan's time, Angela explained. From what I've heard, he grew unstable and even started loathing the element which he bent, leading him to abandoning his post in the navy when he was needed most direly. I believe he hadn't been seen since. Huh, so he deserted when your grandfather was in charge? Sokka asked. Angela nodded. Your dad must have liked the guy, then, if he screwed his dad over. Not really, Zhang is as much a public enemy to my father as he was to my grandfather, said Angela. And it's strange that he would pop up out of nowhere right now, just after. Just after what? Sokka asked, leaning closer as she dropped her voice tone slightly. I didn't mention it because I didn't think it was important, but when I had my meeting with the head sage, he mentioned Zhang, said Azula, glancing at Sokka. He frowned. He said the deserter was one of the men who understood fire the best, which I questioned since I doubted a man who hates fire could possibly understand it, and then I also asked Zhao about him, since Zhang was his fire-bending master. Whoa, really? Sokka asked, his eyes wide. Sideburns learned from some sort of prodigy, then. He did, but from what he said, he lost all his respect for Zhang after a while, said Azula, biting her lip. What I find odd is, why would Zhang show up for the first time in over a decade right after I talked about him with them? I mean, you don't think either of them has any connections with the guy, do you? Sokka asked, looking at her in confusion. Azula swallowed. Not Zhao, that's for sure. The head sage? Oh, I doubt it, really, she said, shaking her head. Maybe all of this was only just a coincidence after all, and I'm making too much of a fuss over it. Maybe, said Sokka, biting his lip and reaching for her hand while frowning. But, well, I don't want to feed your paranoia or anything, but we should keep in mind, whether the head sage had anything to do with this or not, that this could be more than what meets the eye. A trap? Azula asked. Sokka clenched his teeth. It's ridiculously convenient for it to happen when we've spent around a month in Udeo, isn't it? He whispered. Yes, it is, said Azula, nodding. But even so, we're going to handle this problem as we have with countless others. Trap or no trap, we're doing our damnedest to capture the deserter and bring him back home. And who knows? Maybe I'll get to ask him what he thinks of Goldfire if we do capture him. Surely you will, said Sokka, smiling. I mean, we've handled many nasty situations so far, this isn't our first crisis. The Daily set up a nasty one for us, and we still got out of it and captured them, instead. We can do it again now for sure. I hope so, said Azula, sighing and dropping against him, her forehead against his neck. Just make sure not to do anything stupid, okay? You're to stay by my side at all times unless I command otherwise. I'm sure my guards are stronger than the men Shinu has at his disposition, so hopefully they'll be able to handle everything without our involvement. There was a groan underneath them, as Xian Long turned his head to look at Azula. She smiled at him, and Sokka blinked as she stroked the dragon's hair. Indeed, we have Xian Long too, she said. And he's all ready to fight, with his neat armor and everything. Heh, you think he'll join the fray? Sokka asked. If so, it's great you made him wear it. It'll finally come in handy for its actual purpose. He might serve to scare them off if need be, said Azula. All things considered, Pahway is as good as impenetrable. The defenses are top-notch, it's one of the strongest bases we've ever established. Attacking it, well, it's quite a stupid move, all in all. They're probably terrified of doing it, to begin with, and having a dragon against them, on top of it all, would only continue to damage whatever convictions they might have. But indeed, it's not the wisest thing to attack the stronghold, Sokka reasoned, resting with his chin on her shoulder. If that guy's such a great strategist, would he do something so pointless if he knew how bad his chances are for winning? Either he has a reason to believe he's unbeatable, said Azula. Or, as we suspect, this is a trap or a misdirection. I suspect he's after something else other than attacking the stronghold. I mean, what could he possibly gain from taking it, if that's even possible? Even if he has amassed followers, they can't be enough or better trained than the armies my father would send to take back the stronghold, if Zhang succeeds at conquering it. So, you don't think he could have an army of his own? Sokka asked. Azula frowned. Where would he find one, and how would he organize and train it without anyone noticing? She asked. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it is, said Sokka, breathing out slowly. Weird and dangerous, from the sound of it. I get the feeling he's not quite as easy to predict as Longfang was. So, he might be the worst threat we've had to face, said Azula, glancing at him. Well, I guess we didn't have some sort of groundbreaking argument this time, but we're still caught up in an insane adventure together, as usual. It'd been a while since our last, actually. Yeah, said Sokka, smiling gently and surrounding her with his arms. And I sure don't want to be on insane adventures with anyone else. We've made a good team sorting them out so far, haven't we? I guess, said Azula, looking at him with a gentle grin of her own. But we really are missing the usual strife between us for once. Whatever shall we do now that we're getting along so well? Something's missing, Sokka. We really can't set out to deal with Zhang Zhang without some conflict that's threatening to drive us apart. Sokka chuckled against her shoulder as Azula smiled warmly. He knew he shouldn't do so, not when they would be arriving in the stronghold sooner than later, but he leaned in to kiss Azula's lips without any restraints. Her hand reached up to caress his face, keeping him in place as she returned the kiss fully. They felt more stable than ever, which was a novelty for them both. Their partnership had scarcely been shaken up lately. If they were to face off against dangerous, intelligent enemies whose goals, allegiances, and beliefs were mysteries to be unveiled, they certainly couldn't do it in a better moment than this. They were fit to face whatever challenges would come their way, and they were determined to overcome them as the strong team they'd become. They spent most the trip kissing, desperately at times, for they had no idea what the future would bring, but there was an undeniable enthusiasm to it too, a camaraderie they'd never shared with anyone but each other. Even if this upcoming incursion was so uncertain, they didn't feel as anxious about it because they knew they'd face it together. She had to make sure to wipe his lips clean as usual, once Pahuai was within sight in the horizon. Sokka continued to hold her as she reapplied the paint on her lips carefully, and until she warned him to release her, his reassuring embrace kept her calm and encouraged. He obeyed immediately upon her command, although she recklessly wished he had kept holding her for a little longer. The stronghold was bustling with activity, even at a distance it was apparent they were preparing for battle. Azula led Xianlong to the stronghold's northern walls, where the majority of the soldiers were gathered. As expected, Colonel Shinu was amongst them. The man had been giving orders to a group of Yuyan archers when Xianlong roared to make his presence known. The soldiers were startled, some of them even yelped, and Shinu's eyes widened as Xianlong descended. It took him a moment to remember who the renowned rider of the only known dragon of the last decades was, but once the shock receded, he understood just why the creature would appear so suddenly, in such timely fashion. "Nobody attack, you fools!" Shinu shouted, noticing some of the archers had instinctively knocked arrows to their bows. "It's the princess!" A gasp of surprise was heard through the compound, and Xianlong landed gracefully before Shinu. Azula was quick to climb off his saddle and step towards the bowing colonel. "Princess Azula. It's an honor, and a surprise, too," the colonel confessed, standing upright to look at her. Even at his full height, Colonel Shinu's top knot was only level with Azula's nose. His short height had always been the subject of countless jokes amongst military officers, but nobody dared make them in front of the fearsome man. He was one of her father's most reliable military leaders, and he took his job very seriously. "I imagine it must be. Your messenger showed up in Udeo, requesting backup. The reinforcements are on their way. You will need to send a transport ship to fetch the train tank at the other side of the riverbank, if it's not much bother, but it shall be the fastest way to bring in the troops you requested," Azula said, as she scanned the nearby soldiers with a keen eye. "You don't seem to be as lacking in numbers as he implied." "He might have exaggerated matters, that fool, Peng," said Shinu, shaking his head. "I requested reinforcements because I lost almost 2 full squads, but I didn't need." "You didn't need me?" Azula finished, when Shinu fell silent. He squared his jaw. "This is going to become a battleground, princess. I would rather you were somewhere safe," he said. "Considering this is the greatest of the Fire Nation strongholds in the colonies, I'd like to think this is somewhere safe," said Azula, raising her eyebrows defiantly. "Or are you implying Pahuai can fall to the deserters' forces, whatever they may be?" I certainly doubt it will, princess," said Shinu, his fists clenched. "But the situation is delicate. And I'd be far more comfortable if I could guarantee your safety for good." Shinu's eyes shifted towards Sokka, who had climbed off Xianlong's back after Azula. The colonel raised an eyebrow before gesturing at him. And this is my gladiator. He's here to serve as my last line of defense in case anything were to happen to the rest of my guards, said Angela. They will be here shortly, they've come on the mechanist's train tank. They'll be bringing the reinforcements you requested from Udeo, and by my command, they shall also lend their help in this delicate situation, as you put it. Well, I'm grateful, Princess. But still, said Shinu, shaking his head before turning to one of the Yuyan archers. Finish the briefing. I'll be back shortly. The archer bowed his head, and Shinu ushered Angela to follow him inside one of the compound's watchtowers. Xian long-eyed her with uncertainty, but she nodded in his direction to appease him before following Shinu. Sokka kept up with her, his shoulders square, his brow furrowed. He hadn't been involved in a genuine war conflict of this magnitude since his first encounter with Angela. Princess, I understand you would very much like to help us defeat the deserter, said Shinu, once they were inside a metallic room, furnished with only a table and a few bookshelves. But you have put me in a complicated position now. If anything happened to you, your father would unleash his rage on all of us. I cannot focus on defeating the deserter and ensuring your safety simultaneously. So, I'm just a liability in your eyes? Angela asked, skeptical. I came here to offer my support and assistance, Colonel. I am not some weak, misled child who wandered into your compound. I have already been involved in a fair share of battles for the Fire Nation before, so perhaps you should consider I'm not quite as defenseless as you might expect me to be. It isn't that I believe you defenseless, Princess, but... Oh, you don't understand, said Shinu, shaking his head. Angela rolled her eyes. I won't get involved in the battle itself, my guards will be the ones to do as much, she stated. I will remain safe, with my gladiator to stand guard over me if need be. Even if you believe this might have been a move of recklessness. It was. You should have stayed in Udeo, said Shinu, shaking his head. If you had, we wouldn't be in this predicament. I wouldn't have to wonder how to handle this situation, if only. If I had stayed in Udeo, which will have decreased security because you sent word for reinforcements. Sounds absolutely reasonable, said Angela, looking at Shinu skeptically. The man gritted his teeth. In fact, if it had been up to your messenger, the city would have been left completely defenseless. I intervened to ensure otherwise, and offered my men so that the city and people of Udeo could remain safe. So, as much as you might think my recklessness might cost us direly, yours would have likely done the same thing without your awareness. What if this attack is merely a misdirection, Colonel? What if the deserter's real goal was to strike against Udeo while you're too busy battling his lesser minions here? Shinu lowered his head. Angela could tell he had pondered this possibility, but he hadn't taken that potential threat as seriously as he should have. She scoffed. If you're done protesting my decisions, I advise you return to your men. You may have to hold a siege soon, and the better prepared you are for it, the sooner it will end, she said. Shinu sighed. I'm sorry to be so abrasive, Princess. It may be you're right that this is the safest place for you, but I'm afraid I'm not comfortable with it regardless, he said. The deserter is a hazard. He wouldn't be attacking us if he didn't believe he has a chance to win, and that's what truly daunts me. Unless, as I said, this is all a misdirection, said Angela. Shinu clenched his teeth. I have no idea what would be worse. Do you truly think Udeo might be in danger? He asked. Angela sighed. Hopefully not in as much danger as it could have been if it were left completely unprotected, she said. Go on, Colonel. You're needed by your men. Shinu sighed and nodded, bowing his head towards Angela before filing out of the room. Sokka watched him go before turning towards Angela. He couldn't remember seeing such a strange mix of coldness and frustration in his lover's face before now. That didn't go so well, huh? Sokka whispered. Angela shook her head and rolled her eyes. It's unbelievable. I should have stayed in Udeo, he says, she grunted. Did he expect me to just send him my men and sit around chatting with the Morishita family, without a care in the world? I think he didn't expect you here altogether, that's what, said Sokka. Maybe he hadn't heard you were in the city, or if he had, he didn't think you'd want to have a say in what's happening here. Either way, he's lost his mind if he believes I'd do nothing when a known enemy of the Fire Nation is lurking around, Azula snapped. Shinu's likely just expecting me to get in his way, that's probably what truly bothers him. Would you get in his way? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Azula smiled at him. Only if he messes up so badly that I can't stand to watch anymore, she said. Sokka chuckled as she made to leave the room in the tower, and he followed her. Fortunately, Shinu isn't the most incompetent of my father's men. He's usually effective enough, but I can't say he's very creative. He doesn't tend to think outside his box, and hardly ever tries to adapt to the circumstances. So, you're an unforeseen complication for him, said Sokka. Azula shrugged. It's quite amusing if you think about it, considering I'm bound to be the strongest firebender on our side, but to him I'm just a bother, she muttered, through gritted teeth. Oh, well. Perhaps the deserter will give me a chance to prove myself to him, much like you did down south. Heh, I had no idea I was giving you one, said Sokka, with a weak smile. Azula allowed her hand to graze his softly. But as much as I do love seeing you shut down jerks who don't take you seriously, I hope it won't be necessary this time. That deserter guy sounds like a lot of trouble. Hopefully old age has gotten to him, said Azula, as the two of them climbed down to the middle wall of the stronghold. The compound was comprised by one tall tower at its very center, and the tower was surrounded by 3 walls of sturdy, impenetrable metal. There were watchtowers on every vertex of the walls, and they were tall enough to allow them to look past the stronghold's barriers. Arid territory spread in front of the fortress, which led to a small forest. 2 wide streams hugged the terrains where the stronghold stood, and they joined together south of it to become a massive river. North to the stronghold stood mountains. It was behind those tall peaks that the deserters' forces had appeared and attacked for the very first time. The train tank took a few more hours to arrive, and the sky was already darkening by then. Azula's guards joined the fortress's soldiers right away, and they were ready to partake in battle whenever the deserters' forces showed themselves. The wait before the fight was quite stressful for everyone, though. The archers positioned on the walls and towers watched the mountains impatiently, and the soldiers on the ground paced with unease. Azula stood inside the central tower now, watching through one of the windows as Xin Long lay in wait as well, perched behind the inner wall, hoping to stay hidden until the enemy appeared. How many men do you have? Azula asked Shinu, who was watching the mountains anxiously next to her. 30 archers. 150 spearmen, 100 swordsmen. 40 firebenders, he said, his eyes shifting towards her. And a dragon, too, said Azula, breathing slowly. It's not a lot. But then again, he shouldn't have a large force either. At any rate, the Yuyan archers should be able to cut their numbers by half before they even climb off those mountains. I would hope so. As long as everything goes according to our plan, said Shinu, tensing up. Azula glanced at him. How many people do you think he has? She asked. Did the survivors from your scouting squads have any idea of what their numbers were? No, just dozens, too many to count properly when fleeing from them, said Shinu, shaking his head. They don't know. They were overwhelmed. Just climbing those mountains ought to overwhelm them this time around, Azula muttered, sighing, and turning her back on the window. Sokka and Ruishi were in the room as well. As promised, the gladiator had stayed by Azula's side and done nothing out of place so far, while the captain of the guards stood nearby to ensure the princess's absolute safety. Yet when Azula set eyes upon Sokka she couldn't help but frown, mirroring his own expression. He was in deep thought, and in these situations, he wouldn't usually be as withdrawn and quiet unless he had an idea of some sort. Those ideas tended to be spot on, too, whenever he started analyzing things coldly from a distance, just as he had when he figured out the Rough Rhino's mode of operation, and when he discovered the link between that same group of brigands and the Daily. So Azula huffed, looking at him skeptically. What is it now? Sokka jumped and looked at her in surprise. Shinu and Ruishi turned as well, as surprised by Azula's question as Sokka was. But she kept a questioning glare on her face, her arms crossed over her chest. What do you mean? I know that look, and I know you're thinking a little too hard for your standards, Gladiator, she grunted. Sokka grimaced. What's going on? What did you figure out? I didn't figure, well, I don't think I figured out anything, Sokka said, shrugging. I was only trying to understand why the heck would a guy like that deserter try to attack a stronghold as well defended as this one. I really doubt he'd gain anything from it. So? Said Azula, raising her eyebrows. Sokka sighed and looked at her almost apologetically. You said it was a weird coincidence that you'd talk about this guy to the head sage in Zhao only a month ago, he said. And yeah, it's weird, but that might just have been a coincidence after all. But, maybe what isn't a coincidence is that the deserter would act out just after you've spent a month in the colonies. It's the first time you've been in a single city abroad for so long, and you think that might be connected to why the deserter is conveniently popping up now? Azula asked, her glare growing apprehensive as Sokka's ideas finally sank in. You think he's after me? Sokka gritted his teeth as Ruishi clenched his fists. Shinu's eyes widened too. I don't know for sure, maybe I'm making a big deal out of this, but if the deserter is after the princess, then she cannot stay here. Shinu said, stepping towards them. Azula huffed. You don't have to talk like I'm not in the same room as you, Colonel, she grunted. By all means, maybe you think this was only a trap just to lure me into the stronghold, but I doubt that. If anything, it was a trap to lure all guards and soldiers away from Udeo. Zhang probably expected me to stay there, away from the front lines. So, this really could be a diversion. Ruishi asked. Or he knew you'd come rushing to the stronghold after he goaded you, and he's strong enough to tear our defenses apart just to get to you. Said Shinu, looking at Azula reproachfully. Princess, I must insist. Your life is more valuable than that of anyone else here, and we cannot risk you being hurt, let alone captured by them. Ah, and where do you propose I go, then? Azula asked, staring at Shinu defiantly. We don't know for certain if they were hoping to find me in Udeo, or if they were only going to attack the stronghold. Returning to the city right now would be pointless, I might just head straight into a trap if I do. Then, not to Udeo. Maybe across the eastern river instead, said Ruishi, frowning. They may not expect you to head away from the conflict areas, so that just might be what you should do. Oh, so you agree then? Azula asked, looking at Ruishi in surprise. You think I should leave you all to fight a battle against the most mysterious and quite possibly most dangerous foe we've faced, while I run off in the opposite direction like a coward? It's not a matter of cowardice, it's a matter of keeping you safe, said Ruishi, breathing out heavily. I appreciate the sentiment, but I do not share it, Azula snapped. I'm not leaving while all my guards stay here to fight. I can't do it. Well, then, let Captain Ruishi go with you too, said Shinu. Azula looked at him in disbelief. Take him and your gladiator, and stay away from all danger. It's best that way. Really, now? Azula asked, affronted. I wonder if anyone ever said that to my uncle back when he was fighting in the war. He was a highly ranked military officer, higher than you, even, involved in bigger operations than this, and yet nobody batted an eyelash about it. Why is it so different when I do it, if I may inquire? It's different because he was Fire Lord Ajalin's son. Shinu exclaimed. And you are Fire Lord Oze's daughter. The weight of Shinu's words struck Azula more heavily than a pile of rocks. Her gold eyes grew colder as her hands trembled with rage that refused to be contained. Fire Lord Ajalin was reckless, said Ruishi, cutting in, with hopes to salvage the discussion. Sending his heir to such dangerous battles was never wise. General Iroh lost his son that way. I don't expect to die today, mind you, Azula growled, glaring at Ruishi. My cousin may have been a remarkable firebender, but as it is. You're probably better, yes, said Ruishi, sighing. All the more reason to keep you safe, princess. I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous, she said, shaking her head and rolling her eyes. It's utterly ridiculous. But truth be told, if you really believe the stronghold isn't safe, that Zhang can just as easily seize it with whatever group of misfits he's brought with him, then maybe we don't deserve to hold this blasted bastion in the first place. Princess. said Ruishi, but Azula shook her head and stormed off. Shinu seemed unmovable, with almost satisfaction drawn on his face upon seeing Azula give up her fight against him. Sokka scowled at the colonel, and he looked at Ruishi with unease before the captain turned to him, too. We'll be going with her wherever it is she goes, right? Ruishi asked. Sokka nodded inside. I probably shouldn't have talked, huh? He said. Ruishi shook his head. It might be better to do this. She doesn't see it right now because of how upset she is, but... This is no child's play, said Shinu, frowning. The deserter is a real threat. We cannot expect him to behave like an ordinary soldier would. He knows the Fire Nation because he was with us before, unlike most our other enemies. If someone would know how to tear through our defenses, it's him. That is, if you only resort to the same defensive strategies you've used for over 20 years, said Sokka skeptically. Shinu turned his scowl to him. No offense, Colonel, but Princess Azula has already overcome every expectation to be placed upon her. She's no ordinary royal, never has been. If someone just might be able to concoct a plan that this deserter guy can't begin to imagine, it's her. He may have known the Fire Nation back in the times of Azula and Iroh, but he has never faced the likes of Princess Azula. Shinu stared at Sokka with a mix of confusion, affront, and disbelief, but before he could decide what to say, Sokka had already made to follow the princess. Ruishi was behind Sokka as well, leaving behind a colonel who only huffed and returned to the window, his eyebrows drawn together heavily. And he never will, Shinu whispered, his glare again on the mountains that stood ahead of the stronghold. He would do his damnedest to keep the princess away from the battlefield tonight. Seeing how resigned Azula already was, however, Shinu wouldn't need to go the extra mile to achieve his goal. The princess had stormed into a storage room in the tower, angrily searching for provisions to bring along on this pointless new road trip she'd be forced to take. The more she pondered the circumstances, the more they angered her, but there was nothing she could do other than stem in her rage for the time being. It wasn't hard for Sokka and Ruishi to find her, both because she didn't go too far and because her anger was noisy enough, too. She kept pushing closets open, searching for bags to carry whatever she'd have to take with her, but she didn't succeed until she finally reached the second-to-last compartment. Princess, said Ruishi, as Sokka rushed in to help her. Azula grunted to acknowledge them, and she handed the captain one of the bags. Fetch whatever provisions we'll need, she grunted. I've already wandered blindly through this blasted continent once before, with hardly any supplies to survive, and I'm certainly not doing it again. Get a map, too. Yes, Princess, said Ruishi, nodding and leaving quickly to obey her commands. Sokka stayed to help her load 2 large packs with all the food and utensils she could find in this storage room. An emergency healing kit went into the pack as well, along with a handful of hygiene products. All the while, Azula kept frowning as her gold eyes flickered from side to side with annoyance, blazing with fury. Azula, Sokka whispered, once he couldn't take the tense silence anymore. He knew she'd launch into a promised rampage, which was why he'd thought to call her name in the first place. So, he only bit his lip and lowered his head as the princess snarled and closed the second pack somewhat savagely. I'm Fire Lord Oze's daughter, he says. Like that should mean I'm some sheltered fool who cannot fend for herself. She growled, rolling her eyes and glaring at the wall. Sokka grimaced. This is absolutely ridiculous. I should be allowed to stay as my men charge into battle, no commander would be deprived from that right. I should be. Yeah, you probably should be, said Sokka. Azula huffed. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I have gotten involved to help him, and I made sure to keep Udeo safe, stopping Shinu's messenger from taking away all the soldiers, and yet I'm forced to leave, told I can't even watch as my men fight? You've done a lot, yeah, said Sokka. It's not fair, but... But what? Azula asked, looking at him in disbelief. Do you think there's any truth in any of that? Do you think that because I'm my father's daughter I have no business involved in these matters? Hey, are you seriously asking me that? Sokka asked, placing his hands on her shoulders. Azula's anger seemed to be tempered as she realized who she was talking to. I saw you tame a dragon, remember? I watched as you took down that blasted Colonel Monk ages ago. I helped defeat your enemies in the capital, and I joined in to help you beat the Daily and Ba Sing Se, too. Do you honestly think I'd believe you have no right to get involved in combat? Sorry. I know you're the last person with whom I should react like this, she said, lowering her eyes and shaking her head. I'm just tired of this. Of being told how great I am, of being praised for being so strong and told of the wonders I'll achieve, yet when every opportunity arises, I'm told to step back, to stay away, to never take action. All because I'm my father's heir and I must be protected. I know using my uncle or my cousin as examples is quite counterproductive, considering what happened to Liu Ten, but even before them, countless crown princes fought as often as it was needed. And yet I'm not allowed to do the same. You are allowed, Angela. You are, said Sokka, his hands rubbing her arms now. But I'm afraid some people may not see it. And in this case, well, I do want you to be safe, and I admit I don't know what's more dangerous, staying or leaving. But I understand why you're so frustrated. I mean, I felt the same way a long time ago. You did? Said Angela, looking at him in surprise. Sokka smiled. Many years ago, a very reckless water tribe warrior took off, seeking battles he wasn't ready to fight, he said. Battles he shouldn't have picked, likely, but he picked them anyways. And he lost like a fool, against none other than the most incredible woman he'd ever know. So, you're saying I shouldn't pick this fight because I'll lose like a fool too? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka smiled and shook his head. I'm saying I got ahead of myself and went out looking for a destiny that entailed lots of things I didn't understand at the time, he said. Things have turned out a lot better for me than expected. I'm pretty sure I just got lucky, but anyways, the point is, you really are as strong and extraordinary as everyone says. I know it for a fact, Angela. No one is anywhere near as amazing, in any sense, as you are. Well, great. But it doesn't seem that makes me good enough to fight for my people, Angela muttered. Maybe not in some people's eyes. They're looking out for your safety, mostly, though probably for their own sakes more than anything, said Sokka, sighing. Pretty sure this Shinu guy is mostly scared of what your dad will do to him if you're hurt here. I wouldn't be hurt, Angela muttered stubbornly. I'm sure you wouldn't be, too, said Sokka, with a smile. But this isn't the last chance you're going to get, Angela. This isn't the last battle, I'm sure of it. One day you'll ride out into a major fight, riding Xin long and soaring through the air, flames all around you. Sounds like quite the scene, huh? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow but smiling a little. Sokka chuckled. Sure, it would be, he said. But I want you to keep this in mind, all right? Not because you didn't fight today does it mean you won't be able to fight tomorrow. You'll have your chance to prove your worth to this guy, and to any other bastard who dares think you are any less than what you really are. I hope you're right. I really do, said Angela, looking at him with uncertainty. It makes no sense for me to have all this power and do nothing with it. You'll do great things with it. But you'll have to delegate to Colonel Thickest Sideburns yet for today, said Sokka, with a weak smirk. Angela chuckled. Really, though? I thought Zhao was bad enough, but... Shinu takes Sideburns to a whole new level, she agreed, smiling weakly. They finished setting up the packs, balancing their weight so they wouldn't be uneven, but Sokka frowned upon noticing a detail he hadn't paid attention to until now. Say, said Sokka, biting his lip. All things considered, if we're going to try to go unnoticed, maybe we should try to alter our appearances a bit so people don't recognize us. What, you mean you want to shave? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Sokka chuckled. No, I mean, at least you need to pocket your hairpiece, he said, removing it gently from her hair. My armor is another dead giveaway, Angela admitted, staring down at it with irritation, so I suppose I ought to leave that here. Yeah, please don't take off anything else or I might not be able to control myself, princess, he said, biting his lip as she undid the clasps of her black armor. Angela smirked. It's why I won't ask for your help, Gladiator. How shameful of you, lusting after your sponsor like this. she said, as he helped her anyways while she pushed it over her head. Sokka smiled guiltily. It's a good thing you were wearing this one instead of the gold one, huh? Sokka asked, setting the armor down as Azula pocketed her hairpiece, as advised. What with it being new and everything, or at least, newer than this one. Indeed, said Azula, sighing. I'll have Shinu's head if this one gets so much as a scrape on it, though. I don't need more reasons to be cross with the man, but I have the bad feeling he'll keep giving me more of them in the near future. Can't you just tell your dad about what a jerk he was? Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. I really just might, she said, enigmatically. Sokka snickered. Who knows? Maybe that way he'll realize that keeping me alive is a priority on the same level as letting me get my way. You do always get your way somehow, said Sokka, smiling. I wonder what you'll pull off this time. I'll admit, so do I, said Azula, raising her eyebrows with uncertainty. Sokka leaned close and kissed her cheek softly. She stared at him in surprise, but his gentle eyes made her uncertainty fade away soon enough. You'll figure this out, Azula. You always do, he said. Her smile grew more earnest now as she nodded in his direction. With your help, more often than not, she admitted. Let's hope this isn't going to be the first time the circumstances overcome us, shall we? Heh, we're the best gladiator and sponsor combination. What do we have to fear? Sokka said, proudly. She laughed and shook her head as she led him out of the room. Xian Long was waiting for them right outside the tower, his gold eyes gleaming with unease. He had paid attention to what had happened between Azula and Shinu, and not only was he concerned for his rider's state of mind, but also for what part he had to play in this matter now that Azula had unwillingly accepted to leave the compound. Sokka watched as Azula sighed and placed a hand on the dragon's armored snout, communicating with him wordlessly in that strange, telepathic way Sokka didn't quite understand. Xian Long only looked more disappointed after Azula dropped her hand, though. What's? Sokka asked, as she looked at him with resignation. He should stay here, she said. Sokka's eyes widened. If we're trying to escape from the deserter because we fear he might be after me, taking off on Xian Long will be a dead giveaway that I'm not in the stronghold anymore. If anything, Xian Long's presence in the stronghold should convince them I'm still here. If they expected to find me in Udeo at all, they'll be drawn to the stronghold after seeing that. Damn, said Sokka, sighing and looking at Xian Long in defeat. The dragon mirrored the expression in his own eyes. It's the smart thing to do, sure, but it's somewhat harsh. I don't really have a choice, do I? Said Azula, rolling her eyes. I'd much rather stay in this accursed place, for starters, but the colonel has been so very hospitable. So, this really will be a lot like our first trip through the Earth Kingdom, huh? Said Sokka, gulping. What with us walking around like that? This time, though, we have provisions, she said, pointing at the bags Sokka was carrying. We'll have a map too, once Ruishi returns, and all things considered, we can just come back here once the danger is gone, right? We probably won't have to go too far. Yeah, hopefully this will be sorted out within a single night, said Sokka, with an encouraging smile. You two won't be apart for long, I'm sure. It's what I'm hoping, yes, said Azula. Xian Long groaned and pressed his head to her shoulder, so she would hug him gently. You will look out for yourself, all right? The men you might be fighting are new, unknown enemies. You can't risk being injured, captured, let alone killed by them. So just, take care, all right? And don't drop your guard, not even for a second, got it? Xian Long gurgled and nodded against her. Azula smiled and pulled away. Go, then. Defeat our enemies, for the both of us, she whispered. Xian nodded again and rose into his full height, his golden eyes blazing with determination before he took off, flying towards the top of the tower so he could have a good view of the mountain range where the enemy hid. Azula watched him from below, her face a mask of apprehension as she wondered if her dragon would be safe. Maybe she was a fool to think Xian Long should stay, but at least if he did, she'd know what was happening in the stronghold, if only through their bond. Hey, he'll be okay. For sure. Azula blinked blankly and turned to Sokka. He was eyeing her with uncertainty, surely sharing her concern, but also filled with a lot of it for the princess, too. "I hope so," she said. She longed to clasp his hand, if just to feel a little more reassured that way, but she didn't dare do it here or now. She had the feeling he wanted to touch her just as badly, but he held back, too. So, they were left staring into each other's eyes for the time being, both of them filled with confusion and uncertainties. They'd been on enough unwanted adventures together to know that they couldn't drop their guard any less than Xin Long could. "I have the map," said Ruishi, startling them out of their momentary daze as he appeared in the building's threshold. "I also have some food and several waterskins, too. Will we need anything else?" "Hopefully not," said Angela, sighing as she eyed Ruishi's pack. "I suppose we'll be waiting until they attack, then." "But we shouldn't wait inside the stronghold," said Ruishi, swallowing hard. "If they notice any gates opening in the middle of an attack, they might be quick to understand what we're doing. In fact, if they're fast enough, they might even slip inside the stronghold with an opening of the sort," said Angela, sighing. "Very well, then. We'll need a boat too, right?" "I'll make sure to find one," said Ruishi, nodding towards her and taking the lead to head outside the metallic compound. Colonel Shinu had been pacing the walls, now on the southern wing of the compound, before spotting the captain, the princess, and her gladiator heading towards him. He climbed down to meet them, aware of the princess's glare upon him. His own sharp eyes settled on the insolent gladiator instead though, scowling still over what he had said earlier. Sokka held his gaze without a shred of shame. "My men will lead you out," said Shinu, as the two soldiers flanking the gates bowed their heads towards Angela. "We will need a boat, and we'll probably dispose of it if we're to make sure they won't notice someone left this stronghold," said Angela, staring at Shinu defiantly. "Is that all right with you, Colonel?" "Whatever it takes to make sure you're safe, Princess," said Shinu, nodding. "Make haste now. Be on your guard and—" "We will be. But we're only taking the boat across the river once they start attacking," said Angela, folding her arms across her chest. "We'll stay hidden within the southern forest," said Ruishi. "They aren't likely to notice us there, and they may not notice a boat leaving in the dead of night if they're engaged in battle with our forces, and with a dragon, too." "Eh, you mean to leave it here?" Shinu asked. Angela nodded. "Not only is he a force to be reckoned with, but that way I'll know all of what's happening in the stronghold without being here," she said. "Or were you hoping to send him away too, by any chance?" "It's dangerous too. If it gets too dangerous, he'll scorch them all into carcasses," Angela stated. "And if it were so dangerous that he can't possibly do that, he'll fly away and leave you to figure out this predicament for yourself, I suppose. But if he stays, we'll be able to deceive them into believing I am in the stronghold despite I won't be, so." "Oh, well," said Shinu, groaning and shrugging. "I will do my best to handle the situation, Princess, but your dragon had best behave itself and not get in the way." "I advise you not to get in his," said Angela, with a sarcastic, dry grin. The colonel could say nothing more, so he sighed and spread an arm towards the gate. The soldiers standing guard next to the large metal doors took care to open them, and the three stepped outside the compound with uncertainty. "Be on the lookout for any danger. Do not allow any harm to befall the princess, Captain Ruishi," said Shinu, sternly, from inside the stronghold. Ruishi nodded. "I will see to her safety," he said. Shinu grinned at his teeth. "That better be the case." The gates closed in front of the man, moving slowly until he was fully blocked from sight. Ruishi huffed and turned to his protege and her secret lover, whose clear distaste towards Shinu was apparent across their faces. I also found these," said Ruishi, setting down his pack and opening it to reveal 3 dark cloaks with hoods. He extended one to each of them. "I would hope they'll help conceal who we are, if anything. From what I know, black cloaks don't always help with secrecy." Angela muttered, but she took the cloth either way. "But in the middle of the night it's likely to be a different story." "Good thinking, Captain." "Thank you, Princess," he said, showing her a weak grin after removing his helmet. "I'll find the boat, then. Wait on the edge of the forest for me. We'll prepare to take off as soon as the time is right." Ajala and Sokka walked together to the southern forest, settling amongst bushes and sitting down to watch the mountain anxiously. Sokka struggled to do so in the darkening night, but Ajala could use Xin Long's consciousness to see what he was seeing. So far, nothing had happened. Are all sieges like this? Sokka wondered. Ajala raised an eyebrow. This endless wait when you know the enemy is closing in, but the fight doesn't start yet. Maybe, she said, eyeing him worriedly. Do you really think of them as the enemy, though? I mean. Sokka blinked and turned to her. Her golden eyes reflected uncertainty, wariness. He didn't have much trouble figuring out why. The guy's a man who decided he didn't like the Fire Nation anymore, so I should probably think he's got the right idea, huh? Said Sokka. Ajala shrugged. I wouldn't be surprised if you did, she said. Sokka sighed. I won't say I'm disappointed to find that some people have turned against your forefathers, he admitted. If you ask me, they had it coming. But I also wonder just how much this man has achieved for his people by running off as he did. Unless he actually fought and lost against the Fire Nation during the last days of the war in the Earth Kingdom, then his betrayal to your grandfather doesn't amount to much. It sounds like more of a tantrum than anything. And what would you have expected him to do? Ajala asked, intrigued. Sokka shrugged. Maybe he should have traveled through the colonies, sharing the hard truths about the Fire Nation whenever he could to all those who were misguided by all the propaganda. He probably could have amassed great support that way, maybe gathering enough people to help the Earth Kingdom fight back against the Fire Nation. Heck, if he organized his supporters properly, they could have ended the war, once your father or grandfather realized the deserter was leading forces too powerful to be stopped anymore. Sounds slightly wishful to me, said Ajala, with a weak grin. But, who knows? Maybe that's what he's been doing all along. It might be the process was slower than you'd expect. Maybe, said Sokka, sighing. But if he does have that sort of army with him, a group of people who disagree with the Fire Nation like that, why use them to attack this place? Why, of all places? I'd think he'd want to free Ba Sing Se, for political reasons, or Omashu, where people looked the most miserable. Doing so might yield even more supporters and it could help him weave a powerful campaign where he could take back the Earth Kingdom's land for their people, but what? Ajala asked. Sokka lowered his head. Maybe he's just not interested in giving anything back to the Earth Kingdom, he reasoned. Ajala frowned. And what do you think he wants, then? She asked. Revenge on the Fire Nation, maybe? And he targeted me to get to my father. Much like, well, like everyone seems to do. It's possible, said Sokka, sighing. But you don't have to worry. He won't get to you. We'll make sure of that. We've already gone to such lengths to avoid it that I certainly hope so, said Ajala, sighing and reaching for his hand. He gave her fingers a gentle squeeze. Ruishi returned around 10 minutes later by the riverbank, rowing the small boat towards their hiding spot. After he sighted them, he tied the boat to the nearest tree and joined them behind the bushes, keeping watch on the mountain. Everything remains unchanged so far, said Ajala. Ruishi nodded. I only hope this isn't a complete waste of time. Hopefully they won't have anticipated to our actions, said Ruishi. For all we know, they might not even be aware that you were abroad right now. If that were the case, our little flight would be completely pointless, Ajala said. Ruishi grimaced. Indeed. I don't know if it would be better or worse for it to be pointless, he whispered. Either way, we'll take off to the east now. It seems there's an herbalist institute nearby, according to the map I brought. A Fire Nation institute? Ajala asked, raising her eyebrows. Ruishi shook his head. Originally it was Earth Kingdom, but the Stronghold's men told me that the woman who works there has been known for not holding hard feelings towards Fire Nation people. Her cat, apparently, isn't quite as easygoing. Her cat. Sokka repeated, blinking blankly. Ruishi shrugged. You have to wonder just how much trouble a cat can be, but that's what they told me, he said. Ajala snorted. This gets more ridiculous by the minute. She whispered, shaking her head in disbelief as she stared at the mountains again. It was almost impossible to see anything at such a distance, so she relied on Xin Long again for a better look at the peaks. She frowned, though, sensing a sudden surge of aggressiveness in the dragon. Were they finally under attack? They weren't yet, Angela realized, as Xing Long eyed the mountain with his sharp eyes. There were dark shapes moving over it, though, which had prompted the dragon to start groaning threateningly. "It's starting," Angela whispered. Both Sokka and Ruishi jumped at either side of her. Barely instants after Angela said the words, they heard the swishing sounds of strung bows releasing their arrows. Angela gritted her teeth as she watched, through Xin Long's eyes, how the Yuyan archers attacked resiliently, with the precision they were known for. But it didn't seem the attackers were slowed by that. More came rushing down the mountains, countless dark shapes, carrying rudimentary spears and wearing thick armors made of fur and hide. "Who the blazes are these people?" Angela said, frowning in confusion. Had Zhang recruited a tribal gang from the Earth Kingdom, by any chance? This made no sense. How could the deserter expect such forces to defeat the soldiers of this stronghold? "What's going on?" Sokka asked, looking at Angela with uncertainty. "The men Zhang has allied himself with look like, well, like an Earth Kingdom tribe or something of the sort," she said, shrugging. "Either he's using them as bait, and they're so suicidal they're fine with that, or they're truly just a distraction. They might not have realized they'd likely die in this pointless operation." "How many do you think there are?" Sokka asked. Angela bit her lip. "It's hard to say. They're pouring down from the mountains consistently, though. Maybe hundreds. It's not too many to defeat, but if they have any strategies to climb those walls, they might be more trouble than we thought," said Ruishi, gritting his teeth before shaking his head. "We should go now, though. If they're attacking." "Right. Let's avoid drawing attention to ourselves, all right," said Angela, sighing as Ruishi rushed to the boat as stealthily as possible, his dark cloak rustling behind him. Angela took off after him, with Sokka not far behind her. Ruishi undid the rope that kept the boat in place, and as soon as Sokka had taken his seat at the prow he gestured at one of the rows. "Take that one. I'll use the other," he said, pushing them into the stream with his leg. The boat was unstable, even though Sokka and Ruishi tried to time their rowing in order to be as efficient in this short trip as possible. The bumbling movements of the small vessel were but another cause of concern for the princess, who sat at the center of the boat, clutching the wooden rims while hoping the two men would be able to fight the strong current on their way to the opposite riverbank. She glanced over her shoulder at the stronghold again, though, noticing that the Yuyan archers were lighting their arrows on fire. Small sparks of orange cut through the darkness, but it surprised Angela to notice that the small flames were moving in both directions. The deserters' forces were starting to fight back, with burning arrows of their own. She couldn't help but wonder where Zhang was, though. It wasn't uncommon for a military leader to remain hidden while his men fought, but the irregular situation was bothersome. This wasn't part of a normal armed conflict between nations, it was something else entirely. Was Zhang there at all? Was he truly leading these men? Was his legend a mere smokescreen for these people to hide behind? She had no way of knowing the answer to any of those questions. Soon enough she stopped caring for those answers, though. A plum of blue fire suddenly shot out from the stronghold, making her gasp and startling her two companions by it. She allowed her link to Xin Long to surface again, and she found that he had been saving an archer from a deadly arrow. He had scared off the man who had shot it, his blue fire making him shriek and run for cover. Most the men standing at the mountains seemed perplexed, from what Xin Long could see, and a few were certainly scared of discovering they had to fight a dragon, too. But they weren't scared enough to stop attacking, so Xin Long had to keep repealing their attacks with the blue inferno from his jaws. "What's going on?" Sokka asked, softly, but with concern. Angela gritted her teeth. "Xin is joining the battle. So far, he's scared them somewhat, from the looks of it, but they're not stopping just with that. They're still attacking. Do they really think they can overcome a dragon?" Ruishi asked, frowning while rowing as fast but as stealthily as possible. Sokka's prior experience in boats helped him to be swift with his rowing, whereas Ruishi had to make a more conscious effort to do so. "They might, but they'd be wrong, I hope." said Angela, breathing deeply. Her eyes remained glued to the battle, blazes of blue shooting out towards the mountain. As long as the blue fire remained strong and steady, she would know Xian Long was still fighting to his best. They had expected to be anxious about reaching the other bank as fast as possible, but strangely, rowing away from danger was what bothered the three of them the most. When the boat touched the other end of the river, it was an unexpected and unwelcome reality blow. "Princess!" Ruishi called, gritting his teeth. "We must go." Her entire body burned with the urge to rip that row off his hands and return to where they'd come from. It was a massive battle, one where their enemies weren't willing to surrender, and she was stuck as far from the fighters' front as possible, left to do nothing but watch from a distance as her dragon and her men battled against Zhang Jiang's people, whoever they were. She shook her head and stood up, climbing off the boat against her will and hating herself for doing so. Ruishi followed, but Sokka stayed behind to stab the hull of the boat with space sword. It slid through the wood with ease, as it always did thanks to its sharp edges. After he climbed off the vessel, he kicked it into the river, leaving it to sink in the cold waters down below. The three of them stared at the battle from the distance now, the rumor of the war cries reaching them only weakly, screams and shouts and the whooshes of Xian Long's fire blasts cutting through the air. The river's stirring water was far louder, almost deafeningly so, for those who longed to hear what was taking place at its other side. "We have to take cover," said Ruishi, the first to snap out of the daze. He threw the hood of the cloak over his face. "Follow me. I should be able to find the Herbalist Institute from here." "Right," said Sokka, nodding and imitating him. After hooding himself, he turned to Angela, finding her still hypnotized by the battle, surely connecting with Xian Long to see through his dragon eyes. "Angela, we have to move." "Yes, we do," she agreed, her fists clenched, her brow drawn together in a heavy frown. He reached for her hand, his fingers sliding through hers as he coaxed her to follow him. She looked at him with apprehension, her face barely lit by the starlight above. "Stay in touch with Xian Long," said Sokka. "I'll guide you through the forest while you keep your inner eye, or whatever it is, on the battle." "All right." That's a good idea," said Angela, nodding. She clasped his hand a little harder and he smiled a little. "Great. Come on, then," he said, jerking his head towards where Ruishi was already hiking. Angela followed Sokka half-mindedly, most of her focus on Xian Long. He was resting briefly now, hanging onto the tower while watching the battle unfold. So far there had been no casualties on their side, but they didn't know for sure if there had been any in Zhang Jiang's group either. The mountains were too dark, and the dark shapes were still lurking around them, shooting arrows and sometimes tossing spears too. There was no sign of any major weapons yet, however. How did they expect to tear through those walls? Even if they had earthbenders, the stronghold is made of pure metal, Angela whispered, as Sokka led her through a rut in the terrain and over a fallen log. They can't possibly dig their way inside. "Which is good news, right?" said Sokka. Angela sighed. "Not for us," she said. "The more I think of it, the more I grow convinced that we should have stayed in the stronghold too. We might have a chance to fly back there after tonight," said Ruishi, as he pushed a low branch out of the way and finally reached a dirt road. "But we should decide what to do once we're somewhere safe." They followed the road for around 10 minutes until they finally reached a set of long stairs. It took them just about the same amount of time to climb them, and they were panting once they reached the top, crossing a large archway to arrive at the institute. It was comprised by a large building and many smaller pavilions spread over the mountain plain. Night had fallen, but it wasn't so late yet, so the absence of any lights in the large building led them to suspect that the place was empty. "When was the last time they saw that old woman you mentioned, Captain?" Angela asked, looking at him with uncertainty. Ruishi frowned. "I wasn't told, so I assumed it wasn't long ago. This place looks. Maybe she's just in bed." "I mean, if she's old it's not weird that she'd go to sleep early," Sokka suggested, shrugging. "We can look around, maybe we'll find someone if we..." Meow. The three of them were startled when the cat's voice cut across their conversation. Sokka turned around, finding the source of it to be a fluffy white cat, staring up at them with curiosity. They blinked before the cat meowed again. "Hello there." Sokka said to the cat. Azula snorted. Maybe this is the cat you mentioned, Ruishi, she said. Though I can't see how it would be a troublesome one. If the cat is here, maybe the owner won't be too far, said Ruishi, frowning and looking around. As though understanding Ruishi's words, the cat lifted its puffy tail and took off to the nearest pavilion. Azula raised an eyebrow and made to follow it, releasing Sokka's hand briefly. It would be for the best to keep their relationship hidden from the herbalist, if that was who the cat wanted to bring them to. The pavilion was mostly dark too, but there was a single candle flickering on a table at its center. An old woman, with long white hair and surprisingly elegant clothes, was busy mixing the contents of a bowl with a wooden spoon. The white cat hurried towards her, startling her with another meow. "Oh, Miyuki," said the woman, smiling at her cat. "I told you dinner wasn't ready yet, you need to be more, oh? Well, who are these new friends of yours, Miyuki?" The cat meowed again as Sokka smiled awkwardly and waved almost shyly at the herbalist. Ruishi stared at Azula, guessing it would be best if he took the lead with this. It would be better if they kept their identities secret. They couldn't know who was in league with Zhang, so Azula would have to refrain from acting like the strong-willed princess everyone knew her to be if they were to keep suspicions at bay. "Good evening," said Ruishi, stepping forward. "We're sorry to intrude like this." "Oh, don't worry, young man, Fire Nation soldiers have been coming and going for a long time now," she said, waving a hand. "Miyuki and I are fine by ourselves, of course, but we don't reject company. If that's the case, would it be alright for us to stay for the night?" Ruishi asked. "We have money, so if you'd like to be paid." "Oh, why, I won't refuse that offer, of course," she said, with a happy smile. "You and your wife will be just fine here, good sir." Everyone's eyes widened, but nobody was as shocked, or as irritated, as Sokka. Azula glared at him as a warning, while Ruishi only bowed his head gratefully at the woman. "Thank you very much," he said. The herbalist laughed. "Your serving boy should be fine too, it looks like Miyuki is fond of him," she said, smiling as Miyuki brushed against Sokka's leg. His eyebrow twitched, but he forced out a weak smile too. "Miyuki's very nice, yes," he said, half-heartedly. The herbalist's assumption about Ruishi and Azula would not stop stinging for at least a few hours. "I'll arrange one of the empty pavilions for you all. You must be tired," she said, smiling. "Or would you rather have some dinner first? I can certainly offer that too." Maybe dinner," Sokka said, biting his lip. Azula sighed at the predictability of his decision. "We're grateful for your kindness," she said, nodding towards the woman. "We'll make sure to repay you for it, though. Do you really live here by yourself?" "Indeed, young lady. If only I had an errand boy like yours, I'd have him gather all supplies I need to repair the main building. It's full of leaks," she said, laughing. "Though if I had an errand boy, I'd make him repair more than just the leaks. The place is as good as falling apart." "Sounds inconvenient." "Maybe I'll let you borrow our serving boy if we stay longer than expected," said Azula, smirking slightly. Sokka flinched and looked at her in surprise. The herbalist beamed. "Miyuki certainly wouldn't mind," she said, cackling as she started pacing through the pavilion, searching for the fruits and plants she meant to use for their dinner. Azula bit back a smile and looked at Sokka furtively. His eyebrow was still twitching, but he leaned down to caress Miyuki's head gently. There. Good kitty. Go help your owner with the food, okay?" he said. Miyuki meowed once more and made her way towards the herbalist, who was scratching her head while wondering what food to offer her sudden guests. Azula breathed out slowly and stared out through the pavilion door. She returned to its threshold, watching from afar as a few more blasts of blue fire, smaller than before, sprung up in the distance. The institute was high enough to allow them to see the stronghold, but it was near impossible to discern what was happening at such distance. Azula had to reconnect with Xin long as she stepped out into the open again, her heart aching with anxiety as she tried to find out what was happening. She heard a few footsteps behind her, and only then did she notice just how far she had walked from the pavilion. A familiar hand slid inside hers. "What's going on now?" he asked. Ajala swallowed hard. Xian Long is growing weary of the battle, she whispered. He keeps fighting, but the situation remains unchanged. Xian says there are earthbenders amongst them. They only came out to fight a few minutes ago. Really? Sokka asked, worriedly. Ajala nodded. So, is this some sort of Earth Kingdom resistance you guys didn't know about? I can't help but wonder, though, why a group of people bonded together by some patriotic sentiment would join forces under a former Fire Nation admiral, Ajala asked. Unless he's not their actual leader? It doesn't seem to make much sense if he is. Maybe they're smarter than it seems, and they knew it was convenient to have that guy on their side, said Sokka, sighing. Maybe. But earthbenders won't be enough to take down the stronghold, said Ajala. If that's all they have up their sleeves, our forces can't fail. Well, that is, so long as the stronghold is the real objective and not Udeo. I've been wondering if we should go there, said Sokka, frowning. Ajala froze. I mean, I know it would be crazy to cover that much distance between the stronghold and the city on foot, but I'm worried I might have been wrong, that they really would have targeted Udeo, and not you. What if it really was the coincidence we thought it was? Then Zhang would be a terrible strategist, said Ajala, sighing. But then again, he might have just wanted to lure us away from the city. And indeed, heading back to Udeo now would take us a long time. At the very least 2 or 3 days, if not more, and Xian Long can't come for us if the fight at the stronghold continues. Maybe if it ends you ought to tell him to go there and see for himself if the city is in any danger, said Sokka. They probably will have synchronized their attacks, though, said Ajala. It would be ridiculous to have decoys distracting the forces in the stronghold only to attack Udeo a few days later, if that was their goal at all. If they're going to attack Udeo, it's happening now. I guess you're right, said Sokka, sighing. Ajala glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. You probably shouldn't hold the hand of your master's wife, by the way, she said, teasingly. Sokka grimaced and looked at her in disbelief as she laughed softly. How could that be the first thing she assumed? He asked. Why couldn't she think that he's I don't know, your brother? Or maybe he's the servant and I'm the husband. Sokka, you can't pass as Fire Nation regardless of how hard you may try. Granted, Fire Nation clothes look just fine on you, but you can't pretend to be one of us, she said, smiling. Sokka pouted. And, like we said, mixed marriages and whatnot aren't all that common, even now, he finished, sighing. So naturally, she assumed if one of us was with you, it was him, but, dang it, I can't help myself. I wish they'd mistake me for your husband instead. Ajala snorted. Sokka pouted, a light blush tinging his cheeks as she smiled at him. I would have thought you'd rather be my husband, instead of being mistaken for it, but I suppose we're talking about things that are truly possible in this day and age, right? She said, looking at him somewhat regretfully. Sokka opened his mouth, but it took him a moment to finally say something. Well, yes, I'd rather be your husband for real, but I'd settle for being mistaken for it for now. Maybe that way I'd get to kiss you in public without fearing someone will hack my head off for it. Heh, Ruishi might still hack your head off if you kiss me in front of him, Ajala smirked, placing her head on his shoulder. Sokka gulped. Don't worry, I highly doubt anyone will suspect anything. This alleged marriage is a good cover story, and it might serve to mislead people who don't recognize us, which is bound to be most people, truth be told. The giveaways of my identity are my hairpiece and armor. Though having a firebender and a water tribe slave following you around might still raise some red flags for anyone who's observant and has heard about your exploits as a sponsor, said Sokka, frowning and glancing at her sideways. In fact, if you don't want people to notice who you are, you'll have to act like a peasant. Ajala's eyebrow twitched and she looked at him in disbelief. Sokka smiled broadly before she shoved him away with her elbow, to his amusement. I have no idea how to do that, and I'm not about to start trying to figure it out, she said. Sokka chuckled. It's not that hard, it's just, lose the perfect posture, eat a little less neatly, don't be too authoritarian, that kind of thing, he said, smiling. Ajala raised a doubtful eyebrow. Not happening. Let them think I'm some noble girl if they want, but I'm not about to be undignified just to pretend I'm on your level, she said, stubbornly. Sokka chuckled. Well, if we do get caught because you stuck out your pinky while drinking tea, you can't blame it on me, he said, smirking. Azula rolled her eyes and looked at him skeptically. You're beyond ridiculous, she said. Sokka chuckled before feeling something brushing against his leg again. Huh, Miyuki's back. She really seems fond of you. Maybe the blue wolf was a cat in his past life. Miyuki just knows who's going to pet her, doesn't she? Said Sokka, beaming and reaching down to stroke the hairs between her ears. The cat raised her head into his hand, basking in his touch. Azula smiled while watching him. Or maybe she just came to let us know dinner is ready. Azula said, glancing at the pavilion once more. Her idea didn't seem far-fetched, so they returned to the pavilion, with Miyuki walking happily next to Sokka. The herbalist was saying something to Ruishi, who was blushing as she laughed, quite possibly at his expenses. Ah, thank you, Miyuki, she said, as Sokka and Azula stopped at the table, where bowls of salad awaited them. Now we can all have dinner. No, not you, Miyuki, you already ate, don't be so gluttonous. And you three can rest and relax after your long voyage. Azula smirked, knowing Sokka wouldn't be thrilled at eating a vegetarian meal, but they were lucky they were being offered any food at all. He couldn't let it go to waste. I sure hope you enjoy the food, said the old woman, beaming as she dug in as well. Azula started eating, her mind drifting towards Xian Longs again as soon as she wasn't distracted by Sokka or the herbalist anymore. The battle continued, and her dragon had been dodging projectiles in midair. The earthbenders were targeting him, trying to nullify him as a factor in this confrontation. But the harder they tried to knock him off the skies, the more opportunities the Yuyan archers had to shoot the earthbenders. The fight remained as one-sided as it had been. Azula only hoped it would stay that way. She felt a hand on her knee, under the table. She contained her reaction, but she glanced at Sokka all the same, somewhat gratefully. His nonverbal support, and his very presence, ensured she wouldn't lose her mind to the most stressful situation she had been thrown into recently. So, they took off to fight some deserter guy? Sneers asked, frowning. Quarry shrugged, sitting by his bedside. That's what I heard, it seems to have happened in a whirlwind, she said. But they did it to keep our city safe, at least. Hopefully it will pay off. How strong is that guy? Do you know? Sneers asked. Corey shook her head. I don't know much about him, no. But he must be dangerous if the princess thought she had to go deal with him personally, she said. Maybe they'll be back before we know it, said Sneers, after a short pause. And it'll have turned out to be nothing important. I hope so, said Quarry, before smiling at him. In other regards, I'm thinking about that challenge we'll send to the red-striped hornet. I know it's not the best way to meet your friend again, but I don't know how else to do it, so. Yeah, don't worry, said Sneers, with a weak smile. I'm grateful you're letting me meet her at all. You can also choose not to fight, just so you know, said Corey. I don't care if your perfect record gets marred. Sokka has lost around 10 times, and it hasn't destroyed his career, so I'm sure a loss over a forfeit or something is fine. As long as you get to see your friend again. Are you sure, though? Said Sneers, surprised. You're already willing to do this much for me? You don't mind if our record gets damaged? I'm still relieved and glad you didn't choose to leave, said Corey, smiling and shrugging. So I can't act like such a brat, can I? I understand this is important to you, and you have every right to. A creaking sound made Sneers flinch. His small eyes narrowed towards where he heard the sound. When it sounded for a second time, Corey noticed her gladiator's unusually alarmed state. She froze. What is? She asked, staring at the window. There was a shape there. A dark shape, almost impossible to discern in the middle of the night. She didn't stop to think twice about bending a large chunk of the floor at the window, slamming it into the lurker's stomach just as they realized they'd been caught. But the trespasser wasn't alone. A second man in all black jumped inside the room just as Corey was lowering her guard, not suspecting that there would be another intruder. Corey! Sneers shouted, reaching and clasping one of his axes with his uninjured hand. He tossed the weapon with as much power as he could muster, and it would have lodged into the enemy's skull if only he hadn't dodged just in time. The first intruder used earthbending against Corey too, stopping a portion of the floor that the girl had bent at him. He threw it right back, making her lose balance as she evaded the attack, and in that small window, while Sneers reached for his other axe and failed to clasp it on time, and while Corey stumbled and readied herself to attack again, the dark shape took in everything the room had to offer. 2 young adults of Earth Kingdom descent, 2 beds, 1 blue pack lying next to the empty mattress, no weapons in sight other than those axes. Corey roared and threw a slice of the wall at the enemy now. His analysis was cut short, but it didn't matter. He had done his duty. The intruder rushed out the window again, bringing up some earth to soften his fall. Corey wasn't far behind him though, to her gladiator's chagrin. "Corey, no!" Sneers roared, reaching out with his uninjured hand, in a hopeless attempt to stop her. But Corey didn't listen. She meant to capture this trespasser, whoever it was. They would not escape if she could help it. The few people who were still out in the streets at this hour were taken aback by the sight of the mayor's daughter chasing someone in all black. But what Corey kept hoping for was backup, and fortunately, a group of soldiers appeared eventually, to help her catch the fugitive. "Get him! Get him!" Corey shouted, but the earthbender was fast, and unbeknownst to her, he wasn't alone either. By the time they reached the borders of the city, a group of others in the same black apparel were waiting. Fire Nation soldiers lay nearby, either knocked out or dead. Corey's eyes widened as she slowed to a halt, fear taking over her as the possible lethality of these intruders crossed her mind. The soldiers kept rushing in regardless, but the earthbenders in black crafted a tall wall between themselves and their foes. Once Corey managed to break the wall open with her own bending, the enemies were gone. The soldiers rushed to take care of their fallen comrades, and Corey stood in place, glaring through the hole in the wall, shivering violently in fear, rage, and impotence. Who were those people? Why did they try to sneak inside her house? Her mind supplied her an instinctive answer that made her stomach sink in dread. Had they come for the princess? Chapter 122, The Chase of Zhang 4. To provide her guests with some privacy, the herbalist decided to adequate another pavilion for their use. The travelers helped her with the endeavor, and by the end of it, the herbalist was merely directing them so they could furnish the pavilion with everything the 3 of them might need through the night. The older woman bade them farewell once she had given them all they might need, and Miyuki brushed against Sokka's calf again before following her owner to their own pavilion. Azula regarded the old, thin futons with uncertainty, trying to find some relief, as usual, by reminding herself that she'd done a lot worse while she had been stuck in the forest with Sokka. Despite the futons looked old and uncomfortable, she could conciliate her sleep there, if she was lucky. The 2 men with her, naturally, had little reservations over the sleeping arrangements. "Well, we have a roof over our heads. It's a good start," said Ruishi, setting down their luggage close to the futons and standing upright to analyze the pavilion. "It will be odd to sleep amid plants, but you 2 aren't strangers to that, are you?" "Not entirely," Azula admitted, sighing. Ruishi looked at her with uncertainty. "How's the battle?" he asked. She stopped worrying about herself right away. "Earthbenders joined the fray, but everything seems to be unchanged," Azula told him. "There's not a lot of news, no casualties from our side so far. Not sure if there's any on their side either, no idea if the ones who got shot were either killed or injured." "It sounds like a very counterproductive fight for both sides," said Ruishi, gritting his teeth. "Who knows how long this will drag on, at this rate," Sokka said, crossing his arms in deep thought. "Do you think we'll be able to return tomorrow? To the stronghold?" "I doubt it," said Azula. "We have to decide what we'll do, though. Staying here isn't wise." This woman didn't seem to be dishonest, but I don't think it'd be wise to trust strangers so blindly. Staying anywhere for over 1 day isn't a good idea, especially when we're attempting to disguise ourselves. "I suppose we'll continue to pretend we're married?" Ruishi asked. Azula nodded and he sighed before looking at Sokka apologetically. "You'll forgive me one day, I hope." It's not your fault," said Sokka, waving a hand as to not give the matter importance, but the scowl on his face said enough about how displeased he was about it. At any rate, we do need to choose a course of action as fast as possible, said Angela, frowning. Do we want to do as Shinu demanded, and stay as far from this conflict as possible? Truth be told, princess, said Ruishi, breathing deeply and lowering his head. It will be your decision. Angela raised her eyebrows, staring at him in confusion. Even Sokka was surprised by this display of submissiveness from the captain. What's that supposed to mean? She asked. Ruishi swallowed hard. I certainly agreed with the colonel over holding your safety as a priority, but it may not have been the best decision after all. Truth is, with Zhang on the loose like this, we're all quite panicked and acting rashly. We might need your insight and strategic mind now more than ever. Sokka raised his eyebrows and smiled approvingly. Angela was wide-eyed, regarding at a blushing Ruishi with disbelief now. So, you're saying you're going to do whatever I believe is best, regardless if it's a good idea or not? She asked. Ruishi nodded. So, if I decide I'll elope with Sokka, live with him in some Earth Kingdom village and forget about Zhang and all my responsibilities, you'll gladly encourage us to do so? Please don't do that, said Ruishi, his eyes widening in horror. Angela smirked and laughed softly. I merely tease, Captain. You should know I'd never dare do that, she said. Forgetting about Zhang, that is. The eloping part, on the other hand. Oh, if you'll do it, at least do me the courtesy of not telling me about it. I'm better off not knowing, said Ruishi, sighing and shaking his head while Sokka beamed in joy. Angela chuckled. You won't find out, then. Promised thing, she said. But if you truly think I'm somehow wiser than Shinu, and you are willing to trust that I'll make the right decision, can I see that map? Ruishi nodded and handed it to her. Angela opened it and remained silent briefly. The two men kept their eyes on her as she pondered the situation, her brow furrowed. The anticipation over her decision only increased as she took a deep breath before speaking her mind. Returning to the stronghold is ruled out, since chances are that their attack against it was just a decoy. We'll only get in the way, and we'll be no more help in there than out here. Staying here is the wrong idea, too. From our current position, our movements are a lot more limited than they would be if only we had Xin Long with us, but as we don't, and as we destroyed the boat that got us here, our only choice to get out somehow is by taking one of the ferries down at the crossing in Harbor Town. Where would we go after we cross, though? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Udeo. Angela bit her lower lip and looked at them both. Ruishi sighed and Sokka nodded in understanding. If your suspicions about Udeo are correct, they might have already delivered all the damage they intended to, said Ruishi. Hopefully not. The men stationed there were aware of the dangers, so their people shouldn't be rendered completely helpless, said Angela. I mostly want to make sure the city is safe. Knowing as much might appease my worries, at the very least. Aside from that, if Sokka's theory is right and they're after me, we shouldn't stay put in a single place, right? It would allow them to catch up to us far more easily. If we keep changing locations unpredictably, any attempts to capture me will likely fail. But, what if they have been searching Udeo for you already? Asked Ruishi. Would it be wise to go back there now? Why not? If they're looking for me in Udeo right now, they're likely to assume, quite wrongly, that I left the city with no intentions to return, she said. When you're looking for something, you don't tend to look twice in the same place. And if they decide to look again after we return, we'll be ready for them with a perfect ambush. If we're fortunate, it shall be as you say, said Ruishi, breathing deeply. So, Udeo, then. We could be of more use there than anywhere else, said Angela. It won't be a short trip, I'm aware, but it's the best place to go right now, I feel. We'll use known roads, stop at villages wherever we can, so it won't be quite as bad as the last hiking trip we took in this continent. Sounds like it might even be fun, said Sokka, smiling at her as she addressed the last sentence towards him. Though, I guess we'll need more than just a fake backstory to keep people from recognizing us, won't we? We should come up with fake names, too, said Ruishi. You two are well-known public figures, you can't expect to hide behind your real names when we're trying not to be identified. And we should ask the herbalist for any clothes she might have to spare, said Angela. It won't be easy to blend in as Earth Kingdom people, but we need to try, at the very least. Agreed, said Ruishi, sighing. I'll do that by morning, then. Hopefully she'll find something we can wear, said Sokka, biting his lip before moving to the pavilion door. In the meantime, I think I'll take the first shift and... First shift? Angela asked, looking at him questioningly. Sokka froze on the threshold. Well, I figured, yeah, the herbalist seemed fine, and her cat's very nice, but someone should be on the lookout in case anyone less friendly approaches, said Sokka. On top of that, we should keep an eye on what's happening in the stronghold, even at a distance. If anything strange seemed to happen we could alert you so you can connect with Xin Long and tell us what's going on, right? Right, but, for that matter, I should be the one keeping watch, said Angela. I'm the one who can actually see what's happening there. You're also the most important member of our group, though, and the one who should be better rested, said Sokka, smiling and approaching her. I know it may not be much consolation to leave me watching instead of doing it yourself, but you need to sleep. So do you, said Angela, looking at him reproachfully. He'll get his rest, said Ruishi, sighing. He's not taking that first shift. I am. Whoa, wait, what? Sokka's eyes widened as he looked at Ruishi. The man nodded in his direction. As a royal guard I'm well trained to be effective and efficient even with as little as 2 hours of sleep in the course of 3 days. I'll take the first shift, you can take over when I decide to rest. But you don't have to, said Sokka, looking at him with disbelief. I beg to differ, he said, hanging his head. Sokka raised an eyebrow. As the man of honor I am, it would seem unbefitting of me to allow this affair between my wife and servant to continue. But seeing how she seems to crave you, for no reason I can understand. What the? Ruishi. Sokka said, blushing and glancing at Angela, who smirked at Ruishi's unexpected reasoning. The guard released a melodramatic sigh and looked at the gladiator judgmentally. Don't go overboard, of course. If you get too obvious about your affair, I might give you a beating, servant. But I'll give you some privacy in the meantime. Just for now, though, said Ruishi, lifting a menacing finger in Sokka's direction before turning to the pavilion's threshold. Are you kidding me? Sokka said, a disbelieving smile spreading over his face. Ruishi smiled weakly and left with nothing more to say. The fabric covering the doorway fell back into place after he slid through it. Did Ruishi seriously just joke around with us? I mean, did he really? Seems like it. Maybe becoming a husband gave birth to his sense of humor, said Angela, chuckling as Sokka rolled his eyes. Well, putting aside all matters of him being your fake husband, it was very nice of him to give us some time alone, I'll say, he said, stepping closer to her and smiling gently. I'm surprised he did it at all. So am I, but I'm not complaining, said Angela, embracing his waist and pressing her face to his chest. It feels like ages ago since we last spent a night together, doesn't it? Yeah. I miss that, Sokka whispered, kissing her temples and squeezing her tight too. Though. I guess, if just for his sake, we should settle with just resting, right? This place is horribly quiet, said Angela, as she separated from Sokka and leaned down to push her futon closer to his. I have the unpleasant feeling that the weakest moan either of us utters will be heard all the way to the stronghold. It's not impossible, said Sokka, chuckling. If Miyuki hears it, she might try to check on us, huh? Oh, that poor cat would be devastated to find her beloved Sokka already belongs with someone else, said Angela, smirking and clasping his hand before dropping on their respective futons. The thin mattresses were as close together as they could be, enabling them to sleep comfortably wrapped around each other. With the covers overlapping on top of them both, Angela had wormed her way to Sokka's side, making him laugh as she surrounded him with arms and legs. There. Now you're not escaping, servant. She hissed in his ear. A pleasant thrill ran over Sokka's back, and he smirked at her. You know, if you start saying stuff like that, I may end up making you moan pretty loudly, and last thing I knew, you didn't want to do that. He said. Angela snorted. Why would I be the one moaning? You might be the embarrassingly loud one this time, for all you know, she said, smirking playfully. Sokka laughed, pressing his forehead to hers once he had turned to face her. Either way, your captain of the guards might commit suicide out of dishonor and disgust after hearing us, I'm afraid, said Sokka, with a weak smirk. Angela snorted. Disgust? Why, he'd have very poor taste if that's how he'd feel. We're surely the most attractive pair ever to walk this world, she said, proudly. Sokka laughed, his easy smile as infectious as ever. His disgust would be over the unspeakable things we do to each other, silly, not about how hot we are, he said, smirking. If attractiveness were the problem, there'd be no problem. Unless, of course, the problem is that we're too hot for him to wrap his mind around it. I'm afraid that's likely the case, said Angela, laughing and kissing him softly. But alas, he did let us go to sleep together, knowing full well that we're likely to be anything but innocent. I guess we can cut that hopeless husband of mine some slack, huh? He sure cares about you, letting you sleep with me just to make sure you're happy, said Sokka, poking her nose with his. Angela snorted. Still playing around, or do you really mean that? She asked. Sokka shrugged. It's not really just a joke, but it works for the joke too, right? Our reality is a little weird and jumbled right now, isn't it? He said. Indeed, so weird we even need to come up with new names for ourselves, said Angela, biting her lip and eyeing Sokka with uncertainty. Have any laughable ideas yet? Why would they be laughable? Sokka asked, affronted. Angela couldn't hold back the chuckles and he pouted. Unbelievable. I haven't even said anything and you're already laughing. See, that's how laughable they are, said Angela, pressing against him and smiling. Sokka rolled his eyes, caressing her hair gently. Well, then, if you're so much better at this than I am, do tell, princess, do you have a fake name for yourself yet? I guess I haven't really pondered it, but I suppose one like Jing could work. It's not mundane, but it's also clearly not related to Fire Nation royalty. It should serve me well. Jing, then. Princess Jing. Sokka asked, smirking teasingly. You can't call me princess anymore, Sokka, she said, staring at him matter-of-factly. It's just Jing, at least until we get back to Udeo. That's going to take forever, though. I'll miss saying your real name, he said, biting his lip and smiling while tracing her jawline with his fingertips. Angela smiled. How about you, then? No ideas yet. Well, if you think we should go for something classy, but not too Fire Nation-y, then how about, Wenta? Wenta? Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow. Sokka beamed. Sounds like the name of a great warrior, he said. Angela frowned. Sounds slightly royal to me. Maybe there was an Earth Kingdom monarch called Wenta. She said, raising an eyebrow. Oh, well, I can't remember. Still, are you sure? It's not the most servant-y name. Sokka asked, pouting. Angela raised her eyebrows. Must you add that weird suffix to everything? She asked, smirking. Sokka beamed and nodded. I guess you're too princess-y to approve of my speech pattern, but you're not supposed to be a royal anymore, remember? He said, wiggling his eyebrows and smirking widely. Angela laughed and pressed her head to his chest. Why are you so ridiculous, damn it? She said, smiling and huddling closer to him. Stop making me laugh so easily. It's not fair. Why is it unfair? Don't like being happy, princess? Sokka asked, stroking her hair. Not when I don't know if my nation's in danger, truth be told. She said, losing her smile quickly as she clutched his clothes a little tighter. Sokka was startled by the sudden shift in the conversation, but he only continued to caress her hair while watching her with concern. She had abandoned herself to the easy joy he always gave her, forgetting briefly about the confusing and mysterious circumstances that had brought them here in the first place. Do you think Udeo will be okay? She asked. I made sure most the soldiers positioned there would stay in the city, but I don't know, I don't feel comfortable about what's happening. Maybe it's because of what Ruishi said, and it's just that Zhang Zhang gets everyone on edge. He's another fire-bending prodigy, and a military genius too, was it? Sokka whispered, sighing. But so are you, you know. Our crazy, unpredictable movements may get him off our trail if he's after you. We do keep making weird decisions he may have trouble anticipating, said Azula, caressing his chest. But what if he's really after you, Deo? What if we're too late? There's no point in thinking that way, said Sokka, kissing the top of her head. Trust your soldiers, Azula. Trust the men who were trained to keep their people safe. You can't win every battle single-handedly, but you might win them all if you choose the right people to fight them with you. Huh. I guess that's true, said Azula, smiling and lifting her gaze to find his. And not just for the battlefield, huh? Sokka beamed and nodded, his forehead against hers again. Her fingertips trailed his face gently before she pressed a soft kiss to his lips. I did choose the right gladiator, no doubt, she said. And the right royal guards, too. So, hopefully the men my father chose to take care of Eudeo's security will have done their jobs properly. Hopefully. Yeah, said Sokka, with another kiss to her brow. They'll do their best, I'm sure. And if the crisis is still ongoing once we get there, we'll show them how unstoppable we are together. What do you say? What do I say? Said Azula, smirking. I'd gladly fight by your side, dummy. If anything, we should do that more often instead of fighting each other all the time. But you're so used to fighting against me that you can't seem to stop, huh? Ah, I can stop, I just didn't want to before, said Sokka, chuckling. I promise I will stop trying to fight you until this mess is over. After that, though. Oh? So I should expect absolute obedience from you for the time being? Azula asked, amused. Sokka smiled guiltily. Why, I certainly wonder how that's going to work out for you, rebellious servant Wenta. We'll find out soon enough, Lady Jing, he said, smirking, and kissing her again. Their lips continued to seek the others until they finally fell asleep. Even then, their faces were scarcely inches apart, and their arms remained tightly locked around the other through the night. It was why she stirred as well when Sokka felt a hand on his shoulder, shaking him gently to let him know that his shift was up now. I'm going. Sokka told Ruishi, struggling a little under Azula's tight grip. He smiled and kissed her brow, upon which Ruishi returned to the pavilion's entrance, guessing he should give them a little more privacy briefly. Azula? You won't let me go. She groaned but relented, though it seemed she did it very unwillingly. Sokka smiled as she settled on the futon again, lying on her side with a small frown on her face. He caressed a strand of hair that fell over her forehead, tucking it behind her ear. See you in a bit, he whispered, before standing up and making his way to where Ruishi stood. She's clingier than I expected, said Ruishi. I figured the one who didn't know how to let go of her for 10 seconds was you, not her. I don't know how, though, make no mistake, said Sokka, smiling at him. I won't need much sleep, I think, said Ruishi. But at any rate, not a lot has happened so far out there. The blue fire blasts I saw were still coming from the same direction, so the dragon has stayed with the stronghold all along. They've been fighting for most the night, looks like, but there's been no noticeable changes. All right then, said Sokka, nodding and patting Ruishi's shoulder. Go sleep, pal. I've got this. Ruishi nodded and made his way to the free futon. Azula was hugging up the 2 mattresses she and Sokka had used. The sight of her sleeping made the gladiator smile again before he stepped out into the night, walking as silently as he could and sitting down near the long flights of stairs, from where he could watch the stronghold easily. Sokka sat cross-legged at the institute's entrance, crossing his arms too to retain his warmth. A mild but cold breeze was blowing through the mountain, and although it was already spring, it still chilled him to the bone. He believed they had packed some thicker outerwear than the black cloak he had wrapped around his body, but he decided not to fetch it. He didn't want to take his eyes off the stronghold for a second, even if the battle wasn't too eventful right now. The sky grew lighter slowly and birds chirped as the sun rose behind him. Staring down at the stronghold became easier now, but Sokka found there wasn't much to report even with enhanced lighting. He could see shapes on the mountains still, and flaming arrows flew from side to side now and again, but earthbenders protected the men in the hills just as the metal walls in Xianlong did it for those in the stronghold. A soft meow surprised him when the sun's warm rays finally reached him. Sokka smiled down at Miyuki, who brushed against his thigh, her tail upright. "Hey there. Slept okay, Miyuki?" he asked, scratching the top of her head. She pressed her head to his palm, her soft hairs pleasant to the touch. "Good to know. Want to keep watch with me?" The cat stayed next to Sokka as the morning went by, until she decided to climb on his lap instead. She kept purring, and Sokka smiled as he kept stroking her fur. "Don't you think you and your owner should try to, I don't know, repopulate this place? Get new herbalists to work here?" he asked. "Looks like too cool a place to let it die down. Maybe I should tell Jing to do something about it. Who knows? Maybe new people interested in herbs could come join you all. Then you'll have lots of new friends who can pet you, huh? How does that sound?" Miyuki meowed again and Sokka smiled fondly. He could get used to the cat, although he knew he wasn't going to. They would be gone today, off to Udeo, if the stronghold's condition didn't change in the next few hours. He still hoped Miyuki would find new friends sometime soon, though. It seemed both her and the herbalist were rather lonely in this mountain on their own. The rustle of the pavilion's curtain, as well as the sudden sound of footsteps behind him alerted Sokka that he wasn't alone with the cat anymore. But he recognized that walking rhythm immediately. He smiled as the sounds came closer, and his grin only widened when he felt two familiar arms wrapping around his chest. "Morning, Jing," he said, teasingly. "You're up too early for your standards, Wenta," she replied, kissing his cheek softly. Sokka sighed in bliss. "I'd rather have woken up next to you, truth be told." "It was my shift," said Sokka, sighing. "Couldn't give Ruishi the slip when he worked so hard, now, could I?" "Of course not," said Azula, tightening her grip around him. "But you could have woken me so I could join you from the start. It's not fun sleeping without you when you're not that far away. Haven't we been doing that for the last month or so, princess?" he whispered. She sighed. "We have. It's a waste to do it for longer, though, isn't it?" she asked, caressing his arm gently. She frowned when she caught sight of the puffy white tail moving lazily on Sokka's lap. "Well, I'll be damned. I have serious competition, now, don't I?" "Now, Miyuki just wants friends," said Sokka, chuckling. "Besides, you're married to Ruishi. Isn't my competition a lot harder to beat than yours?" "Not true. She's a fluffy cat, you're clearly as taken with her as she is with you," she said, smiling and stroking Miyuki's back gently. "Whereas Ruishi is, an emotionally unavailable husband." "You're trying too hard to find excuses not to love him, Jing," Sokka said, teasingly. Azula chuckled. "Is it that obvious? He's a better husband than you give him credit for, really. He lets you sleep around with the likes of me, doesn't he?" said Sokka, looking at her furtively. Azula smirked. "Aren't I lucky he's so understanding of my needs and desires," she said, closing her eyes and relaxing against Sokka. He beamed and kissed her brow. "We both are, I think," he said, their foreheads pressed together. "Shouldn't you sleep a little longer? It's pretty early." "I can't really rest more, I'm already too active," she said, sighing. "Nothing's happened, though. I've seen through Xianlong, and he's tired." "Yeah, he went to rest on the other end of the fortress," Sokka said, pointing at him. "It wasn't that easy to spot him until dawn broke, but now it's clear he's there. Those useless minions of Zhangjiang's." Azula grunted. "If we ignored them, we'd achieve the same results." Shinu prepared for a major assault to no avail. "It'd be too risky to send Xianlong to scout the terrains behind the mountains, wouldn't it?" Sokka said. Azula nodded. "If they've developed any traps for him, they'd catch him easily if he leaves the safety of the stronghold. I don't want to risk that," she said. "So, the situation remains unchanged." "Looks like it," said Sokka, sighing too. "So, we're still going to Udeo on foot?" "We're still going to Udeo on foot," said Angela, caressing his chest and kissing the side of his neck. Sokka shivered in pleasure, having missed the feel of her lips over his body like that. "We'd best prepare ourselves mentally for that, right?" "I guess so," he replied, with a weak grin. Angela leaned closer, pressing a gentle kiss on his lips. Sokka crooked his head back, angling himself to kiss her properly without disturbing the cat on his lap, but he found it hard to focus on petting her when his entire attention was taken by the princess behind him. His free hand reached up to cup her face as he intensified the kiss, finally tearing his eyes off the battlefield just to dedicate himself to her. She rewarded him for it, caressing the back of his neck gently, her other hand on his strong chest. He didn't want to let her pull away, but she did anyways, smiling as she pressed her forehead to his. Sokka smiled at her. "Now it really is a good morning," he said. Her smile widened and she kissed him one more time before standing up again, releasing him from her grip. "And now it's bad again. Where are you going?" His pout and insistent stare made her chuckle softly. She mussed his hair, most the strands coming out of his wolf's tail as she did. "I have the feeling the herbalist will wake soon. I doubt she sleeps in a lot, some plants might need early morning care," said Angela. Sokka sighed. "So I'd rather she doesn't catch us like that, don't you think?" "Well, here I thought you'd realize Miyuki has already seen us," said Sokka, pouting still. "How do you know she won't tell the herbalist, huh?" "You're kidding me, aren't you?" said Angela, an eyebrow twitching. Sokka smiled mischievously. "Hey, if she has some crazy epic bond with her cat like you do with your dragon, she might just find out through her," he said, pointing at Miyuki on his lap. The cat's green eyes were on Angela now, though given her expression she merely wanted the princess to pet her too. "Right. Because the herbalist offered her herbs to the cat and that's how she bonded with her, right?" Angela asked. Sokka nodded. "Do you ever consider not being ridiculous for a day or two? Just for a change?" "That'd be too boring, princess, and you know it," he said, smirking. She smiled and shook her head. "You're unbelievable," she said, focusing on the stronghold again as the breeze picked up, playing with the dark strands of her hair. She bit her lip when she noticed Sokka's gaze still lingered on her. She stared back at him and he smiled goofily, as he often did. "What?" she said. He beamed. "You're beautiful." The statement wasn't what surprised her, but rather, the ease and happy earnestness with which he spoke it. She felt the blood rushing to her face, her heart racing as she looked at the man who was as taken with her as she was with him. "That's true, but still," she said, stubbornly. Sokka chuckled. "Probably hold back from saying that while we travel, all right. It's fine if only Miyuki hears, though, isn't it?" said Sokka. "She can't possibly have a mental bond with her owner like yours and Xian's, right?" "Stop messing with me, Gladiator," said Angela, with a smirk. Sokka chuckled as Miyuki meowed, lifting her head towards him. Yes, you're beautiful too, no need to be jealous," he said, stroking her fur gently again, to the cat's satisfaction. Angela smiled as she watched him with the cat, but she turned her eyes to the stronghold again. She could see Xian Long down there, and sense his uneasy resting through her bond with him. He had sustained no injuries so far, protected by his armor and the thickness of his scales. He hadn't paid much attention to the orders the soldiers had shouted back and forth, so he had no knowledge of the current circumstances, but Zhang Jiang's men didn't seem prepared to attack the stronghold with more power so far. Keeping them in check there was necessary, though, albeit a dangerous gamble, were the stronghold's soldiers needed elsewhere. It was what Angela meant to discover once they reached Udeo. The trip shouldn't take over 5 days, if her calculations were correct. She only hoped to come across no setbacks along the way, so they could reach their destination as soon as possible. The herbalist fetched them for breakfast around mid-morning, and only then did Miyuki climb off Sokka's lap. Ruishi had already entered the herbalist's pavilion, and despite he hadn't gotten a lot of rest he didn't look tired. His soldier training had been as effective in building up his resistance as he had claimed it was. "You mean to leave today?" "Well, that's quick," the herbalist asked, though she didn't seem either too disappointed or too eager to see them leave. If anything, it was apparent she was used to seeing people coming and going all the time. "We won't impose on you much longer," said Ruishi, bowing his head towards her. "Thank you for your generosity. Name your price and we shall pay as much as you wish for your services." Well, we'll talk business after the meal or else you'll have trouble digesting it," said the herbalist, chuckling. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "But, digestion happens after you eat, so shouldn't it cause more trouble to talk business afterwards?" "Oh, don't be so nitpicky, boy," said the herbalist, waving a hand in Sokka's direction. His eyebrow twitched as Azula smiled. "We do have some last-minute requests to make, though," said Ruishi. "Do you happen to have any clothes to spare? As much as we're well packed, we may not have enough clothes for the journey ahead of us." "Oh. You'll need more, then," said the herbalist, looking at him with uncertainty. "Why, I don't know if there's much I can offer, but Miyuki can look around and see if she finds anything." "Right, Miyuki." The cat meowed as a response, but she continued to focus on her food. Ruishi smiled a little and nodded gratefully. "We'll take whatever you can spare, don't sacrifice yourself for our sakes. It's fine if you can't find anything, too. We might have better luck on our next stop." "Ah, it's good to be that enthusiastic. Keeping a positive mind is the way to make sure you'll live long," said the herbalist, beaming as she poured some tea on 4 mugs. The sight of it made Azula flinch. "Now, is that all you needed?" "Yes, No," said Azula suddenly. Both Sokka and Ruishi stared at her in surprise. "I have a request of my own." "Fire away, dear," said the herbalist, beaming as she set down the teapot. "I drink a very particular brew of tea," Azula started, grimacing as she spoke. "An infusion with wild carrot seeds, and roots of the perennial apian plant?" the herbalist asked. Azula froze and nodded, feeling the blood rushing up to her face. No doubt the herbalist knew her trade thoroughly. "Well, is it you have a taste for it? Or are you and your husband not ready for a family yet?" "Tea the latter," she said. Naturally, the woman knew just what the tea's purpose was. "We would rather not conceive on the road." "Ah, it's understandable. Children cannot be conceived in a campsite, or else they tend to grow up to become nomads who neglect their family. Terrible thing, I tell you, it's terrible." Azula could hardly contain the bewilderment, but she did her best to mask it with an awkward grin. Whatever the woman was talking about, it was surely better to go along with it without making a fuss. "Yeah, of course," she said. "So, if you don't mind, can I have a bag of those herbs? My supplies have run out, and, You still want to make use of your marital rights?" asked the herbalist, smirking. Azula blushed, along with Ruishi, who stared at Sokka warily. The gladiator, unsurprisingly, looked as though someone had kicked him in the shin. "Well, I don't advise that either. It's said that spirits will punish those who are too lustful, or too greedy. Pleasure seekers are easy targets for spirits that prey on humans." Great," said Sokka, with a crooked grin. Azula was befuddled by now, though. "Then I guess you two won't be causing me any trouble through the journey, huh?" "Well, I beg to differ," said Ruishi, clearing his throat. "I mean, we are married after all. We merely seek ways to, adapt to each other so that we shall be as efficient as possible when we're ready for children. It's not something as bad as, I don't know, extramarital affairs." Both Sokka and Azula cringed at that as Ruishi stared at the herbalist with interest, looking forward for what she might have to say about this topic. He almost smirked when he felt the charged glares the other two were shooting his way. "That's even worse, of course," the herbalist declared, predictably. Sokka's eyebrow twitched as Azula's hand balled into a fist over the table. It is said that when two unmarried people engage in illicit relations, the spirit of a bull lion will come to them just as they commit the crime and... "That's all very interesting, sure it is," Azula cut in, as the herbalist froze in the middle of her ominous prediction. "But it would be great if you could fix the tea so we can get ready to resume our voyage, if you don't mind." "Oh, sure," said the herbalist, smiling. Though the bull lion will bellow and roar until the pair disengage, and then it will chase one of the lovers away until they're too far to be reunited with ease. Also, they're surely too afraid of the bull lion to do it again, I believe. No kidding, said Sokka, swallowing hard warily before glancing at Azula. The princess certainly looked displeased by the herbalist's spirit story. All right, then, the tea it is, said the older woman, clapping and making off to fetch the ingredients. As soon as the woman was too far to see them, looking for the plants she needed for the tea, Azula turned a narrow-eyed glare on Ruishi, who snorted and nearly choked on his drink as he was overtaken by a fit of laughter rather uncharacteristic of him. If only the circumstances had been different, both Azula and Sokka would have cherished his laughter a little more. That was hilarious. Truly, just hilarious, Azula growled. Ruishi couldn't seem to stop laughing regardless of how menacing her tone was. All things considered, though, do you need that brew at all? He asked, when his laughter fit subsided. Are you two planning on? It doesn't matter if we are or aren't, I'm supposed to drink that every day, or at least that's what Mai said, Azula sighed, glancing around herself as the herbalist moved from plant to plant, searching for the right ones. I don't know what the consequences might be if I stop. Huh. I see, said Ruishi, nodding. But I will say, after that stunt with the bull lion spirit I feel a little less inclined to be considerate towards you. Azula muttered. Ruishi smirked. Not afraid the bull lion will come drive you apart. I'd shoot it full of lightning if he so much as dares, Azula grunted. And if you keep annoying me, I might shoot you too. Fair enough, said Ruishi, although his smile didn't wane that easily. The herbalist prepared a cup of the special tea for Azula, and she offered her a bag of the selection of herbs for the infusion. Azula was grateful for it, although the tea's taste still was as unpleasant as ever. After breakfast was finished, the herbalist followed Miyuki through the pavilions while Azula, Sokka, and Ruishi gathered their belongings again. The herbalist returned to them around half an hour later, carrying sets of green and yellow clothes with her. Well, this is all Miyuki could narrow down, she said, offering a dark green tunic to Ruishi, along with green trousers and a yellow belt. I hope they fit. Thank you, said Ruishi, bowing his head towards her gratefully as she handed a bright yellow dress and a thick green sash, along with deep green shoes to Azula now. The princess grimaced at the vivacious color but didn't complain. The last clothing items went to Sokka, but as he held up the green tunic and belt he frowned with confusion. Don't I get any bottoms? He asked, looking at the herbalist. She shook her head. I'm afraid that's all we could find, and I thought I had to give the only pants I found to your master. She said. I thought that would be better, isn't it? I guess, said Sokka, with a grimace and a sigh. The herbalist smiled. Well, then, change into your clean clothes and me and Miyuki will bid you farewell later. It was our pleasure to host you. Thank you for your hospitality, truly, said Ruishi, bowing his head again. The woman walked out of the pavilion, leaving Sokka and Ruishi to change in the same one they had slept in, while Azula wandered off to another one. She would have gladly taken the chance to strip naked around Sokka again for the first time in ages, but not while Ruishi was around too. Okay, this isn't nice. The breeze is all up my business. Sokka complained, swallowing hard and yanking his robe as low as he could. You can wear your old pants, then, said Ruishi. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. They're blue. It won't make sense and it won't look like an Earth Kingdom attire for real, he said. Ruishi shrugged. Then you'll have to bear with the breeze, said Ruishi. At least until we get to the nearest village where we can buy better clothes for you. Heh. I'll appreciate that, said Sokka, sighing and fitting the belt in place. The two of them stepped out of the pavilion, Ruishi already carrying his large rucksack while Sokka fixed his own to make sure it was suitable to carry for long distances. His weapons protruded a little from it, and he wanted to hide them better. His black sword wasn't easy to recognize when it was in its sheath, but his other weapons were of evident Water Tribe craft. Giving their identities away through his weapons would be quite a waste, considering how hard they were working to disguise who they were. Maybe you should let your hair down too, Ruishi said suddenly. Sokka raised an eyebrow. I'm just saying, your hairstyle is somewhat characteristic of yours as well. It might be less of a giveaway. Sokka sighed and shrugged, taking off his hair tie and letting his dark locks frame his face. His eyesight was slightly limited this way, but he doubted it would be a real problem. Better, said Sokka. Ruishi nodded. You should be better off like that, yes, he said, his eyes shifting towards the approaching woman clad in yellow. Ah, you're done. I guess. Angela's voice behind Sokka alerted him of her return. He turned swiftly, grimacing bashfully because of his attire, but his jaw dropped as he took in hers. She was blushing crimson in the simple yellow dress, uncomfortable by the thick sash around her abdomen. She had worn sashes before but not like this one. She didn't seem to like it, and she also didn't like the way her sleeveless dress cut right above her knees. She couldn't help but think that this was something someone like Ty Lee would wear, which inherently meant it was something she'd never wear if only she had a better alternative. "Eh?" Sokka gasped, his eyes wide. Angela's blush grew more intense once she knew he was gawking at her. Why was it embarrassing for him to see her wearing something like this when he had already seen her naked countless times? If I was going to wear such a revealing attire I might as well wear my nightgown, she grunted. It actually covers me better than this thing. Sokka didn't seem to stop gazing at her as though hypnotized, while Ruishi only looked at her somewhat uneasily. He had to push Sokka a little to make him snap out of his daze. I mean, well, your nightgown is a bit longer than that, haha, said Sokka, scratching the back of his head and smiling awkwardly. It's much longer than yours, that's for sure, said Angela, eyeing Sokka's green tunic. But alas, I guess this way you can show off your legs, huh? So should you, said Sokka, smiling brightly. Ruishi sighed next to him, sensing the conversation was likely to head into a direction he didn't care for. I'll go pay the herbalist. Get ready to leave, he said. Ah, and princess, perhaps you should change your hairstyle, just to continue hiding who you are. Ah. Good idea, said Angela, sighing and looking at Sokka fleetingly as she quickly undid her top knot and shifted her hairstyle into a ponytail. You changed your hair too, huh? Yeah, Ruishi thought it'd be better if I kept my hair down. I hope that's all right, said Sokka, smiling. Angela nodded weakly. Yeah, it looks good that way. It's all good, she whispered. He bit his lip, taking notice of how she kept an arm over her sash once she was done fixing her hair. He crooked an eyebrow. Are you all right? That sash not working for you? I don't know, she said, frowning as she stared at it. It's too long, too thick, doesn't it look bad to you? Like you're what? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow as Angela grimaced. Slightly overweight, she muttered. Sokka's jaw dropped. What the? How could you think you look overweight at all, Angela? He exclaimed, eyeing her in disbelief. The sash would have to be like 50 times as thick as it is to have that sort of effect on your body. But this just, I don't know, maybe it's because it's Earth Kingdom clothing, but it doesn't suit me right, she stated, stubbornly. Sokka shook his head. You look gorgeous, he said, outright. She stared at him in surprise. That's the truth of it. And yeah, it's way less clothes than you usually wear, but it's going to be okay. Ruishi said we can buy more clothes when we reach a village, so you can change into something more comfortable if you need to. No biggie. But you do think I'm gorgeous like this? Really? She asked, questioningly. Sokka snorted. I'm growing convinced there's no type of clothing in the world that wouldn't look good on someone as beautiful as you. That's what I really think, he said. She gulped and nodded. Well, good. That's good to hear, she said, before gesturing at Ruishi. But we've got to go now, yes, so let's go, shall we? Sokka smiled fondly after her as she walked with uncertainty towards Ruishi. Despite they were supposed to be comfortable, the flat shoes she wore were too soft and bland, and they scarcely protected her otherwise uncovered legs. The herbalist had been astounded by the amount of money Ruishi had handed her. As they took their leave, they heard her telling Miyuki all about the countless things they would be able to afford with all this coin. Sokka smiled to himself as he heard the woman's voice, guessing they had helped someone else in their travels again. Her hospitality, albeit awkward at times, and deeply flawed in regards of the strictly vegetarian meals, had been rather welcome in their current situation. The three of them were very grateful for her help. Nature's sounds welcomed them as they climbed down the stairs carefully. Angela studied their map once they reached the road again, and she led the way south. The two men flanked her, each bearing with the weight of their packs as they followed the princess. There wasn't a lot of chatter, especially since Angela zoned out frequently to connect with Xin Long. The battle had stopped for the time being, but after soaring high in the sky to have a proper look at the mountain range, Xin saw there was still a rather large group of outlaws hiding behind the tall hills, and although the dragon was inspecting the area from afar, it looked as though the enemies were furnished with explosives. Bombs wouldn't wreak much havoc in the stronghold, right? Angela asked after telling them about what Xin Long had seen. Both Sokka and Ruishi frowned. Hopefully not, said Sokka. I remember Xin ate an explosive once, maybe he can do the same with these. Maybe, said Angela, frowning. Why didn't Zhang Zhang use those explosives yet, though? What was he waiting for? Regardless of what it might be, it was apparent Xin Long couldn't leave the stronghold for the time being. His job there was far from finished. They spent all day hiking over the cliffs next to the river, and they didn't reach any villages yet. Since the skies were starting to darken, they had no choice but to make camp at abandoned ruins that sent chills down Sokka's spine. The structures had been eroded by long past battles and by the passage of time. Despite that, was apparent this had been a city of some sort in its prime. What's this place? He asked, after they had settled within one of the old buildings. Ruishi had been warming up their dinner around the makeshift fire they had built while Sokka wandered the area, taking in the sight of the vines tangled around the collapsed columns of the old building. Vegetation had grown wildly all over the former city, merging with the once magnificent architecture. It's an old trading city, Taku, said Angela. It was one of the first places Fire Lord Sozin targeted when he began his conquest of the world. It was a crucial economic center for the Earth Kingdom, so, strategically speaking, destroying it was the right way to start a war, said Sokka, with a disgruntled frown. Angela shrugged. He was the one who started the Fire Nation's quest to take over the world, you know. He wasn't going to pull his punches, she said, her chin resting on her hand as she waited for the food to be ready. Sokka sighed and approached her. I know. It's still unsettling, though, he whispered, sitting down next to her. Ruishi eyed them with curiosity, prompting Sokka to raise an eyebrow. What? Just, surprised this didn't escalate into an all-out verbal battle, he said, shrugging. Sokka smiled and Angela stared at him with a raised eyebrow. Indeed, we've lacked major arguments lately, and it is getting kind of boring. Go on, Sokka, press me on and keep badgering me about all the hideous things the Fire Nation did, please. Despite himself, Sokka laughed. The princess smirked at him. I'd rather not. It was bad enough the first time I dared, he said, with wide eyes. And I like having a nice record of no serious fights lately. Wouldn't you rather it stays that way, Angela? Seeing what our last fight was like, yes, you're probably right, she said, nodding. Ruishi took care to separate the food equally for them all, but Angela's words continued to roam his mind as they ate. He frowned, wondering if that last fight she'd mentioned was the last one he'd noticed. The one that had happened on that very night Song had kissed him. He had been holding back from thinking about it, doing his best to focus on work, attempting not to be affected by it, but just remembering it made his spirits sink again. He still didn't understand what had gone wrong, where he'd made a mistake. He'd analyzed the situation from as many angles as he could, and he still didn't know why Song kept avoiding him, but he did have some suspicions about it, despite it all. Suspicions that the pair sitting across him might be able to clarify, in case he had guessed correctly. Princess, he whispered. Angela frowned. We didn't talk much about it yet, but we did settle on that fake name policy, didn't we? Said Angela. Ruishi froze. So don't call me princess while we're on the road. My fake name is Jing. And mine's Wenta, said Sokka, smiling. Did you settle on one yet?
Not really.
But, maybe something like Rashi will do, he said, shrugging. Both Angela and Sokka stared at him in surprise. Rashi? It's very close to your actual name. Angela said. It should be fairly easy to remember. But that's not really what I wanted to ask, P-. Jing, he corrected himself, his eyebrow twitching. Well, what was? Angela said, finishing the last bits of bread she had left. Ruishi was silent for a moment as he gathered his courage. He raised his eyes, fearful, but knowing he couldn't hold this off any longer. He needed to know the truth. What happened that night? The night when the two of you had that huge fight that made you storm out of his house, he clarified, jerking his head towards Sokka when he spoke about him. Now the pair froze with unease, not having expected to be questioned about that so long after the fact. That night? Angela asked, looking at Sokka. Well, what exactly do you need to know? I just need to know if Song was supposed to distract me while you ran off to see the princess, said Ruishi, staring at Sokka. Had Sokka learned anything from Angela in regards of lying, he would have been able to deflect Ruishi's question a little more effectively, but he hadn't. So he only froze and grimaced, his wide eyes perfectly betraying his guilt. Well, that is, he said, glancing at Angela hopelessly. Well, maybe. Ruishi sighed and shook his head. Sokka and Angela's hearts sank upon seeing him like that. Why are you asking about that, though? Angela asked, testing the waters somewhat recklessly. Did something happen that night that we should know about? Well, not that you need to know, but... said Ruishi, sighing. He wasn't one to share his feelings, but against his better judgment, he had trouble holding back now that he had started talking. I thought I had been too rude after the Gladiator stormed up to his room, so I kept trying to talk to him, but she always said it was better if I didn't. When I tried to do it after dinner, she interfered again by what? Sokka asked, looking at him uneasily, but Angela frowned knowingly. She kissed you. She what? Sokka exclaimed, looking at Angela in surprise as Ruishi blushed a little. How did you know that? You shouldn't underestimate Song's cleverness, she said, with a weak smile. And well, I may know a thing or two about kissing people for the wrong reasons. Sokka bit his lip and blushed as well. It was somewhat comforting to pretend it was only the effect of the fire, but all three of them had flushed cheeks by now. It was wrong, though. All of it, said Ruishi, sighing. She just did it to keep me away from your room, that's all. She didn't really. Wait, said Sokka, lifting a hand. Don't be hasty, Captain. Rashi. As much as she may have kissed you rashly, I'm sure Song didn't kiss you just to save my butt. She actually likes you, has for a long time. She always teased me about about Jing, and I'd tease her about you. You did? Ruishi asked, surprised. Sokka nodded enthusiastically. So if you think she didn't care and just was, I don't know, manipulating you emotionally, I'm completely sure you're wrong. She's not like that, said Sokka, his arms folded over his chest. I agree, said Angela, nodding. And I should know, I am a lot more proficient at emotional manipulation than anyone else here, so. You're not that bad, said Sokka. Angela smirked. Right, she said, rolling her eyes but focusing on Ruishi again. She's been avoiding you since, though. That's what made you question why she'd done it, isn't it? Well, I found her behavior strange all along, but yes. That certainly did it, said Ruishi, nodding. Why do you think she avoids you? Because you were a bad kisser? Angela asked. Ruishi blushed. How would I know? He said. Angela laughed softly. Well, since it seems you really don't know, I'll tell you my hypothesis. She feels guilty. She knew you'd be disappointed, that you'd feel betrayed, once you knew what the main motivation behind her actions was, said Angela. And I believe it's only fair to call it the main motivation because she could have easily done something else to distract you, or merely told you to go home for the day and to come back the next day to make amends for your rudeness. But she kissed you instead. Why's that?
Because she did like me, said Ruishi, biting his lip.
But now she thinks. Now she thinks she blew it because she ruined your first kiss, said Angela, sighing.
Ruishi groaned and rubbed his forehead with his fingertips.
And I guess the question is whether you think this is so important you can't forgive her for it, or if you'll keep an open mind and still go forward with her.
Go forward.
Ruishi scoffed, looking at her in disbelief.
I can't.
I don't think I can do that regardless of the truth, princess. As much as I may appreciate song, I am your guard first and foremost, and you called me princess again. I should flick you for that, said Angela.
Ruishi cringed.
Sorry. You know, it's kind of ridiculous, said Angela, staring at Sokka with interest. Here I am, entangled with a slave of all people. A good-looking slave, though, aren't I? Said Sokka, smirking. Angela pushed him gently, making him laugh. I fell headfirst into this relationship despite knowing it would likely drag you, and countless others, down a hellish path if the two of us are ever discovered, said Angela, looking at Ruishi earnestly. All because I decided to give in to all my urges and try to find happiness with this dork.
Indeed.
Said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow. What's so ridiculous, though? That you've seen me doing something so selfish, and yet you refuse to consider the possibility of finding your own kind of happiness just because of your loyalty to me, said Angela. You do know you're not forbidden from finding a significant other, don't you?
I know,
said Ruishi, sighing. It's just. I don't think it's responsible. I have a dangerous job, what with you jumping headfirst into as many dangerous situations as you can. If I were to be with her, and something happened to me, she'd be upset whether you're involved with her or not, said Sokka, sipping his water. She cares about you regardless of your relationship status, I'm sure of it. I guess so, but. All right. Rashi, said Angela, holding up a hand. Ruishi froze. You don't need to make excuses to explain why you think you shouldn't be with her. We understand. We do. Said Sokka, blinking blankly. Angela rolled her eyes. We spent forever trying to stop ourselves from falling in too deep until it was too late, remember? Angela told him. And Rashi here, well, he's not like us. If he has better willpower, then good for him. You can be with Song if you want to, I certainly won't get in the way of it. I also won't force you to be with her if you'd rather not go down that path. There are as many reasons to do it as there are reasons not to. So, do as you will. But I do suggest you talk with her and set things straight either way. It would be a pity if you two lost your friendship merely because you're scared of talking things through. I guess so, said Ruishi, staring at Angela in surprise. Then, you don't approve or disapprove? The only thing I disapprove of is you two avoiding each other as you have, said Angela, smiling a little. Not that I'm exactly an expert on how to handle a relationship crisis, but if I've learned something after almost 2 years of having this fool in my life, it's that talking things openly can save you a lot of anguish in the long run. So, don't let this wound fester. The longer you drag out the resolution, the worse it'll be for the two of you. Huh. I understand, said Ruishi, nodding and smiling a little at her. Thank you, Jing. I guess talking does help a little. Well, what else did you expect from your road trip wife other than great advice? Said Angela, smiling teasingly. Sokka huffed and Ruishi chuckled. Ruishi's road trip wife slept holding Sokka's hand, though, tucked in her sleeping bag while Sokka took the first shift and kept guard on their campsite. Ruishi laid down at the other side of the fire, his back towards them, but his heavy chest somehow felt lighter than before after talking with Angela. He didn't know what he'd decide to do about his relationship with Song yet, but he had time to think about it until they returned home. By then, he was sure he would have made up his mind about what to do. They woke at early dawn and resumed their journey, passing through the ruins of the city and reaching a very high point in the shore's cliffs around midday. A walkway had been carved to allow travelers to climb down to Harbor Town, from where they could take a ferry across the river. They stopped to replenish their supplies and to improve their attires, too. Sokka found the pants he had been longing for, along with forearm covers that fit perfectly where he usually had his bandages. Azula wasn't as lucky as he was, but she found shorts that would cover her legs somewhat, along with a better pair of shoes than the ones she'd been wearing so far. The blisters on her feet were grateful for the change. They had lunch before taking off on the ferry. The trip across the river was calm and it gave Sokka the opportunity to make up for the sleep he hadn't gotten through the night. From what Azula had seen so far in Xin Long's mind, the enemies of the stronghold had yet to use their explosives, but they had injured one of the Yuyan archers when an earthbender threw a rock to the man's shoulder. How much longer could this nightmare persist? Azula didn't know, but it was starting to drive her mad. Maybe the way to end the pointless siege would be to find a larger armed force and attack Zhang Jiang's group from behind somehow. She resolved to consider that in case nothing was wrong in Yudao by the time they got there. If the battle at the stronghold continued to drag on, she would need to take the pertinent measures to end it as quickly as possible. They reached the other side of the river in the afternoon, but as the sun was still shining, they kept walking, hoping to find a village ahead where they could stop for the night. There had been only a few houses on the other side of the ferry landing, so they resolved to keep looking for a village to rest, unless the night's mantle spread out before they could find one. "You know, I can carry the pack for a while if you need me to," Azula told Sokka. They were making their way through a forest's path, headed west. "You must be worn out." "Eh? I'm fine," said Sokka, smiling. "You're our navigator, so just keep navigating us." "We'll get to a town soon," you said. "I don't really know," said Azula, spreading the map open and frowning. "There's something marked down on the map not far ahead, but I'm not sure what it is. It doesn't look like a town to me." "Maybe it's not," Sokka said, lurking over her shoulder. "So, should we keep going? Or should we make camp here?" "We should keep going," Ruishi said, ahead of them. "We'll cover as much ground as we can until we find somewhere safe to rest, or until the night's upon us, as we agreed. Still, it's risky to stay out in the open so late, isn't it?" said Sokka, frowning as Ruishi stopped to wait for them. Azula walked ahead, holding the map still as her brow furrowed. Sokka and Ruishi continued to discuss the matter at hand, but she had an unpleasant feeling sinking in her stomach. The hairs on the back of her neck seemed to stand on end, and she had a mighty urge to turn around, but not now. Not yet. If there was someone there, she needed to know where they were exactly. She kept walking, occasionally lifting her gaze and staring about herself as though trying to make sure they were on the right path. Sokka and Ruishi noticed her odd behavior, but they didn't seem aware of the perils Azula had noticed. "Something the matter?" Sokka asked. "Not sure, Wenta," she said. I don't know if we're on the right road." "Didn't you see a fork back there?" "A fork?" he said, frowning. No. Was there a fork?" "I didn't see one either," said Ruishi. Azula huffed. "Well, then, you're both extremely inattentive. Are you really just following me blindly instead of taking in your surroundings?" We were." "Sorry," said Sokka, frowning. He stared at Azula questioningly, and she raised an eyebrow. The wordless exchange between them alerted Ruishi, as he as well started to have the unpleasant sensation of being followed. He sighed and turned around, as though to stare down the road they'd been walking, but he was trying to spot the possible stalkers just as Azula was. Men. Always spacing out when it matters, and always lurking about when nobody needs them to, said Azula, breathing deeply and rolling her eyes as she folded the map and slipped it inside Sokka's pack as inconspicuously as possible. "Not a fan of lurkers?" Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. "Not in the slightest," she said, smirking. A twig snapped on the tree on their left. Sokka and Ruishi dropped their packs, ready to join battle and defend their princess, but she didn't need much help at the time. Clearly, in less time than it had taken them to let those bags drop, she had charged an electric attack and shot it straight at the branch she'd heard snapping. Two dark shapes fell from the tree, one of them contorting in stunned pain while the other panicked. He clasped his friend's arm, lifting a knife to defend himself from the fire daggers the male firebender had lifted, and the black sword in the hands of the dark-skinned man. But before either of them could attack him, or before Angela herself could deliver a new blow, something huge crashed through the trees and startled both the travelers and their stalkers. A massive, four-legged creature with no eyes and a star-shaped snout, along with rows of sharp and deadly teeth, and a ridiculously long tongue that struck the back of the man with the knife. The assailant dropped his knife, losing control of his limbs and body immediately. He collapsed on the ground without the chance to register all that had happened in a matter of seconds. But he wasn't the only one shocked by the sudden turn of events. Angela, Sokka, and Ruishi were staring at the beast in complete confusion, at least until the princess and her gladiator realized they had seen it before. The blood seemed to slow in Angela's body when she recognized the Shirshu. And the coldness threatened to shift into a burst of rage when she took in that the Shirshu had a saddle, and that someone she had hoped to never meet again happened to be sitting on it. Her leather clothes were as black as her dark hair, and her lips were still colored with the darkest shade of paint she could have found for sale. She was yanking the reins on her beast, pulling them back so the Shirshu would stay still now that it had delivered the necessary blow with its poisoned tongue. The sight of that snake tattoo on the woman's shoulder made Sokka want to dig a hole in this very road and bury himself in it for a century or two. His grip on Space Sword weakened, his chest suddenly constrained and painful. He didn't dare look to his right, where Angela stood, knowing all too well that her reaction upon seeing the woman would not be any better than his own. The bounty hunter stared at them from her place on the Shirshu's saddle, raising her eyebrows with interest. At first sight she didn't realize two of the three people were familiar, but after scanning them carefully for a second time she realized the ones to the right looked an awful lot like two people she had come across some time ago, in Ba Sing Se's outskirts rather than Udeo's. June couldn't help but smirk at the irony of such a coincidence. She patted her Shirshu's neck gently. Well, Nilla. Looks like we found some old friends. Chapter 123, The Chase of Zhang 5. Ruishi frowned, puzzled. He was certain he had never seen this woman before, but one glance at Sokka and Angela revealed that maybe that old friend's comment hadn't been directed towards him. Had these two met this woman without his awareness? When? And for starters, who was she? I'm surprised you're still together, actually. Good to hear your relationship's so much stronger than you'd feared, June said, smirking at Sokka. Looks like you got what you wanted despite expecting otherwise, huh, Sokka? What are you doing? Sokka gasped, struggling to find his voice as June climbed off the Shirshu's saddle. Why are you here? Were you following us? You guys? Why would I want to do that? She asked. You were following them, Angela said, her voice low and cold, trembling ever so slightly as she pointed at their two pursuers, lying limply on the side of the road. Sokka cringed next to Angela upon hearing the tone of her voice. June raised her eyebrows and smiled approvingly. Sharper than the last time we met, I see. Good to hear. Yes, I was after these two, and now I have them, so. Don't you dare lay a single finger on them. Angela snapped, lifting a menacing hand in June's direction just as the bounty hunter stretched an arm to pick up the first one. June stared at Angela in confusion but withdrew her hand despite her skepticism. Why am I not supposed to lay a finger on them, again? She asked. Don't you understand how my line of work goes, princess? I catch them, drag them to the nearest authorities, get paid. Why, the nearest authority is standing right in front of you, Angela snapped. You're not going to take those two anywhere. Not until I've had a few words with them, at any rate. Why were you after them, for starters? Well, you haven't changed that much, still as pushy as ever, said June, with a dramatic sigh. There's a bounty on their heads, I found some tarnished cloak that belonged to one of them, Nilla brought me to them. That's the story. Really? Angela asked, her golden glare glacially cold. So, you just found an old cloak lying about, and it led you to them? There's a bounty on their heads. Will you repeat everything I say or is this your idea of sarcasm? Because it's not really working, princess. What I think, bounty hunter, is that you weren't trying to track down those two, you were tracking down Zhang, said Angela, stepping towards June. The woman's eyes darkened. Angela's guess was spot on. And you're willing to take anything back to Udeo to earn your dues, but you know just as well as I do that they're never going to fetch you half as valuable a reward as Zhang Zhang would. That is, if you get paid for them altogether. Huh. So, you're a lot more aware of what's going on than I gave you credit for. June conceded, staring at Angela with unease. June's implicit confirmation made the blood chill in Angela's veins again as she stared at the two men lying on the ground. The paralyzed one had retained his consciousness, the one hit by lightning was out cold, although not dead, going by the rising and dropping of his chest with every breath he took. They were Zhang Jiang's people, then. June had found that cloth. She had hoped that it might lead her to the real deal, but it hadn't belonged to the man she had been looking for. But knowing this much was already bad enough news for her and her two companions. This as good as confirmed that what was happening in the stronghold was only a decoy attack. They had jumped directly into Zhang Jiang's trap, it seemed. Had he been counting on Angela being sent away from the stronghold, then? Had he known to predict how China would act? Angela cringed when she realized Zhang Zhang had probably prepared for anything and everything. They weren't a step ahead of him, they couldn't be, for how long had he been planning this, setting up trap after trap as sophisticatedly as possible, to make sure Angela would fall into them one way or another. Her fists balled, her nails digging into her palms so violently she probably had drawn blood. These new discoveries, along with the bounty hunter's presence, had obliterated the pleasant mood she'd had during most the day. Then you're after Zhang Zhang? Sokka asked, his eyes narrow. June shrugged and showed him an old black fabric, the cloak she had mentioned earlier. I was. But this was my only lead. I heard he was out there again. He would have been a great asset for my history as a bounty hunter, you know? The most notorious Fire Nation traitor, worth so much I could even buy myself a mansion in Ba Sing Se's upper ring with the reward, if I felt like it. Not like I do, though. People there are no fun. Then I suppose your quest was a waste. What a pity, said Angela, with a forced smile. Go on your merry way and maybe you'll find another piece of cloth that will lead you to some other dead end, and leave these two in your hands? Not a chance, said June. I can still turn them in at Udeo, and if they decided to cooperate, they could help me find Zhang Zhang, so. Why, finding him happens to be exactly why I need them too. What are the odds? Said Angela, rolling her eyes. June snorted. Wait a minute. You're after him too? Well, damn. Did the gladiator fights get so boring that you're trying to entertain yourself by taking my job? June asked, grabbing the paralyzed guy by the hair and yanking him towards Nilla. Angela scowled. I'm not doing it for entertainment, and you're not going to take these men anywhere, understood? Angela exclaimed. June raised her eyebrows defiantly as she flung the guy on the saddle with next to no efforts. And why should I do as you say? She asked. Do you have anything better to offer me than Udeo does? Considering you're working on the wishful chance of making half a coin out of turning in the both of them, I'm pretty sure anything I offer you will be better than Udeo, Angela said. June raised her eyebrows with amusement. Wait a minute. Are we talking business again, princess? Well, what a pleasant surprise this is. Ready to sell me your hairpiece this time, then? Though you're not wearing it, curiously. Why's that? None of your business. And I'm not selling you anything of mine, Angela snarled. June looked at her skeptically. Then how exactly are you offering me something better than Udeo? Because you know just as well as I do that you might as well turn in a half-beaten dog to the authorities than these two if it's money you want. They're no ones. The soldiers in Udeo might think you're yanking their hair by handing them over, for all you know. Meanwhile, I need to know why they were following me, what their leader is up to, and how to defeat his forces. It's obvious I need them more than you do. Ah, I see. Then, you're saying I should find someone willing to pay me better for my efforts, someone who understands the magnitude of this delicate situation with Zhang Zhang, said June, smirking slowly. Is money seriously all you can think about? Angela groaned, rolling her eyes and glaring at June pointedly. June shrugged. Money makes the world go round, doesn't it? She said. Besides, All I'm saying is that I will find the best buyer for these two. And if that best buyer just so happens to be standing right in front of me, as you eloquently put it before. Angela's frown deepened. June stared at her with dead seriousness now. You want to question them? You want to know what they're up to? That's just fine by me, but you're not doing it if you don't pay the price to question my guy. Because yes, I'm the one who got this one, remember? Said June, pointing at the paralyzed man she had dumped over her shirshu. Angela's scowl deepened as June smiled at her. Clearly, letting her go with the only conscious one was a bad idea. She had no clue when the other one would wake again, if he ever did. Angela. She heard Sokka beside her. She only gave him a harsh glare, prompting him to recoil a little. What's going on? Said Ruishi, at her other side. Angela huffed and groaned, shaking her head as June rested against Nilla, eyeing Ruishi with curiosity. Well, he's certainly new, she asked. Who's this, your second boyfriend? Sokka's irritation regarding their cover story only seemed to grow larger by the minute. Now even someone like June assumed Ruishi was involved with Angela, or at least, she was saying it to rile up the princess. But the one June had managed to displease now was the gladiator instead of the sponsor. Ruishi started, but Angela lifted a hand to silence him. She wasn't sure how to handle introducing the captain to June, and she certainly didn't mean to ponder it now. You want my money, you say? She asked. June nodded promptly. How much of it? I don't know. How much is the information worth? June asked, smirking. 2 yuans, Angela retorted sarcastically. June snorted. That's a lot of trouble you're giving me for just that bit of money, you know? Have the yuans on you, or is it true that princesses don't carry cash on them? It is, so you'll have to wait until I get to our destination for me to pay you, said Angela, still smiling sarcastically. The price will depend on the quality of the information they give me, of course. I'm sure you understand. I don't know if I do, said June, sighing. So, basically, if they refuse to say anything you won't pay me. I doubt they'll be that resilient, said Angela, glaring at the stunned one on the ground. If they are, though, my interrogation methods may grow slightly more violent than I originally intended. The one lying across the Shirshu's back grimaced. The princess's hostile glare was upon him now, and he almost wished for death right away. He wouldn't speak, but whatever tortures were crossing the princess's mind surely would threaten to break his silence. But he wasn't the only one horrified by Angela's words. Angela, what the hell? Sokka exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. You can't just. Are you seriously planning on torturing them? Only if they don't talk otherwise, said Angela, with a dry grin before turning to June. Do we have a deal, then? Oh, well, I guess we do. You're still likely to pay me more than those soldiers in Udeo anyways, said the bounty hunter, shrugging and leaning down to pick up the other outlaw. I'll have Nilla carry them to the tavern, we can finish tweaking all the details of our little deal there. Tavern? Angela repeated. June nodded, slinging the second man on top of the first. The latter groaned in pain. It's not far. You and your boyfriends can rest there just fine, relax with something to drink. Said June, smirking as she climbed on the saddle too, twisting back to tie up the men's limbs with thick ropes, just in case the effects of the paralysis disappeared sooner than expected. That is, as long as they can hold in the liquor. I'm sure one of them can, though. The comment slashed through both Sokka and Angela as a sword would. The princess closed her eyes, willing her rage to calm down before turning to the two men, her face a mask of determination and fury. Pick up those bags again and get moving. We're following her, she snapped at them. Ruishi blinked blankly, obeying her soundly as Sokka did the same, but reproachfully. The crestfallen look on his face was familiar, Ruishi had seen him show it before, although it was mixed with a lot of other emotions right now. Disappointment and disbelief were amongst them. All right, then, come along. Said June, sighing and ushering Nilla to start on her way to the tavern again, followed by the three travelers. Angela walked closer to the beast, shooting deadly glares at Zhang Jiang's followers and at June. The bounty hunter surely was aware of the princess's persistent stare upon her, but she didn't spare a single glance at Angela as she treaded her way through the dirt road, leading Nilla as expertly as ever. Meanwhile, Sokka and Ruishi trailed behind them, not too distant but not too close to the beast either. Sokka's insides were churning with a mix of unpleasant emotions, and he had the awful feeling that his great non-conflictive streak with Angela had just been driven to a brusque end. Why June, of all people? Were there no other bounty hunters out there they could have come across? It just had to be her. Can I ask? Ruishi whispered next to him, but Sokka's pained grimace made him recoil. I guess I shouldn't? But, who is she? Where did you two meet her? Too complicated. Too messy, Sokka muttered in response, shaking his head. Long story short, there's bad blood, unpleasant history, and I can't believe Angela is seriously willing to torture those two just to coax information out of them. That's what bothers you the most? Ruishi asked. Sokka sighed. What bothers me the most is that she probably wouldn't want to be so ruthless and unforgiving if we hadn't run into June. He admitted. Ruishi stared at him in confusion. The more you talk, the less I understand. He said. Sokka shook his head. She's a bounty hunter, that's all you really need to know right now. But, why doesn't the princess like her? Use your imagination. I'm sure you'll come up with something, said Sokka, sighing. Ruishi raised a doubtful eyebrow. You're ashamed of it. You don't like the woman any more than the princess does, but it's likely because you're afraid of the princess's wrath. Well, I think I can come to my own conclusions, yes, said Ruishi, sighing. Maybe knowing the full truth wasn't as good an idea as he had originally thought. It was almost fully dark by the time they reached the tavern, and it was the only building in the small clearing where it stood. There was a swamp behind the three-story building, which provided the already inhospitable place with an unpleasant scent. The only lights aside from the weak glow of the stars and the crescent moon came from inside the building, pouring out through windows that were poorly blocked with wooden planks. This is it? Angela asked, frowning. It reminded her of the outlaw town where she had first met June. It seemed the woman had a thing for places like these. Oh, yeah. My domains, if you will, said June, smirking as she climbed off Nilla, rubbing the Shirshu's side before unloading the two men from the saddle. Get some rest, girl. Angela watched June with unease as she threw each man over her shoulders. The woman raised her eyebrows defiantly at the princess before making her way to the tavern's entrance. Angela sighed and shook her head disapprovingly. She followed her, her innards churning painfully, as the two last members of their group followed her inside as well. The tavern was populated by all sorts of men and women with menacing appearances, some with masks over their faces, others with eye patches, and a fair number of them with headbands and bandanas. One in particular stood out, with an imposing physique that would have easily enabled him to be a gladiator. His muscles were massive, his brown hair defied gravity, an effect seemingly achieved by the red headband he wore, and his tall, burly body was covered with white clothes fit for a fighter. He was the first to react when he noticed June entering the building, smirking at the sight of her with two men over her shoulders. Looks like you had a productive day, June. He called out to her. June only smiled and made her way to one of the tables near the windows, dropping her cargo there. Angela, Sokka, and Ruishi followed her to the table. The three of them were drawing stares from everyone in the building, not only because they were strangers, but because they had arrived with June, of all people. Have a seat, then, said June, tightening the ropes she had bound down Zhangjiang's men with. Angela frowned as she watched her, unwilling to do as she was told. We're just going to stay here? Ruishi asked, eyeing the surroundings with discomfort. He usually wasn't as snobbish as the princess, but that didn't mean he enjoyed the idea of spending the night in a place populated by unpleasant-looking people such as the crowd of this tavern. Would you rather stay wandering in the dark instead? Not my problem if you do, but these two stay here for the night, said June, patting the tightly bound captives on the head as she placed each of them on their respective chairs. If you guys are going to torture, question them, you might as well get ready to do it here. Maybe book an available room upstairs if you can find one. Talk to the tavern's owner about that. Ruishi eyed Angela, waiting for confirmation on those orders. The princess nodded, though it seemed she did so reluctantly. Ruishi breathed out and made his way to the other side of the room, where a smirking bartender was pouring drinks for men on stools. "And now we unwind and have a bit of fun," said June, smiling and stretching her arms before looking at Sokka furtively. "Though I do recommend you don't drink too heavily, of course. Your mistress may not approve of that." Sokka's eyebrow twitched as he glared at her. His reaction pleased her, and Azula's didn't surprise her in the slightest. "Sokka," Azula said, menacingly. He grimaced. "Keep an eye on those two." "Them," Sokka confirmed, pointing at the tied men. The stunned one seemed to be returning to consciousness at last, and he blinked groggily as he stared at his surroundings. "What other two could I mean?" Azula snapped. "The bounty hunter and I need to have a private chat." "Oh, really? What's this, you're not lending me your first boyfriend again?" June asked, smirking. "No need to be so territorial, I know his heart and soul are all yours and nobody else's." "Now," Azula said, her eyes widening as her tone grew more threatening. June stared at her doubtfully. "I suppose that urge to assert your authority will always be part of our professional relationship, won't it?" June said, sighing before turning to Sokka. "Do keep an eye on them. If this is just some trick to piss me off, you're the next ones who'll know what Shirshu paralysis feels like." Sokka frowned and glanced at Azula in confusion. Was he supposed to do what June didn't want them to? Was Azula dragging her away just to give him an opening to run off with the two men? Or was this something else? Seeing as Azula had conveyed no orders, not even underhandedly, and that she had sent Ruishi to book a room, Sokka guessed she didn't want him to do anything other than watch them, but he couldn't know for sure. The princess only rolled her eyes as June led her away. Sokka watched them go fearfully, wondering if either of them would try to hurt the other during this private conversation. He dreaded what Azula might intend to say to June, especially since she had been ferociously angry for the first time in ages. It wasn't too surprising that she'd be so upset upon coming across the woman again, but Sokka hadn't expected her to be as menacing as she had been towards the two captured men as a byproduct of her rage. June had led Azula through the crowds of drinking customers, all the way to a storage room in the second floor. She sighed as she closed the door behind them, expecting a vicious, jealous rant right away. "You know, I'm really not going to try to steal any of your boyfriends if that's what you thought," June said. "I have a lot on my plate, and I really could use the money from capturing rebels, so as much as it may be hard to believe." "You're not trying to piss me off," Azula finished, turning to look at her with her arms crossed over her chest, and with a lot less rage in her eyes, suddenly. June frowned. "Not deliberately, although it's certainly fun since you make it too easy," she conceded. "As much as you may want to continue having fun at my expenses, that's not what I meant to talk about with you," Azula stated. "I certainly have countless reservations about you, and I don't feel quite as pleased about doing this as you might think, but you can be of use to me. And I can be far more helpful to you than you seem to have realized so far." Said June, crooking an eyebrow. "How does that work, princess? What am I supposed to do for you?" "You're supposed to find Zhang," said Azula, her eyes cold but now with a clever, calculating glint to them. June blinked. "How? I doubt you could have known as much, but maybe you've already guessed that those two men were after me," Azula said. "I'd been in Udeo for over a month when Zhang started attacking the soldiers from Pahui stronghold. We had suspicions that he was trying to capture me, and after we found those two tailing us, all evidence points to the same conclusion: Zhang Jiang's real goal all along was finding or capturing me." "Whoa, why would he want to do that?" June asked, raising an eyebrow. "I mean, you are the Fire Lord's daughter and everything, but that's stupid. You could electrocute him, right? And I'd gladly do so if he tries to lay a hand on me, but he won't manage to do so." "Not if you find him first," said Azula, staring at her sternly. "How do you propose I do that, though?" June asked. "Nilla can only track down the scent of whoever owns or spends too much time around certain objects, and I doubt those guys have anything on them that belonged to Zhang. They're just common goons, no bodies. There's no way I can get to him with Nilla." Oh, yes there is, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Those two down there? They think I'll torture them for information. They're sure I'm going to show them a world of pain just to force them to betray Zhang, and as faithful and loyal as they may be to him, nobody in their right mind would sit tight and wait for that sort of hideous interrogation if they find a way to escape. Wait a minute, you want me to let them go? June asked. Angela shook her head. I want you to play dumb, rather. I want us to cause a distraction that will enable them to run off right back to their master. You still have that cloth that led you to them in the first place, right? You'll use it to track them down with Nilla again, and that way they'll lead you to wherever it is that Zhang is currently hiding. If you play your cards right, if your beast moves in furtively so you can reach him when he has dropped his guard, you'll have secured the biggest bounty in recent Fire Nation history, well, aside from the Avatar, that is. June frowned, eyeing her with uncertainty. Angela raised her eyebrows. What? Why do you want to help me catch him? She asked. I know he's after you, or well, you think he is, but why would you want me to do it instead of trusting your nation's soldiers to do it? Because my nation's soldiers have a duty to our people, one I want them to uphold, since I have no idea how many goons Zhang has out there, said Angela. I need them in their stations, and I think you're a lot more reliable at finding people than they'd be, at any rate. Huh. And how about the part where you have all those reservations I'm aware of? She asked. You were making a pretty great show of how much you despise me as soon as you laid eyes upon me again. Why, yes, I couldn't possibly think lower of you if I tried, said Angela, with a sarcastic smile. But I'm past the point of worrying about that by now, believe it or not. There's something bigger at stake here than whatever short-lived history you had with Sokka. Short-lived? She said, smiling. Well, it was, I can't deny it. But here I thought it meant a lot more to you too than it did to me. At least, going by how you reacted when you found out that day. It's been long enough since then for me to make my peace with his foolish mistakes, said Angela, cuttingly. June snorted. Here I thought you were being too nice. I guess the resentment really won't go away so easily, she said. But anyways, you're really offering me a way to capture Zhang, no strings attached? Or do you happen to want something from me, seeing how you're kindly offering me this strange deal? Angela felt sorely tempted to request June never showed her face before her again, but she suppressed the impulsive urge quickly. She breathed out slowly and tapped her elbow with a finger. I don't want you to turn him into Yudeo's authorities right away, said Angela. You're to bring him to me instead. Ah? You're going to be the one who'll pay me in full for capturing him, then? June asked. No, you'll take him there anyways, later on, said Angela. But I have a few questions to ask him first. It shouldn't take too long, but still. Well, that's not so bad, said June, shrugging. Where do you reckon you'll be once I have him? How long do you think it'll take you to find him? Angela asked. June smirked. Nilla can cover the northwestern Earth Kingdom in a single day. If he's hiding anywhere nearby, it won't take me over 2 days to get back to you. Huh. Then I'll have to give you something of mine for you to track us back with, said Angela. If it takes you longer than that, heading to Yudeo should suffice. We should be there before the week is over. Good. We've got ourselves a deal, then. June asked. Angela sighed and nodded. Don't make me regret it, she said. June smirked. I really expected you to threaten me away from either of your boyfriends, you know. I'm surprised. Can you stop calling them that? Angela snapped. Ruishi is one of my guards, not a boyfriend by any means. Really? Sokka looked so dismayed I was sure you were tormenting him by hooking up with another guy, said June, chuckling. So, then he's not your boyfriend, but Sokka is. No, he's not, Angela snapped. She wasn't about to label Sokka with such a ridiculous title, never had and never would. And as you so cleverly concluded, yes, everyone must have assumed that I dragged you here to threaten you over our unpleasant past. I'm sure Sokka and Ruishi thought so, that is, if Ruishi has made any sense out of what's going on yet, and that's the way we need it to be for now. So, when we step out of here, we're going to continue being fully hostile and give no indication of what we're really up to, alright? And just when are they going to find out about the schemes you've been plotting behind their backs? June asked. I'll tell them later, but right now we need to rely on their performances as well as ours if we're going to convince our captives that we're too busy with our personal squabbles to remember they exist, said Angela. June smirked and nodded. You're a lot smarter than I gave you credit for, if you planned all this as quickly as it seems you did. I suppose the rumors about you are true after all, she said. Angela raised an eyebrow. What rumors, exactly? That you're going to be the first Fire Lord with a brain in over 100 years, said June. Her words stung Angela, for she certainly didn't take kindly to hearing the bounty hunter insult her father that way, even if she was actually complimenting her. All right then. Let's keep up our act, continue snapping at each other. I guess improvising our way with it won't be so hard, now, will it? It shouldn't be, I hope, said Angela, sighing and looking at June sternly. We're in agreement, then. This is how we'll handle this situation. Well, I see no downsides to it, said June, smiling. I'm getting a shitload of money, from the sound of it. Those two pipsqueaks probably weren't worth half a coin, as you said yourself. Despite herself, Angela smiled and nodded. She breathed deeply and moved to the door, placing her hand on the handle. Very well, then. Let's do this, she said. June nodded before huffing loudly when Angela opened the door. You're unbelievable. You really are. Oh, please, you still want me to apologize over this? Can't you grow up, princess? Don't you understand how the world works, even now? June retorted, rolling her eyes as she left the room and headed downstairs, followed by Angela. Says you, the most indecent, shameless, disgusting slut I've ever met, Angela snapped. June snorted and turned to look at her as she climbed down the stairs. Whoa, you called me a slut. Doesn't your prissy tongue burn by using such crude language, princess? June taunted her. You might be surprised to find even princesses like me have a lot less patience and a lot more curse words at the ready than people think we do, Angela growled. June laughed. You know, you want me to take you seriously, you really do. She said, as they approached the table. Sokka still sat there, with the two tied men, as Ruishi stood beside them. Sokka's eyes widened in uncertainty when he watched them return. But honestly? I just see a little girl who's too far away from home and who doesn't know anything about the real world. And I just see a brat whose entire bounty hunting career is built on the fact that her dear daddy handed her down a sickening creature that does all the hard work, Angela said, glaring at June menacingly. The bounty hunter laughed. Whatever. You're just salty because I tapped that ass before you could so much as blush in his direction, she said, pointing at Sokka, who paled and stared at June in sheer horror. Angela's eyebrow rose slowly, but dangerously. You're really asking for it now, you know. She growled. June beamed. Bring it on, then, if you have the guts, she said, making her way to where the bartender was, pouring sake eagerly to anyone who asked. Angela huffed and shook her head, glaring daggers in the woman's direction. Pretending to have only been arguing with her was a lot easier than she'd expected, especially when June knew just what to say to anger her. Not that her last remark had been all that accurate, for Angela certainly had blushed over Sokka on countless occasions before June even met him, but still. Hey Angela! Sokka said, as she made her way to the seat next to him. I've met my fair share of assholes, but so far she's the worst of them all, she stated, turning her gaze to Ruishi. Get me something to drink. Now. Whoa. Wait, Angela. Said Sokka, his eyes wide. Ruishi frowned. Aren't we supposed to be using fake names? He whispered. Angela snorted. What's the point? Those two weren't fooled by that, were they? She asked, gesturing at the now conscious men. They looked at her in fear, but they still held their tongue and kept completely silent. They were fully clad in black, their faces uncovered although there were hoods on their outfits. They were in their mid-20s at most, with dark skin and darker hair. Nothing about them stood out, Angela noticed, other than their unkempt hairstyles. So, why waste our time? That bitch won't stop calling us by our names, to begin with. If she hears us using fake names she'll probably laugh it off and make sure everyone in this building knows who we really are. I guess that's true, said Ruishi, sighing and looking at Angela uneasily. You're sure about that drink, though? Dead sure. Do it now, Ruishi, she snapped. He nodded and moved to where June was drinking, his shoulders square with tension. Sokka gritted his teeth and looked at Angela with uncertainty. She didn't look back, her gaze on one of the barred windows as she stammered in her poorly contained rage. Angela, what did you two talk about? He whispered. Angela snorted in irritation. Like you don't know, she grunted. Sokka stared at her apprehensively. I thought we were through with that. I mean, I know seeing her is a bad thing either way, and we don't need her in our lives, but, do you have to be this mad even now? Why, yes, I do, Angela retorted, staring at him menacingly. Maybe you don't get it, because as you said, it means nothing to you, but it did mean something to me. So no, I can't let it go. I won't stop resenting her, and you'd best make your peace with that. Better for me to say it outright than for me to lie and pretend I'm all over it when it's clear as day that I'm not. But, well, fine then, said Sokka, huffing and shaking his head. But what about these two? What about them? Angela grunted. You just so happened to say you were going to torture them. Sokka reminded her. Angela shrugged. I need an outlet for my rage, don't I? A dash. Angela. Sokka said, staring at her in surprise. She stared at him with unyielding eyes. What? Got a better idea? She asked as coldly as she could. Sokka stared at her in disbelief. I can't understand why you're... He whispered, but just then he realized that something didn't feel right. It was too much. She was mad, justifiably, but she was going overboard. Even when they had first encountered June, Angela had only burned him once, she hadn't tried to hurt him again afterwards. Angela's impulses didn't lead her to hurt people physically, she threatened them. Was that what she was doing? Did she think her threats would make those two confess whatever she wanted to know about Zhang Zhang? But if that was the case, he couldn't ruin her plans now. He had to keep making it look like he believed her, against his better judgment. So he scoffed and shook his head, as Ruishi arrived with a sake bottle and 3 cups. And none for us. One of the men said, before he could help himself. The other one shot a glare at him. What, you want some? Angela asked, with a sardonic smirk. All right. Where's Zhang Jiang's base? The 2 men stayed silent after that. Angela tapped her chin. How large are his forces? Again, silence. Ruishi and Sokka exchanged a worried glance. What is his ultimate purpose? As the men remained silent again, Angela shrugged and grabbed the bottle, leaning it gently over the first cup. Have it your way, then, she said, before downing the drink. As it had been on the first time she tasted mediocre liquor, she regretted drinking it right away. The taste was foul for her, and she damn near spat it out back into the cup. But she held it in against her body's indications, and she swallowed hard before pouring herself another cup and handing the bottle to Sokka. Angela. He said, looking at her worriedly. Whatever she was up to, he knew she wasn't the best at holding her own against a bottle of sake. He highly questioned that this would end well for her. What? She snapped at him, her golden eyes gleaming fiercely. Sokka gulped and shook his head, reaching for a cup of his own. Never mind. He muttered, pouring himself some sake too. If anything, drinking might help him bear with the chaotic situation. Ruishi watched them but didn't join in, despite having a cup of his own waiting for him. He glanced back at June, who was currently chatting with the burly guy who had greeted her. He seemed to be challenging her, but it wasn't until Angela and Sokka had downed more than half the bottle, though it was mostly Angela's doing, in all fairness, that Ruishi finally saw what the challenge entailed. A table in the center of the establishment was cleared, and most the customers at the tavern gathered to watch as the smaller woman arm-wrestled the large man. Angela's eyes darted towards the scene as she frowned, her chin resting on her fist as she eagerly hoped that the large man would beat June. But to her utter disappointment, It didn't happen. If they hadn't seen June carrying fully grown men on her shoulders as though they were as light as sacks of herbs, they probably would have been more surprised to see her defeating the large man. Deafening celebration sounds poured from all the crowd enjoying their showdown. June laughed proudly and offered to buy everyone drinks with the money she'd just earned, but before she could think of enjoying any more drinks, someone stood up from a table and marched towards her, golden eyes blazing with determination. Angela? Angela! Sokka shouted, jumping to his feet and following her. Ruishi felt the impulse to chase after them too, but he didn't obey it. Someone had to stay close to the captives or they'd risk a likely escape attempt. So he grimaced and hoped Sokka would somehow manage to keep the situation under control, but he wouldn't hold his breath, truth be told. The princess was clearly in those kinds of moods where nothing nobody said or did would appease her. June was laughing with some of the men when Angela dropped on the chair the large man had vacated. He was rubbing his aching hand now as he paced through the room. June raised an eyebrow as she regarded Angela, a slow smirk spreading on her face. Well, well. We have a new challenger, she said. Angela scoffed. Let's see how good you really are, she growled, placing her elbow on the table. June smirked and did the same, clasping Angela's hand with hers. A man was ready next to the table to give them the indication to begin, but June wasn't done taunting the princess yet. So, what's our wager? Whoever wins sleeps with your first boyfriend? June asked. Unsurprisingly, Angela's grip tightened around her hand after that. She chuckled. Sounds fair to me, right? Sounds like you're asking for a beating to me, Angela growled back. June sighed. As you'd have it. Now, you're to keep your other hand off the table at all times, you can't move your elbow. I'm aware of the rules. Let's get started, Angela grunted. June smirked. All right, then. Shall we? She said, glancing at their improvised referee. The guy held a hand between their faces and their grips tightened further, as though to break the other's hand. Ready? Start. The man exclaimed, and Angela attacked with as much power as she could muster. June was genuinely startled by finding herself in an uncomfortable position so quickly in their contest. She tensed her muscles and reeled her arm back into the neutral level, right after Angela had pushed her almost halfway down to the table. The princess snarled, exerting all her strength to fight back against June's own fearsome power. Yet June was backed not only by far more experience than Angela had, but also by an amount of raw power that overcame Angela's own. It wasn't that the princess was weak, by any means, but June was inhumanely strong. She pushed harder, and Angela struggled to remain in the fight, but it wasn't going to work as easily as that. June's strength was overwhelming, and although Angela fought back to the last minute, her knuckles were slammed down on the table before long and again, cheers and celebration broke through the tavern as June crowned herself as the victor for the second time in a row. Whoops. Looks like I beat you, said June, smirking proudly amongst her supporters cheering. Angela huffed and stood up, disappointed and slightly dizzy. She had to balance herself by clasping the table, and she realized she'd had nothing to eat while having too much sake to drink. She cursed her recklessness, no act was worth this much trouble. So, I guess I get to bang your boyfriend again? June asked, crossing her legs and eyeing Angela with amusement, determined to get a rise out of her again. Here I thought you'd fight harder to keep him to yourself. You can, go fuck yourself, Angela snapped, and June laughed. Well, I could but I rather enjoy fucking others for a change, she said, smirking. I'm pretty sure you can fuck any other moron in this room if you please, Angela snapped. Or is it you've tried out all of them already and you know they're no good for you? Oh, low blow. Calling me a slut again? Sore loser, said June, smirking. And yet the slut gets to bed your man just because you weren't tough enough. You don't get to bed anyone, you blasted whore, you. Angela snarled, lifting a fist dangerously, but a hand on her shoulder yanked her away from June before anything could get worse. Angela, stop. This is getting out of control. Sokka told her, but she shrugged his hand off and turned to the smirking June again. Oh, well. At least lend me your other boyfriend, he's kind of good looking, said June, smirking in Ruishi's direction. Angela huffed. How are you still alive, huh? she asked, slurring her words uncharacteristically. Sokka grimaced. Angela, you've had too much to drink, get back here, he said, grabbing her by the wrist, but Angela kept snarling at June. Because really, if you just ride every damn penis you see, you should be festering with diseases by now. Angela shouted. June let out a bark of laughter. If that's how it is, I guess I passed them on to your boy right there, didn't I? She exclaimed. And that seemed to do it. All right, you know what? You know what? Angela roared, blue fire spilling from her throat and surprising the other clients of the tavern. I'm just done with you. I've had enough. You're just gonna. Angela, stop it. Sokka shouted, surrounding her by the waist with his arms and carrying her away. You drank too much, you're losing control. Calm down. Shut the hell up. I'm not going to calm down until I burn her to the bone, you hear me? Let me down. Let me go. She shouted as she swung her arms and legs recklessly, fire occasionally pouring out of them. Not doing either thing, we're going upstairs and you're staying there until you calm down. Sokka declared, climbing the stairs clumsily as she tried to wrestle her way out of his arms. Stop it. I've got something to finish with that bitch, that. She said, swaying her arms somewhat clumsily now that she had lost sight of June. The ringing laughter of June's friends, drifting to them from the first floor, didn't make her feel much better. Where the hell's she? I've gotta. You've got to sleep it off, eat something, I don't know, but you're not going back there, said Sokka, huffing as he made his way to the upper floor. Angela continued to struggle, sometimes slapping Sokka's arm in a hopeless attempt to make him stop, but her hits were so weak he couldn't help but wonder if she'd unleashed all her energy by arm-wrestling June. Still, she was as defiant and angry as ever, going by her ongoing rant as he pushed open the second door to the right on the third floor. Ruishi had told him earlier that it was the room he'd been able to pay for, back when Angela and June had left for their private chat. She's going to get it, she's the most vile, disgusting thing I've ever met, I'm gonna. Angela kept rambling, as Sokka pushed the door open. Yeah. Pretty sure you've met worse people, but sure, he said, closing the door with a kick before setting Angela down. It surprised him right away that Angela would shut up so suddenly. He frowned and stared at her, noticing her angry snarl had disappeared, replaced by an expression of dizzy displeasure. I may really have had too much to drink. I feel like there's fireworks in my stomach and not of the good kind, she said. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Okay. He said. Angela, are you alright? I'm somewhat drunk, I guess, she said, shrugging. Nothing new for us, is it? And no, but, what happened with the attitude? Sokka asked, staring at her in confusion. Where's all the bravado and the I'm going to kill June stuff? That, said Angela, clasping his forearm to balance herself better. Sokka's eyes widened when she suddenly lifted her gaze to give him an apologetic smile. I'm sorry I worried you so much. Truth is, acting can be rather tiresome. She said, sighing, and walking towards one of the 2 beds in the room. Only 2 beds? How come? There's 2 because that's all they'd let Ruishi rent for the night, but, what do you mean, Angela? Sokka exclaimed, rushing to help her sit on the nearest bunk. The princess groaned and sat next to him on the mattress, sighing in relief when the spinning world seemed to settle down briefly. What I mean is, I had to keep that performance going until the very end so that June can go find Zhang and bring him back to us, she said, with an awkward smile. Sounds crazy, I know, but I had a plan. A good one. Just, wait a minute. I'm trying to, Yeah, we're going to do something very smart, yeah. We will. That's great, said Sokka, raising a doubtful eyebrow. But why does that involve you shouting death threats and slurs at June? That's to avoid breaking character, and to keep spooking out the 2 losers we captured, said Angela, dropping her head on his shoulder. They'll try to escape as soon as they have a chance, they'll be frightened because they'll think I'm a sadist with anger management issues, and with the impending threat of torture for information, they'll want out as soon as possible, right?
Right, and that's good for us how?
Sokka asked.
It's good because when they run, they'll go straight to Zhang to tell him they found us, said Angela.
And June will track them down again by using the cloth she already tracked them with, so she's going to follow them, and when she does, she'll also find Zhang.
See?
Sokka's eyes widened as he stared at the girl lying on his shoulder. So indeed, all the talk about torture had been a trick. How about the fights with June, though? Had they just been tricks too?
I see.
I think, said Sokka, frowning. And what if they don't go to Zhang?
That, they'll go to him one way or another, said Angela, sighing.
They'll be carrying a message about us, so even if they don't deliver it directly, someone else has to. June just needs to follow every messenger until she reaches the big guy. And that's what you two were talking about privately.
Yeah.
Told her Rui she wasn't my boyfriend too, but she's an ass, said Angela, cringing as her head kept spinning. Her hand found his. We just had to keep the act going or else it'd be too suspicious, don't you think?
Yeah, surely, but, you could have warned me, said Sokka, smiling a little.
Couldn't do it, sorry, but I was counting on your performance, too, she said, with a guilty grin again. I couldn't make it work believably if you knew it wasn't serious all along.
Heh.
Well, that's just nice, really, he said, scoffing but grinning. You're right, though. I'd have ruined your charade if I'd known all along.
Well, not all of it was an act, truth be told, Angela admitted.
Sokka groaned and looked at her uneasily. The torturing prisoners part was, though, right?
Yeah.
Then, all the bickering with June wasn't.
Not all of it.
She really has an unparalleled skill at destroying my patience, said Angela, toying with Sokka's fingers as she pressed her head to his shoulder. His gaze's nature shifted into concern now. So, not all of what you said was feigned.
No,
though most of it was exaggerated for sure, said Angela. Had to be a convincing jealous madwoman, didn't I? Fooled you, so I didn't do so poorly. You did a great job, said Sokka, sighing. I'm just, hell, I can't believe we came across June of all people, damn it. Just when we were on such a good roll, too. My response to seeing her again wasn't a completely feigned reaction, I'll admit, whispered Angela. It took me a moment to come up with this plan, but I really didn't want to believe it was her again. What were the chances?
Yeah, said Sokka,
surrounding her with an arm and bringing her closer. I wish it hadn't happened either. But I guess if your plan works, we won't be so sorry in the end. Hopefully, Angela conceded, closing her eyes and resting against him. May the anguish and irritation be worth it, huh? Sokka sighed and turned on the bed, surrounding her fully with his arms. She nestled perfectly in them, her face resting against the crook of his neck as he rubbed her arm gently. I'll try to keep myself in check, she whispered. But something irrational just always seems to take hold of me when it comes to other women you've been involved with. I wish I could control myself, and I try, but it's harder than it should be. It's okay, I understand. I've been spending the whole trip telling myself to stop wanting to punch Ruishi every single time someone assumes you two have some sort of relationship, said Sokka, sighing. I know it's stupid, it's just a cover story, and it works wonders, but just thinking I could be someone else's makes you see red, Angela mused. Sokka sighed. Well, good. Then we might understand each other better than I expected. I know it's not fair, though. Ruishi's done nothing wrong, but what happened with us and June is, well, saying it's complicated doesn't even begin to cut it, he whispered. Angela groaned in agreement. You have better cause to be apprehensive than I do. But it was long ago. You were different, and so was I, she said. You won't go around making those sorts of mistakes anymore, right? Never, said Sokka, hugging her tighter. She allowed herself a small smile. And I won't kiss you to taunt you into acting like a fool, she whispered, caressing his back. At least not the way I did that day. You still kiss me whenever you want something from me, though. he said, smiling too. Or you do worse things yet, like turning me on and then sending me into battle, making me wait forever until you can finish me off, huh? Ah, that. I've been pretty merciless, haven't I? Angela whispered, hugging him tightly. Sokka grinned. And somehow I just love it. Aren't we a perfect match, he said, but to his surprise, she sighed and clutched his green tunic hard. Angela. It's just. She whispered. Sokka gritted his teeth as she failed to find the words to convey her feelings. Despite everything, you can't get over it? He asked, pressure constraining his chest. He wouldn't blame her for that, if that were the case. Not for the reason you think, Angela said. Sokka frowned. Then why? It's not because of whatever you did with her. It's not that I think you want to go back to her, because you don't, right? How would I? Said Sokka, caressing her cheek. I could hardly bear looking at her, still can't, because of how bad it makes me feel just being near her. Same thing has happened with every other woman but you, Angela. She smiled a little, but the grin waned quickly as she sighed again. She rubbed her head harder against his shoulder, and Sokka held her carefully despite that. That's the problem, see? She whispered. Sokka grimaced. That you're the only woman I love? How's that a problem? I mean, other than in the obvious ways in which it's a problem because of who you are, and who I am, and... He rambled nervously, as her arms encircled his neck. I should be able to control myself. Should be able to stop hating her and every other partner you've had for no other reason than because they got to you before I did, she said, with a thread of a voice. It's stupid for me to be so childish, isn't it? I know it is, but I can't help it either way. It's not something I blame you for, Angela, Sokka whispered, caressing her hair. It's nothing I'll hold against you. But I hold it against myself, Angela whispered, her head dropping on his chest now, right above her hand. You're too patient and understanding. You're too kind. And I tricked you today. I had to do it for my own ends, but aren't you hurt for it? Don't you hold that against me either. How could I? Said Sokka, smiling a little. If you wanted me to be indignant about it you should have done it the other way around, pretend everything's okay, keep calm, and then when I least expect it reveal your true intent was to torture those guys instead of the opposite. So, that's what worries you the most? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. How come? How? I've never approved of torturing prisoners, or have I? Sokka said. Angela smiled. True. But here I thought you'd be more worried about me trying to set June on fire. Doesn't that bother you at all? I certainly wouldn't like that either, but I'd feel a lot less willing to challenge you over it. Sokka admitted, biting his lower lip with uncertainty. Angela snorted. Ah, the day has come when Sokka finally confesses he fears me, what horror, she said, teasingly, as she raised her head to look at him. He smiled. I had hoped you wouldn't be so mad, though, he whispered. We'd talked about this already, and, well, you were angrier than I imagined you'd be, but I wanted to trust you wouldn't lose control completely. Though it looked like you did when you arm wrestled her. I'm just realizing now, though, I should have burned her hand. Angela mused. Sokka stared at her disapprovingly and she smiled innocently. Oops. Thinking to myself. You said that out loud, silly, said Sokka, smiling and shaking his head. What am I going to do with you? Hopefully, you're going to decide that despite how unhinged I can become in seconds, I'm still worth keeping around. What the? Hey, aren't I the one who's being kept around? Sokka asked, staring at her in confusion. Angela, you're the one who makes the decisions here, remember? You call the shots. I'm the gladiator, you're the sponsor, you're the authority and I don't know what I'd do if you ever realize you've idealized me too much, Angela muttered, her gaze dropping again to where her hand clutched his shirt. I never said it but I'm still afraid. I'm still not sure if I'm good enough for you. Sokka's jaw dropped. She didn't look him in the eye as she spoke, and that already said enough about how deeply she felt the words she was uttering, and how ashamed she was of them, too. A better woman wouldn't be so greedy, wouldn't be so selfish, she said, gripping his shirt tightly. You've already given me more than I ever even dreamt of, so why should it still sting, what you had with her for one night? It doesn't make any sense, does it? It does, Sokka said. She gritted her teeth. And I don't think it's fair for you to expect yourself to be over it as easily as that. Angela, we both know that was a bad wound. It amounted to betrayal in your eyes, didn't it? Why did it, though? I mean, we weren't anything back then, Angela said, shaking her head. We weren't even friends yet. We were partners already. And, the two of us were starting to have feelings for one another, right? Sokka whispered. Angela sighed. And I said awful things to you, too. The fact remains that you've somehow found it in you to love me despite it all. Don't you think the one who should be afraid of not being good enough is me? Angela smiled a little and looked at him with disbelief. Sokka cupped her face, keeping her as close as he could. I think I'd like to be better than I am, though, Angela said. I want to stop feeling so self-conscious just by looking at her. I want her stupid smirks to stop affecting me. I know she's taunting me, because that's what she always does, and I'd like to stop caring for it because I know she doesn't mean half of it. Because, even if she did, I know that you'd never go back to her. Yeah, that's all true, said Sokka, brushing loose strands from her hair away from her face. Angela's fist tightened around his cloth. So why do I still doubt? Why does it still sting? Why does it still matter? She whispered, pressing her forehead to his. I don't want to. I don't think it's fair anymore. It's been so long, you've done so much for me, you've proven that you love me in all possible ways. I trust you with my very life, so why does this still bug me so much, damn it? Why? Because. Sokka said, shifting on the mattress and sitting more comfortably. Because this matters to you, Angela. Because you can't help it, just as I can't when anyone assumes you're with Ruishi and not with me. I know it'd never happen, I know I'm being a fool for taking that sort of thing to heart, and I also know it's not really comparable, but what I mean is that it's not a reaction I can control. Neither is yours. So, it's just a stupid impulse? It's not something we can avoid. Angela whispered. Sokka smiled. Doesn't look like it, no, he said, stroking her leg gently with his other hand. I guess, it's just human nature. Human nature? Really? Angela whispered, looking at him with unease. Sokka frowned and stared deep into her eyes. Yeah. It's not something as unforgivable, or as out of the ordinary, as you might have thought. So, stop assuming it means something awful, don't even dare consider it does. Because if you're thinking what I think you are, then. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? She asked, with a crooked smile. Isn't it bad enough that I can't get you out of my head, you're also using that as an advantage to read my thoughts. Seems like I am, said Sokka, smiling and kissing her lips softly. Life would be so much easier for us if we didn't feel the way we do when it comes to these matters, but so far I haven't found a solution for that problem. I'm an insecure idiot who's dead sure he doesn't deserve you. Well, for that matter, so am I, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Sokka snorted. And I guess the real problem is. I shouldn't be, should I? I mean, I'm a princess. I'm not supposed to feel insecure around a damned bounty hunter, of all things. See, that's where the real problem lies, as usual, said Sokka, sighing. Angela stared at him apprehensively. You think you're not allowed to feel the way you feel because of your titles and your position. Because your father would scoff if he knew you're questioning your self-worth at all. Because it should have never mattered to you in the first place that I got involved with June. It should have never mattered what I did with my life, and I should have never become yours in all the ways I have. Angela sighed and dropped her head on his shoulder, unable to say another word. Sokka surrounded her with his arms and held her closely, rubbing her back gently. Well, This is complicated, said Sokka, sighing too as he released her from his hold briefly. He shifted to settle down more comfortably on the bed, sitting against the headrest. He spread his arms and Azula as good as jumped into them, nestling closely against him and burying her face in his chest. It was as though she was trying to find cover from the rest of the world by staying close to him like this. They were in silence briefly, as Sokka pondered a million ways to continue their conversation, but it was Azula who broke it, rather than him. Her voice cracked slightly as she spoke. You once said a monster wouldn't care, right? She said. Sokka gulped. You did, didn't you? And I still think so, said Sokka. Then being a monster might cause less trouble, said Azula, with a small laugh. Sokka smiled and shook his head. Maybe it'd be less trouble, sure, but while you'd lose the unpleasant feelings, you'd also lose the pleasant ones. Really? Monsters don't know pleasure? Azula asked, taunting him. Sokka chuckled. You know what I mean, dang it. I'm talking about a less physical, more emotional kind of pleasure. Not feeling any jealousy, any uncertainties, any doubts, you'd have to be way too strong or just not human, you know. Would be easier in some ways, Azula sighed. Don't you wish you could just stop feeling unworthy of this? Of our happiness? Because the better it gets, the more I hear that stupid, nagging voice on the back of my head that says I don't deserve it. That I've put my urges ahead of everything else, that I can't keep you to myself, that maybe when the time comes, you'll choose staying with your tribe, and how could I fault you for that, when I can't even fathom leaving the Fire Nation? It's just not fair. I'm not fair to you, or to anyone else, and you sure aren't being fair to me, no. I did say I wanted to stay with you, didn't I? Sokka said, pouting a little. Azula's breath caught as she stared at him doubtfully. But what if you change your mind when you see them, what if? Azula, I know it's hard to believe, said Sokka, smiling as he lifted her chin and stared into her half-lidded eyes. But I really meant it forever ago when I said I wasn't going to choose anyone over you. The more time we spend together, the more I refuse to do that. You've made me the happiest I've ever been. I love you so damn much it hurts, even. And yes, I want to see my family again, but I'm sure I won't want to do it if it means losing you. I can't do that, all right? You don't really understand it, do you? Understand what? She whispered with a soft voice. Sokka laughed softly and pressed his forehead to hers. The best thing I've ever done in my life is loving you, I already told you so, he said. And I'll continue to do it for as long as I live. Doesn't matter what happens to us, doesn't matter how far away we may be, doesn't matter how much time goes by. Sokka, damn you. Azula said, shaking her head before kissing him gently. Why are you so? What? Sokka whispered, smiling and caressing her hair. I don't even know, she said, dropping her head on his shoulder again. Too good to be true? Too good for me? I don't know. Heh. You know, I'm only the man I am nowadays because of you, he said, smirking. I've got no doubts about it. So, if that were true? If somehow I'm too good for you or too good to be true? It's because of you. So, there you go. I owe you more than you understand or begin to realize. And the fact that you've let me love you like this. I can't stop treasuring it, you know? Even after all this time. Neither can I, said Azula, closing her eyes as she squeezed him tighter. Even though we shouldn't have. Even though it's so risky, but I can't pull away. I don't want to. I just can't do it. I can't either, said Sokka, sighing. And maybe you're right. We're selfish, and we're jerks to everyone else for choosing our love above everything, but I can't fathom living in any other way. Not anymore. Because really, life without you is no life at all, Azula. You make everything worthwhile. Even though we can't just settle down like normal people would? Even though we can't even dream of having a normal relationship. I thought we'd already discussed that, said Sokka, with a gentle grin. I don't need that, Not at all. Loving you is its own reward. Everything else would be an added bonus. A welcome one, granted, but still. It's something else that I guess isn't fair to you, she muttered. I can't let you go, but I can't give you a family either, so. Then we don't worry about making a family. I'll leave it to my sister, if my dad really wants grandchildren, said Sokka, smiling mischievously. Azula snorted. Honestly, though, I'll tell you as much as many times as you need to hear it, but my answer will never change, you know? It's you I want, no one else. If I can't do anything but hold your hand and smile your way, so be it. I'm too lucky already if I can get away with that. And after saying all this, you still think I shouldn't feel unworthy of you and your unconditional love, said Azula, shaking her head. How am I supposed to think I deserve your selflessness, Sokka? You're worthy of every damn good thing in this world, Azula, he said, burying his face in her hair. And I know, your dad always told you to discard all feelings, and your mother, well, let's not even go there. But you found a new kind of fire through your feelings for me, didn't you? Love led you to that breakthrough. How could it possibly be a bad thing if your fire responds to it the way it did? How could they be right about repressing your feelings, about anything they ever believed about you, when they have no idea what you've achieved because you've opened your heart to love? I guess your point is that, they're wrong. Azula whispered. Sokka smiled and prodded her nose with his. My point is, you have every right to be happy, Azula. And you have every right to feel nervous, anxious, uncertain, when you feel that happiness is endangered. Everyone does. Do I have a right to it at all, though? Azula whispered. Do I really? Why wouldn't you? Sokka whispered. Because you're royal? Because you can't be happy and be a great Fire Lord at the same time. I don't know. Can I? Azula said. Sokka smiled and shook his head. I can't believe you underestimate your abilities this much, he said, pulling away and smiling gently at her. Yes, you can. And you will, all right? I'm going to be with you every step of the way, pissing you off with my antics, earning myself all your scolding for my nonsense. You just plan on annoying me, then? Azula asked, smiling. Because I can't say I'd mind. As long as you're serious once in a while, too. Just when I really have to be, Sokka said, smiling mischievously. She laughed and shook her head, hugging him tighter. I'm sorry I worried you today. I don't like tricking you, believe it or not. She whispered. He caressed her back. I'm glad you worried me over nothing, he said, smiling. And I'm glad I was some use for your clever purposes, too. Hopefully those two will run off soon, well, that is, if Ruishi stops watching them too carefully. Maybe you'll have to go downstairs to tell him he has to let them escape. Azula whispered. Sokka hummed. Maybe I will, he said, but her grip around him tightened. I can do it later, I guess. You're only going to do it later. You're staying here for now, she said, nestling comfortably on his chest. Sokka laughed softly and kissed the top of her head. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. She sighed, but now it felt as though she was releasing all her tension and relaxing for real in his arms. She still felt her head was spinning somewhat, but she felt safer in his embrace than she had felt in a very long time. For once, alcohol had lowered her inhibitions the right way, she had been able to share many of her innermost thoughts, her concerns, with him, and he hadn't disappointed her, yet again. He had listened to all of it, and appeased the violent storms raging inside her heart. Dizziness wasn't important when she felt more inner peace than she had in quite some time. I'm glad. She whispered, surprising him. He had thought she was about to fall asleep by now. I'm glad you think loving me is the best decision you've made. I'm still shocked that you do, but that I think so, or that I love you. Both, she answered truthfully. Sokka snickered. You're still being silly, he said, kissing the top of her head again. And yes, I love you. Silly as you may be, half-drunk, insecure, however you may feel, I'll love you no matter what. Even if I make ridiculous decisions. I'll try to talk you out of those if they're too ridiculous, but basically, yes, said Sokka, smiling a little. Azula snorted. As if you could even tell they're too ridiculous, half of what you do and say is ridiculous already, she whispered. He laughed. Hey, you're the one who said you'd make ridiculous decisions in the first place. He said, stroking her hair gently again before she lifted her face. Her eyes were still half-lidded, and he had the suspicion her vision was somewhat blurry, but it didn't stop her from lunging forward for a kiss. He held her as the contact between their lips deepened completely. Their hearts ached with the usual burn that took hold of them whenever they were overwhelmed by their feelings for one another, and they basked in the sensation until their long and deep kiss ended. Thank you. Azula gasped against his lips when they parted. Sokka swallowed, holding her face in his hands. For trusting me. For believing in me. For loving me. It's been my privilege, no need to thank me. I'll always trust you, believe in you and love you. You can count on it, Sokka promised, with a gentle grin. She responded with one of her own, pressing her forehead to his. So will I, she said. I love you, too. I love you, I just love you. I know, said Sokka, smiling kindly and kissing her softly again. She repeated the words over and over, it seemed conveying them once wouldn't be enough, so she said them again and again. He responded with kisses, and with his own love confessions too, his smile ever present on his face. Ruishi stood by the door with unease, half an hour after Sokka had carried Azula upstairs. He was afraid of what he might find up here, either his traveling companions would be engaged in a full-blown argument, or maybe engaged in angry sex, and he wasn't sure which one would be worse to walk into. But after standing outside for a moment, and failing to hear any sounds whatsoever, he bit his lip and pushed the door open warily. A blush crept up his face when he laid eyes upon them. Sokka sat with his back against the bed's headrest, caressing Azula's hair gently while she nestled in his arms, between his legs. Her eyes were closed as her chest heaved a little with every breath she took. They were both fully clothed still, so Ruishi didn't panic about that, yet finding them like this was as shocking as walking in on them naked. The sense of intimacy surrounding them made him want to walk out the door again right away, for he knew he wasn't supposed to intrude, but he couldn't do that. Not right now, anyways. Sokka. He called him. The gladiator raised his gaze slowly and placed a finger over his lips. She fell asleep. Sokka smiled and nodded, and Ruishi closed the door behind himself. The noise drifting from downstairs was muffled by his action. I really just wanted to check on you two, but I should go back downstairs quickly, said Ruishi, frowning. The two captives. I told the bounty hunter to keep an eye on them, but I have the bad feeling that she's not going to. I think a brawl was about to start. Heh. Nice. All the more reason to stay up here, said Sokka, his grip tightening around Azula. Also, don't worry about the captives. Azula wants them to get away. What? Ruishi asked, his eyes wide. What's that supposed to mean? Sokka. She came up with a plan in seconds, I guess. She's really something else, said Sokka, chuckling as he caressed her hair. She wanted to scare them, that's why she talked about torture and whatnot. They'll run away, June will track them down again, and Azula expects them to lead June straight to Zhang. Isn't it too dangerous? Ruishi asked. Sokka shrugged. With that beast of hers, as long as she's cautious she should be able to paralyze him and his followers rather easily. I think, anyways, said Sokka, sighing. It may be risky, but I guess June's willing to go with it despite that. She doesn't seem to be easily daunted, Ruishi admitted, sitting on his own bed and relaxing a little. Well. I'm surprised. It was an act, all along. Somewhat, Sokka whispered. Azula said she'd just blown things out of proportion to cause more impact. But she still hates the bounty hunter, and from the sound of it, it's your fault somehow, said Ruishi. Sokka's guilty grimace made him snort. Women make no sense to me. Not only does the princess fall in love with you, but the bounty hunter fancied you too? Why? Don't ask me, said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head. I'm as baffled as you are. though I doubt June thought much of me, to be perfectly honest. She just, well, let's not go into details, shall we? I'm afraid they'll only disturb me if we do, said Ruishi, sighing and staring at Angela. I don't remember seeing her quite as angry as that probably since the first time we all traveled to the former Earth Kingdom, actually. Yeah, well. Sokka said, his voice fluctuating in a way that told Ruishi more than Sokka had wanted to give away. The guard frowned. What? Was it, for the same reason? Was June why you two had that spat? He asked. Sokka groaned and dropped his head against the bed's headrest. Didn't you say you wanted no more details? He whispered. I didn't, but now I can't help but be curious, Ruishi admitted, with a weak smile. I still don't understand how you two met her at all without me being around. Angela didn't meet her until just before we got lost in the forest, Sokka said. I met her by myself some time before that, in the capital. I see now, said Ruishi, sighing. I think I can fill the blanks on my own, though the more I ponder it, the more it surprises me that you two could bounce back from whatever that was. It surprises me too, said Sokka, staring down at Angela's placid sleeping figure. I'm grateful for it, but I don't know if I'll ever stop being amazed that she still let me be part of her life again. I guess she just loves you that much, said Ruishi, sighing and dropping on his bed, his gaze on the wooden ceiling. And yet she dares doubt she's good enough for me, Sokka said, snorting and shaking his head before hugging her tighter. I don't get it, never will. Because you love her that much, said Ruishi, with a sarcastic grin. Sokka smiled too, his forehead on the top of Angela's head. Well, if you two could survive this, I suppose it means my situation with Song isn't hopeless, right? Right, said Sokka, nodding. It's not over until one or both of you stop fighting for it. I'll keep that in mind, then, said Ruishi, biting his lip. You really do like her, don't you? Sokka asked. Even in the dimly lit room, Ruishi's blush was apparent. Good. She should be with someone who's as crazy about her as she is about him. I guess that's why you two are set, huh? Ruishi asked, glancing at Angela again. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd ever witness the princess being affectionate with anybody, but I guess you're different. I guess, said Sokka, stroking her hair again. I'm sorry everyone thinks I'm her husband and not you, said Ruishi. But as it has been so far, I'll continue to be the most distant, indifferent, and permissive husband you've heard of. So, you'll let me get away with holding your alleged wife like this? Sokka asked, with a raised eyebrow. Ruishi snorted. You've gotten away with much worse. At least she's just resting right now, said Ruishi. Sokka smiled and nodded. Thanks, though. I don't think you really know how much she appreciates and trusts you, Sokka whispered. Of course, she won't say it outright, but she's glad to have an ally and friend in you, Ruishi. I'm glad to be her ally and friend, too, he said. And I hold her in high esteem as well, regardless of my disapproval of your relationship. If only she weren't a princess I'd have less qualms, of course. Truth is, you're well matched regardless of your tendency to clash over nonsense. Sokka smiled and looked at him with disbelief. Ruishi smiled a little. Thank you, truly, said Sokka. For everything you've done and continue to do for us. Words really aren't enough. It's fine, Sokka, said Ruishi, sighing and standing up again. Hear that, though. Hear what? Sokka muttered, frowning a little as he tried to listen more intently. Voices were growing more aggressive downstairs, it seemed. Sokka blinked blankly as Ruishi approached the door again, the floorboards creaking under his weight. I'll wager the brawl is in full swing now, he said. I'll go check on them, see if the two prisoners are still there or if they've already taken off. All right then, said Sokka, nodding. We'll be here, just as you left us. I figure, said Ruishi, smiling and pushing the door open to leave the room. He climbed down to the second floor, from where he could gaze down to the first one. His eyes widened as he watched June lifting the tall, muscular guy over herself and dunking him hard over a table without breaking a sweat. Her superhuman strength was somehow terrifying. If this was how she acted in the middle of a common brawl, he didn't want to imagine what she'd do in a serious fight. Being enemies with June would be terrifying. Ruishi took another glance in the direction where he'd left the prisoners. Clearly, June hadn't kept an eye on them at all, and they were already gone. Ruishi only hoped they wouldn't reach Zhangzhang too quickly, or else their plan would backfire. It was apparent that June did not intend to pursue them anytime soon, not while she was busy tossing men back and forth, while managing to down a few more drinks in the process. Ruishi sighed, clutching the railing that surrounded the second floor's corridor as he continued to watch the brawl down below. The princess's plan should work wonders, as long as June was as competent as she seemed to be. He couldn't help but worry, but if this paid off, it would resolve this entire matter in one fell sweep. Taking down Zhangzhang would leave his forces just as lost and confused as the Fire Nation battalion he had abandoned during the war. Princess Azula would strike down the Fire Nation's enemies again, and she would preserve the security and peace in the Fire Nation colonies once more. Chapter 124, The Chase of Zhangzhang 6. They didn't steal any ostrich horses or any other mounts, June said, inspecting the few beasts of burden that belonged to her friends from the tavern. All of them are here, as they should be. It means they'll be on foot. Or they found some other means of transportation not far from here, Sokka theorized. June shook her head. Not much of a chance for that, she said. It's barely dawn, they couldn't have reached a village or a town yet. They won't find any mounts until they do. Sokka nodded and turned to stare at Nilla now. The Shersha seemed to be well rested, and she was munching on a large slab of meat. Her saddle was strapped across her body by now, and June had already loaded all provisions she might need onto it. The sun hadn't even risen yet, but June had determined to take off now. She would waste no more time before restarting her pursuit of the two agents of Zhangjiang's, knowing that their leader could be hiding anywhere nearby, though they all hoped he wouldn't be too close. Nevertheless, she had prepared to take off after a short sleep of only a few hours. She seemed to be as used to getting little sleep as Ruishi was. All right, I guess I should be going once my girl's finished her breakfast, she said, patting Nilla's head and turning to the three travelers. Everyone agrees with that. Ruishi nodded, but Sokka was focusing on Azula again now as she yawned and cringed, standing upright with difficulty next to him. His hand was on her back, holding her in place. Azula. He called her. She groaned. Too much to drink, princess? June asked, smirking. That's a pity. I like you better when you have enough snark to match mine. Hopefully I will when we meet again, said Azula, sighing. June raised an eyebrow. Not going to happen if you don't give me the memento you promised me, she said. You know, the one I'll track you down with. Oh, right, said Azula, rubbing her aching forehead with her fingertips. Sokka, there should be something in your bags, maybe? Anything that's mine will work. You sure? Said Sokka, grimacing as Ruishi rummaged through the bag Sokka had on his back. The first thing he pulled out was Azula's orange belt. Are you alright with handing her your belt? Ruishi asked. Yeah, said Azula, waving a hand carelessly. June took it with an amused smirk. I wonder how much money people would blow on a belt with the crown princess's sigil on it, she said, detailing the golden buckle with interest. Azula grunted. Ah. I knew you weren't that hungover. You're beyond annoying, said Azula, sighing and shaking her head. Don't make me regret this. Prove your bounty hunting talents and catch Zhangzhang as soon as possible. No need to say it twice. Better have the money ready for me, I'll be back before you know it, said June, smirking and climbing atop her shershu. Nilla was instantly alert as June stretched over the beast's neck, offering her the black cloth with which she would track down the two escapees. Nilla sniffed it, twitched nervously briefly, seeking out the scent while snarling. Her body tensed up, and she took off instants later with June riding on her back expertly. Ruishi watched them with a frown, noticing they were running down the road that had led them here in the first place. So, Zhangjiang's behind us? Sokka asked. Ruishi shrugged. It's better if that's the case. Less chance for us to run into him when we head to Udeo, he said, turning to look at Azula. Well, whenever it is we go, of course. Are you ready to leave, princess? She groaned and clutched Sokka's shoulder to remain upright. Her stomach was as fickle as a spoiled child, it seemed, twisting and churning and making her nauseous. Merely getting up had been torture, and she had been helped by Sokka all along. He kept an arm around her most times to make sure she wouldn't topple over, and she was grateful for his physical support. Azula, Sokka said, cupping her face with a hand. She only sighed and nodded. Let's go. We need to go, she said, softly. He frowned. You're not going to walk all day in that state, he said. She looked at him through half-lidded eyes. What choice do I have? We need to get to Udeo, don't we? I can't be a burden. Well, I would never call you a burden, said Sokka, smiling. But I was thinking, if you're feeling so sick, I should carry you. You would? Azula asked, looking at him in surprise. Sokka smiled and shrugged off his pack, only to strap it back up on the front of his body this time. He lowered himself before her, offering her to climb on his back. She blinked blankly. Are you sure? She asked. Won't you be carrying too much weight? Pfft, you're light as a feather, said Sokka, smirking. I'm sure I can handle it. Ruishi snorted and shook his head, but Azula stepped towards Sokka anyways, smiling a little at his offer. She placed her arms around his neck, letting him clasp her legs with his arms and lift her up in one smooth movement. Let me know if you need me to carry more of the bags, Ruishi said. Sokka smiled and nodded. No problem, Ruishi. Let's go, then, shall we? He said, smiling at Azula now. She sighed in grateful relief and dropped her head on his shoulder. The road carried on for miles again, and on they walked through the long trail without finding any signs of human settlements. They would have expected to come across more of them, but it seemed June had been right to say that Zhang Jiang's men couldn't find any means of transportation anywhere nearby. The road was completely deserted. Azula closed her eyes and focused on Xian Long again, despite her throbbing head complained for it. The dragon was flying, and his movements did nothing to soothe her discomfort, but he seemed to communicate to her that their side was winning. Less attacks came from the mountain now, and although the explosives were there, they didn't seem to be so keen on using them anymore. China was considering sending troops to the mountain by now, to root out all the supporters of Zhang that might still be there. Azula would have reacted better to the news if only she hadn't been as queasy as she was definitely not used to peasants' liquor. The definitive proof of it came by mid-morning, when she had to shove herself off Sokka's back and rush to a nearby bush to vomit. Both Sokka and Ruishi had stopped, watching her worriedly until she stood upright again. Despite she looked disgusted, her reaction was already an improvement compared to the emotional unresponsiveness she'd displayed for most of the morning. Her color was returning to her face, too. Water! She gasped. Sokka produced one of the water skins from his bags and handed it to her. Azula accepted it gratefully and rinsed her mouth as efficiently as possible with its contents. Feeling better? Sokka asked. She sighed and nodded. Drastically so. I need to avoid drinking sake, clearly, she said, shaking her head. Sokka smiled. You won't have to do it again. Don't worry about it, he said. Need me to keep on carrying you? Because I can do it all day. I figure, said Azula, smiling a little too. But I think I can walk now. Ow, that's boring, he said, pouting. She laughed and smiled warmly at him. Ruishi grimaced and sighed at the sight of them. It was only then that they seemed to recall he was there. Sorry, Ruishi, said Sokka, with a weak grin. He shrugged the bags off and placed them on his back again. Now, he did say he'd turn a blind eye on us, didn't he? Azula asked, clasping Sokka's hand with hers. Really, wife, can't you at least wait until I turn around before cheating on me? Ruishi asked, rolling his eyes and resuming the walk. Azula and Sokka exchanged a mischievous smile before he leaned close to kiss her lips. She smiled into the contact, her fingers intertwining with his while Ruishi's grimace intensified, knowing full well what those two had to be doing if they weren't talking. Are you two coming or what? He asked loudly, after not hearing their footsteps following his. Sorry. But since you had kindly turned around to give us some privacy. Angela said sarcastically, smirking before leading Sokka to follow her. Ruishi rolled his eyes but smiled anyways. The pair lagged behind Ruishi slightly, but not only because they were basking in holding the other's hand. Angela glanced at Sokka uneasily, remembering a little more of her drunken rambling this time than the last time she'd been intoxicated. And despite Sokka had been very gentle to her through the night, she still felt awfully insecure about what had transpired between them. Sokka, about the things I said last night, she whispered. He raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Just, thanks for listening even if it must have been difficult at times, Angela said. I'm somewhat sorry that I unleashed all of that on you as I did. I just wasn't really myself at the time. Or you were more yourself than usual, Sokka said. She blushed. I mean, you did say once that alcohol was a good recipe to make someone as honest as they can be. You know, inhibitions disappear, and all that. Dignity disappears too, from what I recall. Angela said, bitterly. Sokka chuckled. Maybe sometimes, but, the things you said last night weren't anything to be ashamed of, he said, squeezing her hand gently. I know you didn't mean to say those things at all, but I probably needed to hear them. Why? It wasn't that much help for me to talk about that, now, was it? Angela said, looking at him hopelessly. Not a lot has changed because of what I said. Maybe not, but I think I may understand you a little better now, said Sokka, truthfully. And that's always a good thing, isn't it? Angela smiled slowly, and Sokka pressed his forehead to hers somewhat clumsily as they continued to walk. You don't need to feel ashamed about what you feel, okay? He said, lifting his face to kiss her forehead. She sighed and nodded, inching closer to him. Not when I'm with you, I guess, she whispered. He grinned. That's right. Their progress through the forests and shores of the Earth Kingdom was only slowed by the landscape's complexities. They came across a few people as they walked, and stopped at a riverbank for lunch. A green fish kept jumping out of the water, its head reared to look at them. Sokka's eyebrow twitched as he stared at it, feeling an irrational urge to hunt it, but he held back, as they had enough food for the rest of the journey. You know, there's no actual reason to think that fish was taunting us, Angela told him as they resumed their journey. His reaction to the creature had not gone unnoticed, and it had naturally become a conversation topic. But it so was. When did you last see a fish smirking at you, huh? Sokka asked. Angela snorted. Since when can fish smirk, to begin with? She asked, looking at him in disbelief. I'm pretty sure that's physically impossible. Then how was he doing it, eh? Because he was. Sokka pouted, crossing his arms over his chest. Angela laughed at his stubbornness. He wasn't, and you're just crazy, she declared. Sokka groaned. You just love to discredit me, that's what's going on here, he said, shaking his head. I'd have nabbed that fish so quickly if I just had a spear. Ah, is that how you did it back in your tribe? Here I thought you'd fish with rods or nets, as civilized people do. Angela teased him. Sokka scowled at her. See? Now that's taunting. Yeah, well, he did it without talking. It's worse. He grunted. And mind you, fishing with a rod takes longer, and doing it with nets was kind of pointless if you don't have an actual fish bank to ensnare. I was better off spearing them, and I was pretty good at it, believe it or not. Well, I'll give you a little credit and assume you weren't that bad at it, if that'll make you happy, said Angela, smirking. Sokka huffed and nodded, lifting his head proudly. I'll show you one day. I'll fashion myself a spear and you'll see just how good I am. As long as you don't try to prove it by spearing the royal catfishes in my father's pond, that's all right with me, said Angela, shrugging. Sokka smirked confidently and Angela smiled at the sight of him. Ruishi, as ever a few steps ahead of them, glanced back briefly. They'd had quite a few silly arguments all through the trip, but they had a tendency to be lined with tenderness somehow. How could two people argue that way, he didn't know, but he certainly liked it better than the earth-shattering arguments they usually had. Upon turning back to the road, Ruishi was overcome with relief. At last, a small but beautiful town stood between them and an imposing volcano. Its entrance had an arch, much like the Herbalist's Institute, but this one was flanked by Fire Nation soldiers. The buildings in the town were of evident Earth Kingdom architecture, though. It didn't seem the Fire Nation's forces had damaged the town during the war or influenced it afterwards, much as it had happened with Jailing. "Well, this would be," said Angela, pulling the map out of her sash and spreading it open. "The map says it's Makapa village, going by the volcano behind it. Udeo isn't far from here. There's a lot of mountains ahead, though," said Ruishi. "It won't be easy to navigate them. I think there should be a few more villages between Makapu and Udeo." "They're marked here," said Angela, pointing at the map. "We could make stops there if need be." "I suggest we get a carriage here, though," said Sokka. "Don't you think it might make the journey a little faster? Maybe we can get one in Makapu." "Huh. That's actually a good idea," Angela admitted. "Maybe we could rest here today, too," Ruishi suggested. "We didn't rest a lot last night." "You can say that again," Angela sighed. "If we do get a carriage, we might be able to reach Udeo in a single morning, too. Spending the night here should be fine." They filed towards the town's entrance, and they were scrutinized by the soldiers as they approached. Sokka scowled at one who caressed a spear he was holding. "Who are you? State your business," the soldier exclaimed, striking the ground with the spear's bottom as menacingly as he could. Angela's eyebrow twitched as she stared at the man. Were Fire Nation soldiers always this impolite to travelers? No wonder so many people still despised the Fire Nation as much as they did. She felt like ripping the spear off his hands and striking him over the head with it for disrespecting them. "We're only travelers, passing by on our way to Udeo," Ruishi explained. "I'm Rashi, this is my wife Jing and our servant Wenta." "Where do you hail from?" said the man, eyeing them with uncertainty. "We are colonials, we were living in Omashu but we are moving to Udeo," said Ruishi. "We mean no harm," said the soldier, scowling at them. "I guess you wouldn't. You're a firebender." Yes," said Ruishi, nodding. The soldier sighed. "Fine, then. Go ahead," he said, gesturing carelessly. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "Why is it okay just because he's a firebender?" he asked, unable to hold his tongue. The soldier's eyebrow twitched. "Because the ones we need to be wary of are earthbenders, slave." "Get moving," he said. Ruishi frowned. "May I inquire why, though?" he said. The soldier snarled. "Just move on and stop asking questions, will you? Weren't you going to Udeo?" All three travelers stared at him reproachfully, but they entered the town all the same. The streets weren't too crowded, but the people they glimpsed wore classy clothes. Angela couldn't help but wonder where they might have a chance to buy some apparel of the sort. They'd be a great upgrade for the lousy outfits they were currently sporting. But before she could convey her thoughts to her companions, a rather strange man in a black version of those classy robes approached them. The three travelers were apprehensive right away. "What? Do you need something?" Ruishi asked him, inching away from him. The man's hair was white, yet he didn't look old. His cheekbones were prominent, his eyes were sharp, and he sported no facial hair. His voice was deep when he spoke to them. "Aunt Wu has been expecting you." Angela tensed up right away, as Sokka cocked a confused eyebrow while Ruishi blinked blankly. "And who?" Sokka said. Angela scowled. "Well, aren't we suspicious? Someone's expecting us?" "Why's that?" she asked the man, unable to sit back to allow Ruishi to handle the situation. The white-haired man blinked at her, surprised by her boldness. "She's the town's fortune teller," he explained. "Has been for many years. She could foresee your arrival." "Really, now? How convenient," Angela said, frowning. "Was she warned of our impending arrival by some spirit, maybe? Or was it someone else dressed in all black, much like yourself?" "Well, in all fairness, those guys wore rags rather than fine clothes like his," Sokka said.
Angela looked at him skeptically. How do you know what they wore underneath them, at any rate? She said. Yeah, sure, he's not either of those two assholes, but he could turn out to be one of their group anyhow, and... Could you two, stop it? Angela and Sokka froze. They turned to find Ruishi somewhat flustered, staring at the white-haired man apprehensively. Stop it? Stop what, exactly? Angela asked. Ruishi blushed harder now. Maybe it is a real fortune-teller, he said, simply. Angela's eyes widened. Oh, really, now? How do you know she is one? She asked. Ruishi shrugged. Fortune-tellers have the ability to know things that are hidden to normal people, he said, folding his arms over his chest. It's not so unreasonable that a real fortune-teller would be able to know we're here. Did you get hit on the head, by any chance? Angela asked. Ruishi grimaced. Have you forgotten our circumstances? Forgotten that the people we're dealing with could easily have allies anywhere? What do you think is more likely, that they knew about us because of their connections or because some bird came fluttering by and sang it to them? Ruishi's silence made Angela's jaw drop. The white-haired man eyed at them inquisitively, waiting to know what decision they'd make, and Wu had not warned him about this. I don't know what's more likely, I think if they're allied with our pursuers we should find out, right? Said Ruishi, looking at Sokka for support. Despite he was mostly inclined to side with Angela, Sokka raised an eyebrow and considered that possibility now. Well, they might have information worth exploiting if that's the case, said Sokka, shrugging. Heck, if they caught us here, we could even hold this guy and his aunt as hostages, That's... Angela said, staring at Sokka with a thoughtful frown now. Sokka shrugged. I also won't say no to carrying on if you'd rather we do that, though, he said. Angela sighed and stared at Ruishi. How do you propose we figure out if the fortune-teller is for real or not? She asked. Ruishi shrugged. The last time I went to a fortune-teller, they knew things about myself that nobody else did. They managed to predict my entire week spot on, too. Huh? Said Sokka, doubtful. Don't you have a pretty regular routine, though? That, they also predicted things outside it, and that's not the point, said Ruishi, averting his gaze. Angela sighed. You seriously believe in this nonsense, don't you? She asked. I might. And all things considered, Jing, you are my wife, so we shall do as I say, Ruishi declared, his voice trembling. He knew he was stepping into dangerous territory, but the damage was done. If the princess decided to slay him for it, he'd certainly deserve it. But Angela was actually so dumbfounded that she could only shake her head in disbelief. Ruishi followed the white-haired guy through a circular doorway that led inside a tall, white building. Sokka and Angela followed them in turn. I don't understand. Since when is Ruishi superstitious? Angela said, as they stepped through the doorway. No clue. But I guess to each their own, said Sokka, smirking a little. Who knows, this might actually end up being fun. This guy doesn't look dangerous, and his weird aunt probably isn't either. I don't care what they look like, I care if they're informants. Angela grumbled as the white-haired man gestured at some cushions lying on the floor. Have a seat. Aunt Wu shall be with you shortly, he said, before returning to the door. Angela watched him go, raising an eyebrow. You know, maybe we've been scammed, she theorized as the three of them took their seats. Maybe he just says the same phrase to every single newcomer that shows up, and this is all just a ruse by a fake fortune-teller to make money off unguarded tourists. Aunt Wu doesn't charge. And she's not a scammer. The voice came from a girl in her late teens, who stood across the room, before two sliding doors. Her clothes were pink and purple, her eyes large and her hair tied in two frizzy braids. And, you are? Angela asked, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Niece Wen. Her joke made Sokka lash out in laughter even if he tried to cover his mouth with a hand to muffle his loudness. Despite herself, Angela smirked a little by his reaction, but naturally, the girl before them wasn't as amused as they were. My name is Meng, I'm Aunt Wu's assistant. she exclaimed. And it's rude to laugh at people you've only just met. And rude to make jokes about them, too. Now, no need to be so worked up, said Angela, raising a hand and staring at her pointedly. That white-haired doorman, he claimed Aunt Wu was expecting us. How is that possible? It's possible because Aunt Wu knows everything, said Meng, smiling proudly. She has the gift of foresight, and she can always predict when new people will arrive in town. And what exactly did she say about us, the newest arrivals? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Well, she told him, not me, so. I don't know what she saw, Meng admitted. Angela scoffed. So, it really might just be bait after all, and we fell into it like fools, she said, looking at Ruishi judgmentally. He grimaced, hunching over a little on his cushion. Well, we might as well make the most of it while we're here, I guess. There's not much else to do but, oh, damn it, are you still laughing? Sorry, said Sokka, chuckling and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. That was a good one, I should have come up with it myself, damn. Meng glared at him with irritation, rolling her eyes and crossing her arms over her chest. Her irritation was only appeased when a young woman, with a growing belly bump, came out through the sliding doors, beaming brightly. Oh, Meng. It will be a boy. She exclaimed, walking up to the fortune-teller's assistant and clasping her hands with hers. Just what I wanted, I'm so glad. That's wonderful news. Meng said, beaming as her friend hugged her. Ah, I'm so jealous, you've had such a perfect love story. Ah, there's no need to worry, you'll have yours too. Aunt Wu predicted as much, didn't she? I guess. Said Meng, with a weak smile. Her eyes shifted towards Ruishi, who was still stemming in his awkwardness after butting heads directly with Angela's skepticism. Angela stared at Meng, though, and the girl blushed and shook her head before guiding her friend to the door. This is a weird place, said Angela, frowning a little as Meng's friend left the building. I'm still torn between thinking that woman knows everything about us, or that she knows nothing at all. Sokka would have answered her, but the words froze before he uttered them when he saw a new person coming into scene. She was an aging woman with graying hair, wearing a long yellow robe. She as well had entered the room through the sliding doors, a gentle smile on her face. Well, I may not know everything about you all yet, but I will endeavor to find out as much as you'll allow me to, she said. It is my pleasure to meet you, though I'm aware that the names you'll give me won't be your real ones. You're being followed. Angela's eyebrow twitched. Sokka grimaced and so did Ruishi. Did your doorman guess as much and told you about it, or did the spirits enlighten you into discovering that? She asked. Aunt Wu smiled. I could see it. Dark shapes tailed three travelers as they journeyed to Udeo. You seem to have shaken them off for the time being, though, she said. I'll be glad to offer you hospitality, of course. I always extend a hand to weary travelers such as yourselves. That's so very kind of you, but I'm afraid I don't understand such altruism, said Angela, staring at her defiantly. How do we know you're not allied with those who followed us? Ah, a well-founded fear, said Aunt Wu. This must be more complicated than I realized. Well, if you worry as much as you do, you can resume your journey whenever you please. I will certainly not get in your way. That's awfully kind of you, said Angela, with a sarcastic smirk. But I will say as well that I have nothing to hide, no undesirable connections to speak of, said Aunt Wu, with a gentle smile. If you would like to ascertain my honesty while I offer you readings of your future, I will gladly allow it. Angela raised an eyebrow slowly and exchanged a look with Sokka. He stroked his stubble with interest. Well, it wouldn't hurt to stick around and make sure she really isn't hiding anything, right? He said. Angela sighed. I'm afraid we have no choice. Either she really has no connections with them, or she's so good at hiding them that she's dead certain we won't discover anything, Angela said. Aunt Wu chuckled. Ask any questions you wish, search my house if you need to. I will not resist, she promised. Well, then, if that's how it'll be, said Angela, as Sokka made to stand up. Wu frowned. I'll take my reading first, then, Sokka said. Angela nodded. I'm skeptical enough not to buy everything she says, so. But. I'm afraid that would be an awfully short session, said Aunt Wu, looking at Sokka almost apologetically. He regarded her with confusion. What? How come? Well. I won't have much work to do with you, she said. Your future will be full of struggle and anguish, most of it self-inflicted. Sokka's eyes widened at first, but he frowned with disapproval and raised his hands defiantly. Behind Aunt Wu, Meng chuckled. What the? But you didn't read my palms or anything, he exclaimed. How could you know something like that without any foretelling mumbo-jumbo, huh? I didn't need to do anything to know as much. It's written all over your face, said Aunt Wu, matter-of-factly. Sokka was petrified. He said. To his chagrin, Azula snorted. She was joined in laughter by Ruishi, who seemed even more amused by the prediction than the princess. Sokka blushed and glared at them. What are you two laughing at? It's not funny. It's not true, he exclaimed, stubbornly. The more he claimed as much, the harder Azula laughed. Quit laughing already. Okay, if just for the fun of it, this might be worth it, said Azula, still chuckling. Ruishi stood up now, smiling at Aunt Wu. Do I have the same obvious fate? He asked. Aunt Wu smiled gently at him. You may be trickier to read, young man. Very well, then, you'll come in first, she said. Ruishi followed the fortune-teller diligently through the sliding doors, and Meng closed them again before glancing at the remaining travelers. The girl was still laughing while the guy glared at her indignantly. Why do you find it that funny, huh? It's not funny at all. You know my life will be calm, and happy, and joyful. Sokka growled, grabbing one of the cushions and smacking Azula on the thigh with it. She only laughed and shoved him away. Come on. You're stuck with me, your life cannot be any of those things, no matter how many times you tell yourself as much. Azula said, laughing still. Sokka groaned and lunged forth, tackling her into the cushions. She chuckled and tried to shove him off. It will be, and you know it. Yes, precisely because I'm stuck with you it will be. As if. Your life will be calm, seriously? She asked, looking at him with amusement. Do tell, when did we last have a lingering period of peace in our lives, huh? It didn't happen that long ago. Sokka pouted, rolling off her so he could lie amongst the pillows next to her. Now, will you be happy? You are a masochist, so you're happy when you're struggling and in anguish. Ergo, you can be happy while your life is full of anguish and struggle, Azula said, smirking. Sokka's eyebrow twitched and he grunted lowly. As for the joyful part, it's just a synonym for happiness, so the same applies for that one. And there you go. Basically, the fortune-teller may just be the real deal, huh? She isn't. She absolutely isn't, and you. Sokka started, shifting on the cushions to glare at Azula from above, but he froze upon remembering they weren't alone. He turned to look at Meng, who had sat down to watch them inquisitively. Azula blinked as well and looked at her. Sorry. I shouldn't stare, it's just, said Meng, smiling awkwardly. Can you answer me a question? Azula noticed the girl was directing the question to her. She sat up, frowning. Sure, she said. Well, depends on the question, really. If it's something too personal I may not answer. It kind of is, but, still, I have to know. I can't tell because of their haircuts, so. Meng said. Azula blinked blankly. What can't you tell because of whose haircuts? Sokka asked, confused. Well. Meng said, breathing deeply and looking at Sokka. Who has the bigger ears between you and the guy who just went in there with Aunt Wu? The question took both Azula and Sokka by surprise. Azula cocked her head to the side ever so slightly while Sokka looked at Meng dumbfoundedly. This place is the weirdest we've ever been to, he concluded, as the girl with the braids beamed at them. What do you need to know that for? Azula asked. Meng blushed. It's nothing, really, she said, shyly, as Sokka huffed. Yeah, nothing. I bet Aunt Wu told her she'd marry a guy with some kind of special ears or something, he said, smirking at Angela. She raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is that so? She asked Meng, who scowled at Sokka. She might have. And she's always right, so I believe her. She exclaimed. Oh, I hope you have tiny ears. Sokka chuckled while Angela eyed him with uncertainty. She reached to lift the hair framing his face, to get a good look at his ears. Well, they are pretty big, she said, smirking. Sokka pouted. But I need a frame of reference. Rashi's may just be around the same size. Really? Meng asked, beaming. That handsome guy? Then you think. Do I think you are going to marry my husband? Angela asked, looking at her matter-of-factly. Meng froze. No, I really don't think so. Oh. Sorry, said Meng, blushing and dropping her gaze. Angela released Sokka's hair, still staring judgmentally at Meng before turning to Sokka. He seemed to be enjoying their current closeness, but as she stared at him Angela smirked. You haven't shaved much lately, huh? Oh? Yeah, I kinda neglected it, he said, swallowing hard. Does it look bad? It doesn't look awful, but I'd think your stubble is fine without company, said Angela, shrugging. Sokka smiled and bit his lip. Well, alright, if you say so. Is there a bathroom, Meng? Second door to the right, down this hall, said Meng, looking at Sokka with resignation. He stood up after pocketing his whalebone knife, taking off through the corridor of the sliding doors. The princess looked at Meng again once Sokka was out of sight. You know, that Rashi isn't the man you'll marry doesn't mean you'll be marrying Wenta, Angela declared. Meng sighed in relief. Oh, I hope so. Believers and non-believers don't make good pairs, she said. Which is weird. Your husband is a believer, isn't he? But you aren't. Angela smiled awkwardly and shrugged. She wasn't entirely sure how Meng hadn't seen through their poor cover immediately, but she had little doubts that someone in this house would see the truth about it in due time. If the fortune teller was half as sharp as she pretended to be, the ruse about her marriage to Ruishi would not last much longer. Sokka made sure to shave adequately in the bathroom, smiling proudly at the mirror as he finished his work. Angela didn't always compliment him on his facial hair or otherwise, but he knew she enjoyed stroking his stubble absent-mindedly at times. It was why he made sure to keep it as well groomed as he could. As he walked back to the sitting area, he overheard the sound of the fortune teller's voice in the room to his right. He frowned and slowed down, mischievously attempting to overhear Ruishi's prediction. As it were, you must take action to prove your love to the object of your affections. Doing nothing might lead you to lose her forever, said Aunt Wu. Sokka grimaced. I suppose so. I mean to act, though. As soon as we return home, Ruishi replied. Won't that be too late already? You wife, she seems to be quite taken with your other companion as it is. Yes. That. I guess so, Ruishi answered awkwardly. Sokka pressed his fist to his mouth and chuckled before returning to the sitting room. Curiously, the fortune teller had believed the lies about Angela and Ruishi being married, but she had noticed that he was involved with Angela, for a change. Maybe it was too immature of Sokka to be excited about that, since they should be covering up their relationship, but he was relieved all the same. At last, someone hadn't assumed right away that Angela could only be involved with a guy like Ruishi. Unless. Aunt Wu continued, once Sokka couldn't hear her voice anymore. The woman you're thinking of isn't your wife. Well, that is. Said Ruishi, his cheeks reddening. Aunt Wu laughed. It did seem strange that a man would travel with his wife and her lover that way, she said. I thought maybe you weren't aware of it, but it would seem you are too smart to be oblivious to it. Figuring it out didn't take a lot of brains, though, Ruishi said. Walking in on them kissing was enlightening enough. She isn't truly your wife, though, is she? You just told me as much, but I can't understand how that could be the case, she said. Is your marriage a charade? Our marriage is a story, I suppose, Ruishi admitted, shrugging. People think we are less suspicious that way, I believe. Of course, said Aunt Wu. You three must be involved with some complicated matters, to be sure. I haven't had as fascinating reading subjects as you three for a very long time. Even though Wenta is quite obviously only ever going to make himself miserable. Ruishi asked, with a weak smile. Aunt Wu laughed. Oh, he would have never believed anything I said to him. He resists the idea of anything that logic can't explain, I'm sure. Your other companion seems to be a lot like him, and yet she's quite intriguing. It's ironic, I'll say. Their relationship defies all logic all the time and I don't see them complaining, said Ruishi. Aunt Wu laughed again. You are a smart man, yes. And quite handsome, too. The woman you do love will certainly be very lucky to be with you, she said. Well, then, are we done now? I guess so, said Ruishi, smiling and bowing his head towards her. They returned to the sitting room as soon as Ruishi's reading was over. Angela, Sokka, and Meng were talking, but the fortune-teller's assistant jumped when she noticed her boss was back with the handsome stranger. Ah. You're finished now? Angela asked, looking at Ruishi inquisitively. What's your verdict? I believe her, said Ruishi. Angela huffed and shook her head. Of course you do, she said, standing up. You'd rather test my skills for yourself, naturally. Said Aunt Wu, smiling warmly. Well, I can see this will take a while. Meng, offer some food to our guests. Tell you there will be no more travelers today, so he can start working on dinner, too. Yes, Aunt Wu, said Meng, bowing her head as Ruishi returned to the cushions. Angela stared at Aunt Wu defiantly, but she glanced at Sokka one last time before taking off. He only smirked proudly at her, sure that the princess would be a lot more skeptical about fortune-telling than Ruishi was. Wish me luck. Angela said, sarcastically. Sokka chuckled as she followed Aunt Wu into the next room. Aunt Wu pushed open the next sliding door to reveal a chamber with many candles in a small fireplace at the center. There were cushions, a teapot, vases, books, paintings, all assortment of things that would have felt like completely normal decoration if they were anywhere other than in a fortune-teller's house. Angela raised an eyebrow while taking in her surroundings, as she sank in a red cushion of her choice. Aunt Wu smiled. So. Rashi, Wenta, and Jing, she said. Angela frowned. They are good fake names, suitable for each of you. If only it weren't clear that you and Rashi are Fire Nation, people would be fooled far more easily. We are colonials, said Angela. Wu raised her eyebrows. You are noble, she stated, without a hint of a doubt. The way you carry yourself, your authority, your defiance? You are a noble woman. Rashi isn't of your same standing, of course. Let alone is Wenta. Did you figure this out through Rashi? Angela asked, crossing her arms over her chest. I'd have expected him to need more than that simple assessment to believe you. Oh, he did, said Aunt Wu, laughing softly. Insight into secrets of his past sufficed long before I shared his future. He had never shared them with anyone, it seems. And yet you knew about them? What sort of secrets were they? Angela asked, smirking. I'm afraid it's up to him to share them, not me. I should likely make a reading of your life rather than his in order to convince you, right? Heh. Do your best, said Angela, staring at Aunt Wu defiantly as the woman smiled at her. Well, you certainly come from a very conflictive family, she said. Angela crooked an eyebrow. As do most people, she said. Not all people fear their parents may have been murderers. Angela froze. She had no answer to that. Aunt Wu sighed. You believe they might have killed a relative? Your grandfather, yes. She said. Though you don't understand how they would have done it. Well, since the spirits are enlightening you about it already, maybe you can ask them about how they pulled it off, Angela asked, sarcastically. Aunt Wu chuckled. Perhaps I ought to. It would seem that they were doing it with both selfish and selfless motivations in mind. To save you? No, to save your sibling. Your brother. Angela's gaze grew colder and colder. Aunt Wu seemed to notice, so she coughed and looked at her apprehensively. Perhaps that is too much about your past, she said. Your future should be less bleak than that, I am sure. Hard to say, Angela muttered, truthfully. Well, then, what do you plan on doing first? Reading my palms? You'll make me shake sticks in a bowl? You'll read my future through my birthday and the help of the stars. Ah, we can do anything you wish. Palmistry is a good place to start, said Aunt Wu, smiling. Shall we? Angela sighed and offered Aunt Wu her left hand. The woman smiled right away. Fire hands, she said. Angela raised an eyebrow and shrugged. It's only logical, she muttered. You're a bender, aren't you? A firebender. And oh my, what a powerful one you are, said Aunt Wu, as she read her lines more carefully. Astounding, isn't it? Angela said, with a dry smile. Though it's hardly something you wouldn't know if you were in touch with the people I mentioned earlier. Ah, is that so? Aunt Wu asked. And the matters of your family, are they of public knowledge, too? Angela frowned. No, of course they weren't. Even if rumors could have been spread about Jose or Ursa murdering Agelan, scarcely anyone knew that Zuko's life had been endangered that night. In fact, Angela had thought only a handful of members of the royal family knew about that. Well, I hope that keeps me safe from your bending's wrath until I can finish convincing you of my innocence, said Aunt Wu, smiling. Her eyes focused on Angela's hand again. Oh dear. What a sun line you have. You really must be some high-profile noblewoman of the Fire Nation, to have such fame and wealth thanks to your family. Did a line on my hand really tell you as much? Angela asked. Aunt Wu smiled. It certainly did. I have barely just begun and you're already one of my most impressive subjects, she exclaimed. All right, your children line. Angela tensed up. Despite herself, she found herself uncertain now. She had meant to be as skeptical as possible with this reading, but it was difficult to be when it came to such a complicated topic. Well, that's interesting, said Aunt Wu, smiling. There are girls in your future, and perhaps one boy, if I'm reading this correctly. What? Angela asked, her eyes wide. Why, you can't be serious. That has to be a mistake, I'm not likely to ever. Well, that's what your hand says, dear, said Aunt Wu, smiling still. In due time you'll know if it was right or not, right? I guess, said Angela, grimacing in confusion. Her becoming a mother? It was about as likely as it was for the spirit and human worlds to merge into a single one. Your marriage line, well, color me surprised, said Aunt Wu, smirking. Angela's thoughts about her potential children disappeared again, and her heart raced by knowing which line Aunt Wu was analyzing now. It says one of your marriages will end in separation. Then again, Rashi doesn't love you, so. What? One of my marriages, Angela said, her eyes wide. Ah, but the other marriage looks rather promising, yes, Aunt Wu replied, beaming. See how short this first line was? Passionless, unfulfilling. The second, on the other hand, is very passionate and overflowing with joy. Heh. Good for me, Angela said, staring at her hand warily. Though it is quite contradictory, I'll say, said Aunt Wu. Your successful marriage, it has many islands at its beginning and the middle. Many twists and turns in this love affair, it seems. But, it's successful? Angela asked, her eyes wide. Why, you just said it was. That it would be joyful. I suppose all the trouble will be worth it in the end, said Aunt Wu, beaming. Angela snorted in disbelief, but also in slight amazement. Fortune-telling was still utter nonsense, for she had no intentions to marry twice, but that successful line had to mean Sokka. Well, that is, if fortune-telling had some basis after all. She doubted that it did, but in the odd case that it did. Your fate line only confirms what I already said, you will have a very wealthy and successful life, said Aunt Wu. Your headline is long, so you are a very capable young woman, though you are prone to overthinking matters. But, it's also doubled. Why, that's rare. Your mental ability is strong. Your character is very decisive, although it also denotes flexibility. So, I have a good mind. Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Aunt Wu beamed. Seems like it. Your money line, as expected, only suggests you'll do well with your wealth in life. And as you have an M-shaped pattern on your hand, you certainly will have that much wealth before being 40 years old. Why, yes, I suppose so, said Angela, with a weak grin. Again, Aunt Wu was only stating the obvious. Your health line is, mostly good, but... she said, frowning. Angela raised an eyebrow. But what? Just, it hints at some troubles in your mind, I'm afraid, she said, biting her lip. Didn't you just say my mind was fine? Angela asked, confused and skeptical again. Your mental capacity, yes. Your mental health, though, it may be a little fragile, she said, swallowing hard. Angela huffed. Well, that's very promising. Wealthy and mental, no less, Angela said. Aunt Wu smiled. Diseases can be treated, Jing, even those of the mind. They won't destroy your life if you don't allow them to, she said. Now, your lifeline, why, it says you're strong, full of vitality. What good news, isn't it? I guess it would be so, if only I didn't expect as much, but thanks, said Angela. Aunt Wu smiled. You should be grateful indeed. I see very few health hazards ahead. Though, there may be conflicts you'll face in life. I can't tell what kind of conflicts, but there's several of them. Still, since your line is so steady, I'm assuming it means you will be able to sort them out. Why, I hope so, said Angela, with a dry grin. And lastly, your heart line, said Aunt Wu. Again, Angela's heart sped up with this one. Why did she feel so reluctant to believe Aunt Wu in any regards, except for those related to love? Well, it seems to agree with the marriage line. This gap means your first marriage is going to fail, but the second is likely to be successful, yes. Said Angela, grimacing. On top of that, you have small islands here, too, said Aunt Wu. But, they mostly relate to the first marriage. After that, all seems smooth. Wonderful news, said Angela. Aunt Wu chuckled. You are very devoted. You would sacrifice everything for genuine love, it seems. She said. Angela couldn't hold back a blush. Your lover is certainly a lucky one. I guess he must be, said Angela, sighing and shrugging. I also can see something else, said Aunt Wu. Not entirely related to your marriage or heart lines, but still related to them. Something like what? Angela asked. Where do you see it? Why, it's in your future, said Aunt Wu, smiling. You will have a new line on your palm one day. A new line? Angela asked. What's that supposed to mean? You don't know? Here I thought, since Wenta is a water tribe man, you would have heard of it. Said Aunt Wu, surprised. Have you never heard of the blood ritual of water tribes for weddings? The what? Angela asked, her eyes wide. It's not quite as bad as you may think, said Aunt Wu, smiling. The bride and groom carve cuts on their palms, and they are joined in blood forevermore. Perhaps it sounds gruesome for one raised in Fire Nation customs, but it has been done in the water tribes for millennia. Heh. And then he says they're not savages, Angela said, grimacing. But the magnitude of Aunt Wu's prediction only hit her then. Wait, you're saying I'll be part of a water tribe wedding ceremony, then? For good. I would expect Wenta to be elated by the news, said Aunt Wu, chuckling. Angela smiled, but the grin waned quickly. Well, neither him nor I believe in these matters fully, but even so, You're married to Rashi right now, but your heart longs for Wenta, said Aunt Wu. Angela's blush came back at full force. For clear reasons, a noble Fire Nation girl cannot expect to marry a water tribe man, so I'd assume it means you and Rashi will split and, who knows? Maybe one day reservations about such mixed marriages in nobility will disappear. At least, your hand's lines seem to suggest as much. It seems quite wishful, though, said Angela, raising her eyebrows in disbelief. I will say, you know just how to tell someone all they want to hear, but I'm not entirely sure I can believe all of it yet. or believe that you're indeed seeing my future. Ah, well then, I suppose more techniques are in order," said Aunt Wu, beaming. Angela snorted. "Why are you so excited to try other things?" Angela asked. "Oh, because there is nothing quite as entertaining as reading the future of a non-believer. I wonder if you'll resist to the very end," Aunt Wu exclaimed, standing up and gathering tools she'd need for the rest of her predictions. Despite she remained skeptical, Angela discovered she was enjoying herself. Aunt Wu had tried to predict her fortune by using the sticks Angela had mentioned earlier. The princess had asked a question, shaken a bamboo container with the sticks, and Aunt Wu had interpreted the message. According to the message, Angela would see more warfare in her life. The answer wasn't shocking, but it was likely to be true. The reading of cards had followed, but the results had mostly made Angela laugh. Many of them had directly contradicted the previous fortunes. "Oh, well, card reading was never my strongest suit," Aunt Wu confessed, between laughs. "What is, then?" Angela inquired. "Cloud reading, mainly. But the better method I have for personal fortune-telling is the reading of the bones," said Aunt Wu. "If I may, I have never made a mistake with the reading of the bones. It's by far the most spiritually charged of all my practices." "Huh. So, this one's serious?" Angela asked, smirking. Aunt Wu nodded and gestured at a vase between them. It was full of bones of different shapes and sizes. "Pick a bone, and I will toss it into the fire. I will read the cracks after the fire has acted on it," she said. Angela shrugged and rummaged through the clean bones, picking out what looked like a small creature's femur. "Where do you get these things?" she asked. Aunt Wu laughed as she took the bone and cast it into the fire. "I don't think I should disclose that sort of information to a client," she said. Angela smirked over the elusive answer. The process took a while, but not too long. Aunt Wu seemed ready to wait patiently for a while longer by the time the bone began to crack. Her eyes widened. "Ah. That was quick," she said. "I think it should be best if I keep it in the fire for a little longer, though." Angela nodded, watching the burning bone with curiosity. Again it cracked, but roundly this time. Aunt Wu stared at it nervously, and she gasped when the next crack made it shatter in half. "Maybe I picked a very long one," said Angela, matter-of-factly. Aunt Wu swallowed hard. "You were free to pick whichever one you pleased, but this was very violent, very," she said, biting her lip and staring at the bones in chagrin. "If they don't break again in 5 minutes, I shall give you your full reading as it is." The two of them remained silent for a while, and Aunt Wu was startled once more when one more small crack appeared on the bone, but there was nothing else after that. Angela stared at Aunt Wu in confusion as she withdrew the charred bone from the fire, her eyes wide as she inspected the cracks warily. "Well, oh, dear," she said, gritting her teeth. Angela frowned. "What?" Angela asked. "Am I going to die tomorrow or something?" "And no, you won't, it seems, but, oh, this is dark," said Aunt Wu, sighing and looking at her apologetically. "I'm afraid your life will be headed for worse struggles than most I've seen. You won't have an easy future, not at all. Things will be difficult for you." "Things? Could you be any more ambiguous?" Angela asked, sarcastically. "What things? What are you talking about?" "Oh, dear. I guess I should just say it," said Aunt Wu, closing her eyes. "The bones say that you're fated to lose everything." Angela's eyes widened. Aunt Wu swallowed hard again. You will be submerged, lost, in deep darkness," she said. "Only if you find a light within it, and hold on to it, will you have any hope of resurfacing. Your destiny can be great, it has the potential to change the world, even. But only if you can find your way through that darkness. Only if you can endure the losses that are fated to find you." Angela's chest was filled with an unpleasant sense of coldness. She had been amused by most the predictions, especially those that stated what she already knew, but this one wasn't amusing in the slightest. What was worse, though, was that she could see Aunt Wu was not exaggerating what she'd read on the bones. She was being truthful. Or at least, she believed she was telling the truth. If fortune-telling was merely a big hoax, there was no need to worry about any dark predictions. She didn't have to buy this, not at all. She had been more than reluctant to believe she'd have children, she was even more reluctant to believe she'd lose everything now. There was no reason why she would, was there? But there were ways, countless ways, for that to happen. Her chest tightened as she thought of it. If she and Sokka were ever discovered, she would lose him and everything she had ever fought for. Were the bones telling her that their relationship was doomed? Was that it? The fear that filled her was so strong it nearly made her dizzy. No, the bones couldn't be right. They couldn't be right. They couldn't. But, well, ultimately, destiny isn't set in stone, said Aunt Wu, apprehensive over the dark expression on Angela's face. She tried to smile warmly. Not only is there hope that you may recover from whatever the bones predicted, but you don't even believe in fortune-telling, do you? The fact that the woman would now encourage Angela not to believe her prediction was only another sign of how disturbing the news were. She was trying to smile kindly at the princess, but Angela could tell she was shaken up, too. Had you never read any bones that said anything like that? Angela asked. Well, all things considered, people like you are hard to come by. None of my readings for you have resembled any I have done for anyone else, she admitted. Well, it's fortunate I don't believe in fortune-telling either way, said Angela, with a weak smile. Bad omens aren't a concern as long as I keep my life together. That's right, said Aunt Wu. Not to mention, the readings all seem to contradict each other, said Angela, as they both stood up. My life will be successful and yet I'll lose everything? The palmistry said I'd have 3 children, the cards said I'd have none, nothing makes sense. It may have been my mistake, Aunt Wu said. I may need to reanalyze your results, but indeed, your destiny is not decided by what spirits may say through me. Of course not. Angela nodded as they left the room side by side. Aunt Wu's guilt betrayed how distraught she really was by the prediction she had voiced. Angela didn't want to put much weight on the matter, but the fortune-teller's behavior proved somewhat disturbing. Her heavy heart was appeased right away when she laid eyes upon Sokka again, though. He had been measuring his ear and comparing it with Ruishi's, apparently. Meng was missing out on their show, though, busy working on dinner as she was. I think my ears are bigger, Sokka said, with a grimace. Then go marry the fortune-teller's assistant, Ruishi replied. I'm not going to. Angela chuckled at their dialogue, and Sokka turned to look at her immediately. He smiled warmly. You were in there for a while. We even finished our bean curd puffs, he said, pointing at a bowl. Meng brought them for us. Well, she only wanted Rashi to have them, but he agreed to share. Angela raised an eyebrow upon noticing that the bowl wasn't empty, despite Sokka's words indicated otherwise. There's still some left, though. Doesn't look like you finished them, she said, confused. Well, we finished our shares of puffs. These are for you, of course, said Sokka, beaming and handing the bowl to her. Angela's eyes widened, but she couldn't hold back a grateful smile. She dropped on her knees on one of the cushions and took the bowl into her hands. Well, this is mind-blowing, said Angela, staring at him with amazement. To think you actually held back from eating them all. What can I say? I'm that thoughtful, Sokka declared, proudly. Angela rolled her eyes and shoved him gently. Sokka only chuckled. So? What's your verdict on the fortune-teller? Rashi says she's absolutely right about everything ever, and he believes her every word, but you. Angela glanced at the fortune-teller, who had been on her way to the kitchen. Aunt Wu looked back at Angela and smiled before crossing another sliding door. Angela sighed. Well. I don't believe her predictions, she stated. Sokka smirked, Ruishi scowled. At least, they were too ambiguous and shaky to be believable. Some fortunes contradicted each other, even. So, it's a hoax. I knew it, Sokka declared. But. I also don't think she's working for Zhang, Angela whispered. She was beyond excited to prove her gift was real because she genuinely believes it is. I still think she's mostly perceptive, observant, but I don't think she has a very clear understanding of who we are, even if she knows I'm of noble birth. Heh. So, she really just had the guy at the door welcoming every single stranger that comes into town? Sokka asked. Angela nodded. I suspect as much, she said. There's no reason to believe otherwise. So, you don't think she's a real fortune teller? Ruishi said, somewhat reproachfully. Angela smirked. My disbelief doesn't mean her predictions can't come true, she said. Ruishi blinked blankly. So, if she told you that you and Song will have 10 babies? She only mentioned twin girls, said Ruishi, blushing. Well, then, who knows? You just might have them after all, said Angela. But it won't be merely because Aunt Wu claimed as much, of course. She did warn me that I had to act if I meant to make that happen, said Ruishi. She knew about you too, knew that the woman I had feelings for wasn't you. She did, yes. She predicted our marriage would fail, said Angela, smiling. Ruishi snorted while Sokka smirked. Hard for it to work when it's not even happening, isn't it? Yes, said Ruishi, raising his eyebrows with amusement. So, at any rate, she was right about a few things that were obvious for us, said Angela. What she's said isn't conclusive enough to believe she really has some gift of foresight, nor is it suspicious enough to believe she's linked to Zhang Zhang. It's all good news, then, said Sokka, smiling as Angela started to eat the puffs. So, we'll be staying the night? It's already dark out, so. I believe so, said Angela, nodding. We can take off tomorrow. I was hoping to ask some soldiers about the situation in Udeo first, though, said Ruishi. To make sure we won't step into an all-out battle or anything. That's wise. You can do that by morning, then, said Angela, nodding. The sooner we get to Udeo, the better. If the city is safe, then Colonel Shina will get his wish and I'll be out of danger, as he intended. Ruishi nodded. The three of them remained where they were, chatting about their next movements, the fortunes they had received and teasing Sokka over his own fortune. He kept denying any interest in it, saying he didn't need Aunt Wu to read his palm, but with each new thing Ruishi said about his apparent destiny, it became clearer that Sokka wanted a reading of his own, if just out of curiosity. Meng came to fetch them for dinner, and all 6 occupants of the house ate together as dusk settled. Aunt Wu had been generous with the meal she offered, and Sokka devoured as much of it as he could, to Angela's disbelief and disapproval. But the unexpected happened just as she had started to scold him for his lack of manners. So, I'm eating like a pig? He asked her, leaning slightly towards her. Angela narrowed her eyes. As usual, yes, she said. Can't you try to behave yourself instead of? Well, now, you do remember that we're all peasants here, don't you? He said, a slow and malicious smirk spreading over his lips. Angela's eyes widened with fear. That's right. This time you're the one who needs to lose her manners. No, I can't do that, she said, glaring at him. Sokka chuckled. Food tastes better that way, though, he said, winking at her before digging into the next turkey duck leg on his plate. Angela grimaced as she watched him, taking note of his sloppiness and his lack of posture. He was hunched over the table, trying not to spill the food in the most graceless possible way. Was she really supposed to do that? She turned to her own plate and smirked before giving it a try. She clasped her own turkey duck leg and leaned forward, biting into it brusquely. Sokka beamed next to her, watching her struggle while tearing the meat off the bone with her teeth. She looked as though she were in an all-out battle, and as Sokka knew very well, she rather enjoyed fights when she was the victor. When she finally was finished ravaging the food, she glanced at Sokka, and he smiled proudly at her. She couldn't help but snort and laugh, her elbows on the table as she hunched over a little, much like Sokka's own position. Naturally, the gladiator was absolutely elated by what he had just witnessed. The meal was pleasant all around, and Meng led them to their rooms once it was finished. By Aunt Wu's command, and to her utmost confusion, she'd had to set up 3 rooms instead of preparing one for the married couple and one for their servant, but this suggested that their marriage wasn't particularly smooth, encouraging Meng to hope that maybe the handsome dark-haired man would be her promised husband after all. So she had worked diligently, and she had waved somewhat flirtatiously at Ruishi before taking off to her own room for the night. Get as much rest as you can, Ruishi recommended, after ignoring Meng's attempt at romancing him. We'll be taking off to Udao as soon as we know the city's status.
Understood, said Sokka, yawning and covering his mouth with a hand. Sleep tight, Ruishi. Ruishi nodded at him and Agila before taking off to his room. He was gone through the sliding door soon enough, and Sokka smiled warmly at Agila once they were alone. You sleep tight too, all right, he said, caressing her cheek gently and leaning close to kiss her forehead. I'll see you in the morning. Yeah, said Agila, smiling back at him. With one more charming grin, he was gone behind his own sliding door, and Agila was left to do the same with hers. She found another futon here, although a much thicker and comfortable one than that of the Herbalist Institute. She changed into a set of sleeping clothes Meng had left for her, and she sighed in joyful relief upon feeling the soft silk on her skin. She missed these sorts of clothes more than she had realized. That small dress had grown tiresome rather quickly. She slid into bed comfortably, closing her eyes and waiting to fall asleep, but her mind was restless. Being alone with her thoughts wasn't a good thing, not when she had so much on her mind. She didn't believe in fortune-telling, of course she didn't, but if Aunt Wu was right about anything in Agila's future, she had a lot to worry about. According to the fortune-teller, she would marry someone before Sokka, and the knowledge left a sour taste in her mouth. Would Sokka lose against someone's gladiator? She didn't want to believe that could happen. Would her father force her to take a husband, making her relinquish the test she had appointed for her suitors? Why would she ever take a husband that wasn't Sokka? She certainly hoped the children wouldn't be of that first husband, though. Aunt Wu had not given any real information about them, but what if they were? What if they weren't Sokka's? The unpleasant sensation inside her grew stronger. She grimaced and turned on her side, berating herself for not falling asleep, but it was hard to get any rest with those concerns in mind. She would marry Sokka, though, she would. Aunt Wu said something about some water tribe tradition, she should ask him about it. If it really involved bleeding on each other, she should likely brace herself for it. She smiled at the thought, wondering if they really could get married. What if the children prediction was nonsense, anyways? Another prediction had contradicted it later. Maybe there would be no children at all, and she would just be happy with Sokka. You will lose everything. Her eyes flew open again. The coldness spread across her body once more, and she swallowed hard as she clutched her robe over her chest. She shuddered and shook her head. No, fortune-telling was nonsense. There was no way that would happen. There was no way that would happen. No way. Aunt Wu had taken that prediction far more seriously than the rest, though. She had been genuinely scared of what it meant. Even if Agila didn't believe in fortune-telling, it was hard to take things lightly when Aunt Wu had been so reluctant to share what she had seen. She sat up and huffed, she was losing her mind. Maybe this was the damn mental health problem she had, she truly couldn't stop overthinking. Even when she knew she was being ridiculous, that she was making a big deal out of nonsense, she couldn't stop. But there was a way to stop it, she knew. There was one fail-proof method that always put her restless mind at ease. He had brought her peace countless times before, she was sure he could do it again. The house was completely silent when she pushed the sliding door open slowly. It didn't make a sound, and neither did she as she walked to Sokka's room. She bit her lip, feeling foolish, but he wouldn't judge her for this, of course not. Though maybe she needed some judgment after all. If he told her how ridiculous she was being, she might snap out of her foolishness. She pushed the door open and snuck inside. She laid eyes on him after closing it perfectly again, and smiled fondly as she saw him lying clumsily across his futon, his mouth open, his hair falling gracefully over his face. She already felt better once she knelt beside him. She reached to caress his cheek gently, and that was enough to alert him, or to make him a bumbling mess, at least. Ugh, 5 more minutes. He muttered. She smiled. You can have more than 5. It's not time to get up yet, she replied. Sokka raised his eyebrows absent-mindedly as he forced himself to open his eyes. Agila, he said, looking at her in surprise. She sighed. Indeed, she replied, still stroking his cheek gently. You okay?
he asked, pushing himself up a little by resting on his forearm. As the covers rolled off him, Angela noticed he was shirtless, just the way he liked to sleep. The sight of his bare chest was also rather uplifting, in its own way. Something the matter? No, I just... She started lying, but she couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. She needed him to snap her out of her foolishness, after all. All right, yes, something's wrong. I'm being stupid. That's impossible, said Sokka, looking at her in disbelief through squinted eyes. If you're stupid, what does that make the rest of us? Stupider? She asked, proudly. Sokka smiled. I'm serious, though, I'm being a fool. I just couldn't sleep. How so? Sokka asked. Too excited about going back to Udeo tomorrow. No, it's not that, she said. It's about the predictions, damn it. The things Aunt Wu said. Sokka frowned. She blinked in surprise, noticing he was taking her far more seriously than she had imagined he would. What predictions? He asked. Was it something bad? A few bad things, actually, said Angela, gritting her teeth. But the one that bothers me is the last one she gave me. She cast a bone into the fire, one I chose, and she said that I was going to lose myself in darkness. That only if I found a light within that darkness would I resurface, and she said I'd lose everything. Sokka's frown only grew heavier. It looked as though he was considering storming up to Aunt Wu's room right now to give her a piece of his mind. But that's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, fortune-telling is ridiculous, Angela said, swallowing hard. Right. Right, said Sokka, nodding. That's not possible, Angela. None of it. Yeah, I told myself the same thing. It's impossible, she said, with a weak grin. Damn right it is, said Sokka, pushing himself up to a sitting position. Losing everything, really? You can't possibly lose everything. I thought so too, said Angela, nodding. I mean, maybe it wasn't meant to be a literal loss, but... Either way, there's a lot you won't lose. You've achieved great things and none of those things will go away no matter what you do now, said Sokka, stubbornly. Your father has made you his official heir, how could you possibly lose that prestige? I don't know, said Angela. You are going to be the greatest Fire Lord that's ever lived, said Sokka, proudly. And she can wave burning bones around all she wants, your destiny isn't written in them. You're the one who's going to build her destiny, and you'll make it into whatever you want it to be because you're amazing, Angela. You have so much potential, you're going to change the world. And you will make great things happen, I know you will. So, forget that nonsense prediction. You're not losing anything unless you believe you will. Well. I hope so, yeah, said Angela, nodding. I have no reason to believe in it for starters, do I? Of course not, said Sokka, smiling. Fortune-telling is nonsense. And, you know? Even if it wasn't always nonsense, that prediction's just impossible. Oh? How come? Angela asked. He reached to clasp her hand in his. Why, because no matter what happens to us, I'll never stop loving you, he said. That's something you cannot possibly lose, regardless of whatever the future holds for us. So, see? If you'll always have my love, you can't lose everything. You'd still have one thing, and that thing alone would make the prediction impossible. Which is why I doubt you'll lose anything at all, heh? How about it? He smiled brightly at her. Angela stared at him in amazement, her own lips curving slowly as her eyes softened. Yes, there it was. Exactly what she had needed to hear from him. I think I like the sound of that, yes, she said, feeling tears of joy burning in the corners of her eyes. Sokka chuckled and pulled her close to embrace her. Angela sighed in bliss, hugging him back tightly. So tightly he even laughed and compelled her to ease up her grip a little. I'm sorry, I just... she said, laughing, and pressing her forehead to his. Thank you, Sokka. Nothing to thank me for, he said, beaming. It's my pleasure loving you, after all. Spirits, you're crazy, she said, chuckling, and leaning in to kiss him once, twice, thrice. Sokka responded each time with tenderness, holding her closely. His embrace was firm and strong, filling her with the sense of stability she had missed direly. The kisses he gave her were warm, loving, and they reassured her of his words. She couldn't possibly lose everything, not while she had him. She believed him, and she knew he wouldn't leave her. He didn't want to. He loved her so much he would stay with her even after their original deal had been completed. Her hands raked his skin, and his sought to do the same to her too in no time. Her silk robe and sash were gone quickly, as were his sleeping bottoms. There was a non-stop exchange of kisses, even as she straddled him and guided his erect shaft inside her. Their movements were slow, scarcely focused on their release as they sought something deeper, something permanent, something that would endure long after the orgasm had subsided. By the time they were lying beside each other, chests heaving and beads of sweat pearling their skin, they couldn't stop smiling at each other. Angela's eyes closed placidly, and in his arms, no nightmares plagued her anymore. The two men had led her into the thick of the forest, through places of difficult access for her Shirshu. The chase was long and slow, and for no fault of Nilla's, June was forced to hold back her partner whenever they caught up with the two fugitives, and she only managed to keep Nilla distracted by offering her slabs of meat. She would wait half an hour after that, and she would show Nilla the cloth again to continue chasing the men at a safe distance. She had crossed these forests and their uneven terrains before, but it was complicated all the same. The deeper they went, the thicker the vegetation got. It was apparent that these areas didn't see humans crossing them often. But eventually they came across more humans, and June was forced to offer Nilla another slab of meat to distract her as they neared the massive encampment the two fugitives had entered. June had never seen a fully organized army before, but as she lurked behind the hills that surrounded the campsite, she couldn't help but feel she was in front of one now. There were hundreds of people, if not thousands, in a massive enclosure within the very forest. On the far end there was a river. June could see it from her hill, and between the river and her hill stood countless tents. Men and women wandered the area, some of them wearing what seemed to be tribal clothes, but most of them were in black rags, much like the two she had been chasing down. Blood chilled in her body as she realized this operation would be far more delicate than she had originally envisioned. If this was where Zhang Zhang was, taking him out would be the most complicated feat she had ever accomplished. She offered Nilla another sniff of the cloth, and the Shirshu guided her to the east of the encampment. June had climbed off her saddle, a sign Nilla knew meant that her partner wanted them to be stealthy. So, she controlled her instincts to a fault, guiding June towards the place their two escapees had taken off to. June smiled. They were in luck. It seemed their destination was a hut, set up far from the tents. It wasn't a sturdy hut, and she figured it hadn't been built long ago. Zhang Zhang was likely somewhere nearby, probably inside it. She brought a finger to her lips, gesturing at Nilla to be quiet. She crept closer to the hut, and she overheard voices within it. Said she'd torture us for information. We left as soon as we had a chance. Sounded one nervous voice. No doubt, one of the runaways. She's crazy. She's as bad as her father, as her grandfather, as... The other one was saying, but a deep, authoritarian voice interrupted them. Enough, you two. That's not important. June guessed right away it would be Zhang Zhang. Not only did his voice betray he was used to being in command, but he was obeyed promptly by the anxious pair. You believe they are coming after you? Are you certain? The same stern voice asked. They must be. They wanted to question us when they caught us, but, we don't know for sure, said the first anxious man. Where did you last see them? A new male voice spoke. We left them behind at some tavern, earlier today. The one down the road? In the middle of nowhere. Said the second voice. Send a group to scout the terrains from there. We mustn't lose them, said Zhang Zhang. Yes, sir, said the newest male voice. The flap of a curtain revealed that he had taken off to do his duty. As for you two, are you certain it was them? Did she fire bend? Well, not when we were fighting, but she did lightning bend at us. She almost killed him, said the second voice. Indeed, it can only be the princess. The water tribe one had a black sword, sir. I think there's no way around it. They really were trying to give us the slip, somehow. And they're about to get away with it, from the looks of it. Unless they're stupid, all those threats about torture must have been empty. They wouldn't risk following you into our encampment unless they truly were fools. June raised a careful eyebrow, guessing she was being insulted indirectly. She shook her head, though. It meant she had the element of surprise on her side, at the very least. Zhang wasn't expecting any trouble in his campsite. What did you gather about the slave? Zhang asked. Well, not a lot. He seemed to want to stand up to the princess when she talked about torturing us, but he didn't do much. Naturally, said Zhang, with a huff of displeasure. Just as I anticipated, though I will need to see him for myself to know if he's that useless after all. Let's hope the princess really is as foolish as her forefathers, and that she may bring our objective to us without further trouble. June's brow was furrowed now with confusion and concern. This didn't sound good. Not one bit. Zhang was after Azula, that was what the princess had said. His goal was to capture her, so what did he want from Sokka? What could he possibly? Reality hit June like a log snapping in two over her head. They had it all wrong. But before she could reconsider her course of action, before she could so much as glance at Nilla, the true catastrophe began. The Shersha suddenly snorted, snarling as it always did. June stiffened and turned to look at the beast. Nilla? Nilla, what's? She whispered softly, inching closer. The beast roared. June's heart sank. She knew the reasons why Nilla would roar. She did it sometimes when she found their target, or whenever she bested someone in battle, be it another creature or humans. She also did it as bravado, quite often, or she did it when she caught the scent of blood. But the Shersha was fighting no battles. June hadn't offered her the scent of the two they had been chasing anymore, so she couldn't be celebrating over finding them, and that only left one option, and it was the worst option of all. The Shersha had smelled the scent that could override all of her senses, blood. No, Nilla, come here. June jumped towards her, but the beast dashed inside the encampment before June could even pull out her whip. Her eyes widened in horror as her companion raced through the tents, tearing some of them down, mauling some of the people as she went. There was a boat arriving on the riverbank, and as June raced up the hill to get a better view of Nilla, she caught sight of it, injured, bleeding men on the boat. Nilla had caught their scent, and she was out of control because of it. Her instincts had taken over, and she wanted nothing but to murder whatever wasn't dead yet. Zhangjiang's renegades were shocked to see that sort of beast tearing through their encampment, and most of them pulled out weapons to attack the Shershu. June snarled and lashed forth, guessing she had no way to get through this but to fight to her best and hope Nilla would snap out of her madness soon. Until the Shershu stopped seeing red figuratively, though, there was nothing she could do but try to defend her from their enemies. But she didn't expect those enemies to be as quick to find a way to bind down Nilla. They had a net at the ready, somehow, and all of them had worked together with what looked like leather ropes that held down Nilla before she could hurt anyone else permanently. The damage had been done, though. June was in the middle of an enemy encampment, surrounded by hostiles all around, and her only way out was with Nilla. With her whip and her physical strength, she had overpowered several enemies before Nilla was held down, but by now everyone's attention was on her, including that of the most dangerous of all the outlaws. Is this the bounty hunter you mentioned? A man with shaggy white hair and a thin mustache asked the two men who had escaped from her hold. June glared at them as they nodded. She cracked her whip. So, you're Zhang. Thought you'd look scarier, Grandpa, she said, smirking a little even if she had the bad suspicion that this was not going to end well for her. Zhang Jiang's glare was glacial. He did not need to respond to June's taunts with anything but his power. He lifted a hand, coated with burning fire, and June lashed out with her whip, ready to fight to the bitter end. Chapter 125, The Chase of Zhang 7. Being woken by a kiss to the side of her neck was beyond pleasant. More kisses trailed that one, some over her shoulder, others over her jawline. She couldn't help but sigh in absolute bliss. What are you doing? She whispered. His soft chuckle made her smile. What do you think? he asked, as his hand caressed her naked abdomen gently. She groaned, shifting against his body so she could press her back to his chest most comfortably. They had changed positions through the night, but his arms had held her regardless. Now, as he hugged her from behind, Angela felt somewhat vulnerable, but she didn't mind it. She wasn't afraid of being vulnerable with him. Her legs slid around his, and his hands searched under the covers for hers. With fingers intertwined, Sokka hummed in delight as he continued to kiss her skin. She had stretched her neck, leaving it bare and giving him full freedom to devour it as he pleased. He kissed her non-stop, at times sucking on her skin gently, but he didn't release her hand until she let go of his, to slide her fingers through his long, disheveled hair. He kissed her cheek next, his hand tucking her bangs behind her ear. She turned her face, longing to catch his adventurous lips with hers, but he smiled playfully and lowered his face, kissing his way down her back now. "Sokka," she whispered, with a smile. He chuckled, his hands caressing her body gently. He cupped and fondled her breasts, prompting her to moan heartily, and he slid one of his legs between hers. His thigh rubbed against her core, and she gasped at the burst of pleasure. He snickered. You're a troublemaker, damn you," she gasped, as she felt him climbing back up the bed, so he could hold her properly from behind. "Not a bad kind of trouble, now, is it?" he asked, licking his lips and kneading her breasts some more. Angela moaned and shrunk in her frame, struggling to keep the sounds to herself. Sokka smiled and leaned over her arched figure, making it so both bodies would be perfectly pressed together. But as he was busy with his hands and lips, he didn't anticipate to Angela spreading her legs and reaching down between them to find his stiff manhood. He hissed as her hand encircled it, her fingertips tracing the outline of his length. "Two can play this game, right?" she asked, throwing her head back. Sokka chuckled. "Seems so, princess," he whispered. He kissed the corner of her mouth now, but yet again when she sought to kiss him he pulled away, teasingly. Angela laughed, shaking her head at his playfulness. His hand slid lower now, imitating hers by caressing her core intimately. The moans she released were desperate, intense. Sokka's eagerness only increased with every sound. His resistance to kissing her was just a matter of teasing, but right now it felt like he had fallen into his own trap. He could barely contain his own urge to devour her lips with his own. His fingers touched her insistently, sparks of pleasure born by his touch, and her hand imitated his own just as Sokka surrendered to his impulses. Angela kissed him passionately when he finally brought their lips together. She moaned into his mouth and urged him to fill her already. Her hand was leading his shaft to her opening, placing his manhood's head on it. But Sokka thrusted while still outside her, making it so his cock would brush against all her folds and even stroke her clit. Angela's moan was louder now, and he stopped what he was doing to shush her. "You're going to wake everyone," he said, laughing, and pressing his forehead to hers. Angela moaned softer now. "That's all your fault, not mine," she said. "You started it." "True enough, but I'm being really quiet," Sokka said, teasingly. She chuckled. "That's because I'm not done with you yet," she said. She shifted her hips away, and Sokka was confused by her movement until she reeled back and pressed her ass to his manhood. He almost yelped, and the hand he had placed on her waist clutched her tighter now. Angela chuckled proudly, rubbing against him deviously. "What willpower you have, still so quiet," she whispered, arching her head back to kiss his cheek. Sokka groaned and shifted away from her. "Ah, is it too much to take, Snow Savage? If you don't want me to become a real savage, yes, it was too much," he said, smirking, and placing himself on her opening. Angela laughed. "I wouldn't mind seeing that, truth be told, yes," she moaned, closing her eyes as his cock's head finally entered her. "Maybe when we go home, you'll see it," Sokka said, stroking her breasts. "Or if we're ever alone in this journey with no risks of being caught." "I like the sound of that, I'll say," she admitted, biting her lip as he went deeper yet. He lifted her leg, allowing himself better access as he thrusted inside her. Angela's moans were frantic, only interrupted when she gasped in desperation. Sokka hummed, enveloped by utmost pleasure, driven by his urges to give her just as much bliss as she was gifting him with. She sighed, she whimpered, and her hand sought his once more. With intertwined fingers, they continued their slow and steady thrusting, with Sokka moving smoothly behind her, his lips by her ear whispering her name longingly. Soft sounds and moans continued to be exchanged as the world woke around them, too. The sun had barely risen, and only the earliest rising birds were chirping. Everything stirred, everything came to life, and so did the two lovers as their tryst continued, as their lips met on occasion, with quick kisses that were interrupted whenever either of them thrusted too strongly. There was next to no urgency to their exchange at first, the two of them merely delighted to wake up in each other's company like this, but as it continued, their arousal increased slowly but steadily. They picked up speed, their kisses became wilder, and muffling the moans grew more difficult for Azula. As Sokka panted by her ear, she felt her body clench up, releasing the building excitement against him. He couldn't hold back for long either, gasping and groaning while unleashing himself inside her again. It had been a wonderful night, the perfect way to break their dry spell. The rooms in the house seemed to have relatively thick walls, but they had done their best to keep their voices down regardless. Even now, as they breathed heavily together, they did it as silently as they could, bodies fully pressed into each other. "Good morning," he muttered, kissing her cheek. Azula laughed and turned in his arms to kiss him fully. "Oh, good's an understatement," she said. Sokka chuckled too. "Here, I thought you'd be annoyed that I woke you so early," he said, as she smiled at him. "I suppose I could be, but you made it worth my while, Wenta," she said, prodding his nose with hers. He smirked. "Slept well." "Better than I had for a while," he said. "Might have something to do with holding a naked beauty through the night." "Well, now, you've held me over the past few days, just, not naked, but still," she said, smirking. Sokka laughed. "We both needed this, princess." "You know it just as well as I do," he said. She smiled and kissed him softly. "Fine. I concede," she said, sighing, and caressing his face. "I'm still somewhat sorry for showing up as I did, though. I mean, yeah, you didn't want to bother me, didn't want to be a burden with your problems," said Sokka, smiling. "You're always worrying about that, but you know? I'd rather you tell me what's going on than for you to cover it up because you don't want to worry me. Because if you do that, I'll worry more, and it'd be counterproductive, and I'd get extra annoying and—" "Yes, you made your point," Azula said, chuckling as she pressed a finger to his lips. Sokka smiled. "How are you feeling, though?" he asked, kissing her finger. "Still worried about it, or—" "It's all nonsense," said Azula, smiling and relaxing in his arms. "Every last bit of it must be. The good, the bad, the in-between. Was there anything good? Aside from how you're going to be rich for the rest of your life," said Sokka. Azula shrugged. "Well, Aunt Wu seemed to think I'll be married twice," she said. Sokka tensed up. "But she assumed the first one was my marriage to Ruishi. And then she didn't say it outright, but she very much implied I'd marry you by talking about some water tribe wedding I'd be part of." Sokka blinked blankly before a wide smile spread over his face. He laughed and hugged her, and Azula snorted. "Sokka? Didn't you think that fortune-telling is nonsense?" she asked, smirking at him. "How is it nonsense when it says bad things, but not nonsense when it says good ones?" "Because the good ones are desirable, and the bad ones aren't, naturally," said Sokka, beaming proudly. "We shall avoid the bad ones and make the good ones come true." Said Azula, shaking her head. "You're ridiculous." "And you know I'm right," said Sokka, smirking. "Any other good ones?" "Well, by your standards, maybe one," she said, shrugging. "Seeing as she used plural when talking about girls, according to her, we may have around 3 children." "3? Are you serious?" "Oh, spirits, that's just—" Sokka exclaimed, his eyes wide as Azula laughed and covered his mouth with a hand. "Or, maybe we'll have none," she said, smiling dryly at him. Two of her fortunes contradicted themselves on that front, so I wouldn't put a lot of faith in it. "Ah, Well, 3 or none, I don't mind either way, said Sokka, smiling regardless. 3, though, would you put yourself through birthing babies thrice? Not intentionally, I wouldn't, said Azula, raising her eyebrows skeptically. Which is why I should make sure to drink my tea dose of the day soon. I don't have a kettle in here, though, you'll need to find one in the kitchen, said Sokka. Azula smiled. I'll take care of it by breakfast, she said, sighing and cuddling up to him. She also said my mind is powerful but frail. It's funny, huh? Frail? Frail how? Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. Some sort of mental disease, I guess? That's what she implied, but, if the other thing isn't to be taken seriously, why should we take this one seriously at all? Fair enough, said Sokka, nodding. Still, I'd say we should try to make all 3 babies, and to get married too. That's the only important stuff, she said, and the only stuff worth eating. Oh, sure. As long as you carry the babies, I'll be in complete agreement with that, Azula said, smirking. Sokka raised an eyebrow. I'll carry them after they're born, sure. That's not the part I meant, silly. I know, but still. He whispered, smiling and poking her nose with his. But marriage, huh? We should get married, you know? Maybe as Jing and Wenta. That wouldn't be much use, now, would it? Said Azula. It'd be as though Azula and Sokka aren't married, even if Jing and Wenta are. I guess. Said Sokka, pouting. But I still want to marry you. And you're still silly, fickle, and annoying, said Azula, smiling and kissing the tip of his nose. And I love you, but it's getting late and I should probably go to my room now. What? No. Sokka pouted, holding on to her stubbornly. Azula laughed. We'll be together again before you know it. Now let go, or else Aunt Wu's prediction about a baby may come true when we absolutely can't afford to have it happen. Bummer. Sokka groaned, as Azula sat up on the futon. I don't like letting you go. It's not going to be forever, she said, as he sat with her, his arms around her shoulders. You've endured worse challenges, haven't you? Than being away from you? Never, he declared. Azula laughed as she reached for her clothes. If that's so, no wonder Aunt Wu predicted you'd be miserable all your life, she said. We can't be together at every waking moment and you know it, right? Well, maybe not now, but when we get married, like her prediction said. Sokka said, with a mischievous smile. So, you mean in around 50 years? Sure, said Azula. Sokka snorted. We'll get married before that, I hope. He said. Azula shrugged. The odds for it aren't so good, I've told you so before, she said, putting her undergarments on first with Sokka's help. We could get married in secret. He mused. Azula looked at him in disbelief. Assuming that we could, which I suppose isn't impossible, it still wouldn't allow us to spend every waking moment together. You won't move into the palace, nor will I move into your house, so we'll still be separated by our standings in life even if we're secretly married. Huh. So, if I accept that you won't be able to live with me, you'd be open to marrying me in secret? Sokka asked. Azula froze. I didn't say that. You also didn't say the opposite of that. She looked at him apprehensively as he smiled goofily. She couldn't hold back her laughter soon enough, and she pushed him down on the bed again while throwing her sleeping robe on. Damn Gladiator, putting words in my mouth. She said. Sokka chuckled and sat up again, clasping her sash, a thinner and more elegant one than the one the herbalist had given her, and he fastened it around her hips. I'm just messing with you, no need to make a fuss about it, he said, smiling as he finished the sash's bow. There. You're all perfect, ready to go. Though, your hair's a bit messy. Heh. Let's just call that bed hair, said Azula, shrugging and turning towards him. Sokka. What? He asked, smiling warmly at her. She returned the smile with a kiss. Thanks for last night. And this morning, too. You don't have to thank me for anything, really, he said, caressing her face. I just want to be sure you're okay. If you're happy, I'm happy. If you're sad, I'll fight off what makes you sad. It's how my mind works, you know. Your mind works in very ridiculous ways, said Angela, pressing her forehead to his. I'm lucky it does. I'm lucky you like the ridiculousness, he said, kissing her again. I love you, Angela. I really do. I believe you, she said, smiling as his kisses grew more insistent. You just don't even begin to imagine how much. Sokka said, beaming and hugging her tightly one more time. All right, all right. I'll let go, but you are well aware that I don't want to. Right. I know, you never do, said Angela, her eyes closed blissfully. I love you too, Sokka. Thanks again. Sokka responded with another kiss, and only then did Angela pull away from him, lurking towards the door. As she heard no sounds out in the corridor, she pushed the door open and waved one last time at Sokka before disappearing through the door. He sighed in bliss and dropped on the bed, closing his eyes and hoping to get some more sleep. He'd certainly need it after all the energy he had spent in the last half hour. By mid-morning, Angela was busy brewing her tea after eating her breakfast when she heard someone entering the kitchen in the fortune-teller's house. She stiffened, but she didn't turn to look at whoever had arrived. I take it Meng showed you your way around the kitchen, Aunt Wu said. Angela nodded. She told me I was free to use this kettle. I hope you don't mind, she said, gesturing at it. Aunt Wu laughed and waved a hand carelessly. Of course I don't, she said, sitting at the kitchen table where her breakfast waited. The fortune-teller took in the only other untouched plate on the table. I take it Wenta isn't awake yet. Well, he hasn't gotten up, at least, said Angela. He might just be loafing about, lying in bed. I suppose, said Aunt Wu, smiling. I hope you enjoyed a restful night, Jing. It was probably the best night's sleep I've had ever since our journey began, she commented. You mentioned Rashi took off early this morning, Wu commented. Was something the matter? Oh, no. He merely wanted to speak to the Fire Nation soldiers, said Angela. We are headed for Udeo, so he wants to make sure the city is safe. Ah, I see, said Aunt Wu. I do hope they are helpful, then. They certainly don't tend to be very nice. The soldiers? Angela asked. Can't say I'm surprised. Have they been unpleasant to you? Only once in a while. They seem as skeptical of my gift as you are, she said, smiling. I tend to travel once a year, to deliver predictions and fortunes to the northern villages. They should be used to that by now, but they always treat me as though I were a hazard when I come back. It's almost insulting, seeing how I've lived in this town for over 40 years. They haven't been stationed here for long, or have they? Angela inquired. Wu shook her head. They arrived sometime after the war in the Earth Kingdom ended. Makapa wasn't occupied by Fire Nation forces for a very long time. Even now we barely have 6 or 7 officers. It seems a rather calm town. The Fire Nation shouldn't have a lot to worry about here, said Angela. They don't, for sure, said Aunt Wu. But it wouldn't hurt for the soldiers to try to integrate into our society. I'm sure they would be much happier if they did. No doubt, said Angela, smiling and pouring her finished tea on a cup. But I suppose soldiers don't have happiness in mind when doing their jobs. A pity, really. Life is too short to spend it doing things that make you miserable, said Aunt Wu, pointedly before sipping her glass of juice. Familiar footsteps made Angela react instinctively as they approached the small room. She couldn't hold back a small smile for Sokka when he showed up at the kitchen's threshold, brushing his disheveled hair with his fingers. Morning, he said. Aunt Wu smiled. Morning. Your breakfast awaits, she said. Sokka smiled gladly and took his seat to enjoy the meal. He didn't wait at all before digging in, to Aunt Wu's amusement. They were silent as Angela drank the tea, and Aunt Wu and Sokka ate. It wasn't until the fortune-teller was finished that another conversation began. So, what do you plan on doing while you wait for Rashi? I certainly hope you won't repeat what you did last night. Sokka choked on his food while Angela froze, the cup by her lips. They both blushed and stared at Aunt Wu with a mix of embarrassment, guilt, and irritation. "I'm not judging, of course, I'm only saying it is the middle of the day," she said, smiling. "Most people save such activities for later in the night." "I think it's up to us to decide when we'll do whatever we do," Angela muttered, grimacing. "Did you hear us, or is it you predicted we'd?" "Ah, I knew it was likely," said Aunt Wu. "It's why I told Meng to set up 3 rooms. It would have been terribly awkward for Rashi to know, right?" "That's thoughtful of you," said Sokka, lowering his gaze guiltily. Aunt Wu chuckled. "I'm sure he doesn't hold it against you too," she said. "His heart is with another, after all. But it still is natural for some people to feel awkward about other people's relationships." "We've done what we could to spare him," Sokka said. "Though I guess sometimes we fail at doing so." "You two really love each other, clearly," said Aunt Wu, smiling. Sokka's blush grew deeper. "It's wonderful. There are many joyful lovers in this town. Just yesterday I was visited by a young woman who will soon have her firstborn. Her husband used to be shy, but after I convinced him to bring her a panda lily from Mount Makapu, he finally had the courage to confess his feelings." "So, you're not just a fortune teller, you're a matchmaker," Angela said, with a smirk. Aunt Wu laughed. "I happen to know my way with romantic compatibility, yes. I might need to look in depth at yours, though, but from what I can see, you two must have a high rate of it. You may be conflictive, but you'd be rather bored otherwise, wouldn't you?" "True," said Angela, smirking. Sokka chuckled. "I'm sure you two will be very happy together," said Aunt Wu, beaming. "Though a little help is never unwelcome, of course." "A little help?" Angela asked, as Aunt Wu stood up from the table. "What do you mean?" "Well, the panda lily I mentioned is one of the sincerest gestures of true love," said Aunt Wu, smiling. "I often advise suitors to bring those flowers to their ladies, if their love is true and pure. Most of them don't climb the volcano, for they believe it's too difficult a feat, but those who have done it can have everlasting love in their lives, at least, that's how it has been so far." "Huh," said Sokka, blinking blankly. Angela raised an eyebrow. "Just food for thought," said Aunt Wu, smiling. "I should get back to work, then. I shall say my farewells to the 3 of you when Rashi returns." "Sure," said Sokka, nodding in her direction as Aunt Wu left the kitchen. He turned towards Angela now, his eyes gleaming with illusion. "So, everlasting love. Oh, please. Didn't you say that you don't believe any of what she says?" Angela asked. "You're too contradictory, Sokka, really. Hey, I'm just thinking about what the flower represents rather than whatever weird predictions she makes about them," Sokka stated, pouting. "Besides, climbing a volcano could be fun. Didn't you and Toph fight around a bunch of them around a month ago?" "We did, but I saw no flowers growing on them," said Angela, with a skeptical laugh. Sokka beamed anyways. "Come on, though. We can go, make the trip quickly before Ruishi's back, and at least we'll get to see a neat volcano, right?" Angela sighed and looked at him hopelessly. Sokka smiled at her, begging her with his eyes to say yes. She laughed and shook her head. "We have to be really quick about it, though," she said, and he jumped in celebration. "Yeah. We will be," he promised her, smiling happily. Despite Angela didn't miss her smaller, yellow dress, it was the better suited attire she had for hiking. She changed into it again somewhat regretfully, and she took off with Sokka to the tall volcano behind the town. They didn't spot Ruishi talking with any of the guards outside the town, something they found odd, but Angela reasoned he might have headed to an office to talk with those who were off duty. Together, the pair climbed the tall mountain, helping each other through the complicated ridges that had been formed by the cold lava that had solidified down the volcano's sides in the past. After around an hour, they finally reached the summit. "Well, that was fun," Angela admitted, breathing heavily as she stared down through the volcano's crater. There was no sign of any lava, but she guessed it was buried too low to see. She closed her eyes, though, and her inner fire resounded with heat underneath the mountain. She smiled, about to tell Sokka of what she had sensed, but when she turned, she found he had paid the crater and lava next to no attention. He was studying the panda lilies growing on the crater's rim with a frown, as though deciding which one to pick. Angela smiled as she watched him, and eventually he selected one, beaming approvingly. "Here you go," he said, extending the flower towards her. "Now we're going to be together forever, according to the fortune teller." "I suppose we are," said Angela, smiling as she took the flower in her hand. "This is really ridiculous, huh?" "I guess it is," Sokka agreed, chuckling. "But I had to give it a shot, eh? If the fortune teller thinks this makes our love everlasting, then by her standards, we're rendering her nasty prediction completely wrong." "The one about me losing everything?" Angela asked. "I thought you were already sure that it couldn't happen." "Oh, I am. I'm just playing the game by her rules," he said, smirking. "She can say I'll be miserable all she wants, but I'm pretty happy by ruining her predictions this way." Angela laughed and looked at him tenderly. Sokka beamed proudly, but the boyish joy in his features faded as it grew a little more serious, a little less playful. "Say," he whispered, stepping closer to her. "There are other ways to ruin her predictions, just saying." "Oh? What do you have in mind?" Angela asked. Sokka blushed. "What is it?" "Just, well, she said you'd marry someone else, but how could you possibly do that if you were already married to me?" Angela's eyes widened, as he smiled somewhat nervously at her. She looked at him in confusion now. "Would you? I mean, I know we can't really do it, I know chances are we won't be able to until hell freezes over and whatnot, but," Sokka said, biting his lip until he took a deep breath. "But if things weren't the way they are, if things were easier, I guess, if there weren't as many obstacles, would you want to marry me?" Angela gasped. This wasn't the first time they talked about marriage, but it was the first time he seemed to do it so seriously. What was it with him? Why here, why now? What? "Oh, Sokka," she said, looking at him in disbelief. Sokka chuckled and lowered his gaze. "It's just, I love it, you know? Waking up beside you, traveling with you, just being with you. I know I can't always have those things, and I wish I could, but I still love it whenever any of them happen, and I just can't get enough of you. I keep daydreaming, thinking about a future where we won't have to worry about anything, where we'd be free to just love each other as we want. A future with 3 annoying brats running about?" she asked, with a skeptical smile. Sokka chuckled. "3 brats, none at all, that's up to you," he said, smiling. "I just love you, Angela. I don't care if we can never make it official, if we can't really get married the right way, but I just want to spend the rest of my life with you. And, if we can't get married the right way, which one would be the wrong way?" Angela asked. "Just swearing eternal love to each other the way we would in a wedding, I guess," said Sokka, with a crooked grin. Angela chuckled. "You're hopeless," she said, stepping towards him so she'd lean into his body. She surrounded him with her arms, as Sokka held her too. "I would, gladly, marry you. In any way we can, but," Sokka said, with a sad smile. "It's just, we already swear eternal love all the time, don't we?" Angela said, pulling away and smiling too. "Don't you think that, for that matter, we kind of already would be married?" "Well, this would be different. It'd have a bit of a ritual feeling to it, you know," Sokka said, smiling a little hopelessly. Angela sighed. "You know, that is what all weddings are, so don't tell me now that rituals are for savages or something." "Oh, they are, of course they are," Angela said, smiling. Sokka pouted. "But according to the fortune teller, I'll join in on your ritual one day, so I guess I'll be a savage by marriage eventually, huh?" Sokka smiled broadly now, though Angela's own grin grew a little sadder. "Still, I don't know if I can say yes to your original proposal," she said. "I mean, it feels irresponsible, to a fault. I understand how you feel, because I feel the same way. I want to be with you, until the end of time, but saying yes when we can't make it happen properly would be wrong, somehow." "Well, that's fine. As long as you still plan on being with me forever, said Sokka, with a mischievous grin. Angela laughed and hugged him tightly. Sokka embraced her tightly too. Ask again when we really can do it, she said, kissing his cheek. Then I'll say yes, for sure. I promise. And what if we never can? Sokka pouted. Even if we never can make it official, we would have spent our whole lives together anyways, Angela said, smiling. So, by all effects, we would have succeeded at our endeavor, right? Huh. That's one way to look at it, Sokka conceded, nodding. Angela raised her head and kissed him fully. Sokka held her in place, returning the kiss fervently as they stood at the top of the volcano, the world spreading around them, seemingly coming together in that tall peak to allow them to join in that kiss. She smiled still as she pulled away, gazing at him more lovingly than ever. Sokka's chest tightened under her golden gaze. Don't worry, she said. We'll make it happen. We'll fight all the omens as we always have. We've already come this far, we can go further, I'm sure of it. We can, said Sokka, smiling and caressing her hair. Just. I'm an annoying guy by nature, you know? I'll probably keep asking you just because I can't wait for you to change your answer, hee. Oh, dear. That's going to be a bother, she said, smirking as she pulled away. I won't ask in bad moments, I promise. Sokka replied, beaming while Angela took his hand and urged him to climb down the volcano again. I highly doubt that. You're likely to ask every single time you see me, Angela said, smiling back at him. Oh, don't tempt me, he said, smirking. Now, that was just a joke, Sokka. Will you marry me? No. Now. No. How about now? She couldn't hold back the urge to laugh before glaring at him. He chuckled and intertwined their fingers, his eyes filled with love too. She hadn't given him the best of answers, but he knew her blunt denials were meant to annoy him just as much as his questions were poised to annoy her. She looked happy as she rebuffed him, and he beamed at the sight of her. That was the very smile he wanted to see on her face, forever. They returned to Aunt Wu's house to find Ruishi was back as well, standing next to a rudimentary carriage pulled by a single ostrich horse. He was talking to the fortune teller just then, and he took notice of their arrival once she pointed them out to him. Finally, he said, as Angela smiled apologetically at him. We didn't mean to take so long, she said. Did you talk to the soldiers? I did, Ruishi confirmed, with a frown. They told me why they were unwilling to let earthbenders through. It seems a group of earthbending renegades attacked Udeo a few days ago. What? Angela asked, her pleasant mood dampened immediately. Ruishi nodded. They were in all black, he confirmed. They didn't deliver much damage, only trespassed inside a building and escaped. Their soldiers have tried to pursue them, but they failed to find them. Nobody knows where they are. Should we still go to Udeo, then? Sokka asked, frowning. What if they're just setting up an ambush somewhere, waiting for us? Well, I was talking to Aunt Wu and, from what she can see, the dangers that pursue us may just chase us no matter where we go, said Ruishi, frowning. I realize it may be risky, but You'd rather not endanger this town by staying here, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. Ruishi nodded. It's risky to leave, but if we make good time, we might reach Udeo safely. The forces there could repel the attack once before, they should be able to do it again if need be, now that they're already alert and know what to expect. Indeed, said Angela, breathing deeply. So be it. We should take off, then. Make haste, said Aunt Wu, looking at her with a concerned frown. The dark shapes that chased you, they've grown larger, somehow. The sooner you reach a safe harbor, the better. May Udeo offer the protection you all need. Thank you, said Ruishi, nodding towards her. We'll try to outrun those dark shapes, then, said Sokka, as Ruishi climbed at the driver's position, taking the ostrich horse's reins. After seeing the captain taking the reins by his own initiative, Sokka decided to sit on the back of the carriage. It wasn't the finest of all carriages, but it did have a proper compartment, with a door and curtains that covered its roof, which offered shade for the passengers. He slid inside and waited for Angela to follow, but she was having a last word with Aunt Wu. If those, dark shapes show up and ask you questions about us, lie, Angela said. Don't tell them anything about us. We were never here. I understand, said Aunt Wu, looking at her worriedly. You are mixed up in some very dangerous matters, aren't you? I'm afraid so, said Angela, frowning. I still don't know how, but I am. We all are. In any case. Jing. Said Aunt Wu, lifting a hand as though to stop her, but she didn't touch Angela. The princess looked at her quizzically. Just, your fate is not set in stone, as I said. Don't let those predictions disturb you. You are a clever, capable woman. I'm sure the bones must have been wrong about someone, for the first time. I do hope so, she said, with a small smile. Thanks for the hospitality, and the predictions. I still am skeptical, but I certainly was amused. I'm glad to hear it, said Aunt Wu, smiling warmly as Angela climbed into the carriage and sat next to Sokka. Ruishi waved at Aunt Wu before shaking the ostrich horse's reins. The carriage rolled up the street, and it was out of sight for the fortune-teller before long. Aunt Wu sighed, once they were gone. What is it you fear? You asked her. Her nephew had been standing by the door, watching as the group took off. Aunt Wu turned to him, her anxiety plain across her face. Something's coming for them. I don't know what it is, but it fills my heart with dread, she said. I would have told them to stay here if I thought that would help, but whatever chases them feels unstoppable. I don't know how to help them, you. You did all you could. They've been warned, said Yu, sighing. Let us hope that we have done enough. Aunt Wu turned to look at Mount Makapu, her region's sacred and natural protector. She breathed deeply as she prayed for the spirits to look after those travelers, and to keep them from any harm that might befall them. The carriage sped up their progress notoriously, even if it was led by a single ostrich horse. It was a great relief for the three travelers not having to walk insanely long distances anymore, especially in such steep roads through the mountains. They only stopped a few hours after noon, to feed and water the ostrich horse and to enjoy a quick lunch as well. They passed by several villages, but none of them had the dignified beauty of Makapu. It looked as though there weren't many Fire Nation soldiers in those villages either. At risk of being found by their enemies in poorly protected territories, they chose to carry on instead of taking breaks in the villages. We're doing well, Angela said, as she looked at the map in the light of an orange afternoon. We're only 2 villages away from Udeo. We should get there tonight. We won't stop until we do, then, said Ruishi, from the front seat. I suppose that means you two will have enough time to get cozy back there, huh? Well, if you don't mind, said Angela, smiling and looking at Sokka furtively. Ruishi huffed and decided to focus on the ostrich horse again. He turned and pulled down the curtain he had lifted to speak with them about the route. Both Sokka and Angela laughed softly as she slid closer to him, her head on his shoulder. You didn't get a lot of sleep last night, did you? Sokka asked Angela. She hummed. That's your fault, you know, she said. He chuckled. You should have gotten up at mid-morning like I did, he said, caressing her hair. So, how's the big battle going? I hadn't asked you today. Well, Xin Long didn't alert me of anything, so I imagine not a lot happened, she said, closing her eyes and reaching for her connection with the dragon. Only the first glance into his mind told her he was bored, and she smiled. Seems like it's no longer as eventful as before. The explosives haven't been used, the attacks from the mountain have ceased. I guess the stronghold has won. Heh. That's good news, said Sokka, smiling. Then you'll see your whimsical dragon again soon, huh? Yeah. I'll let him know to fly back to us once we reach Udeo, said Angela, nodding as she settled in Sokka's arms. For now, though, I'm going to sleep, if you don't mind. And if I did mind? Sokka asked, teasingly. I'd still sleep on you anyways. Of course you would, he said, smirking. Hey, Angela. What? Marry me. Not now. Damn, he said, shaking his head with disappointment. Agila laughed and lifted her head only to kiss him briefly. "Quit being so sweet or you'll make me gag," she said, nuzzling his neck. Sokka chuckled and held her, smiling happily and closing his eyes too, deciding to get some more rest as well. The first village came and went, and by then it was close to dusk. Ruishi rushed the ostrich horse, an unsettling feeling nestling in his stomach. He knew his anxiety would disappear once they reached Udeo. They just needed to hurry, the ostrich horse would have all the rest and food it wanted once they were in the city. As they started to make progress in a road on the height of a small valley, surrounded by thick trees, Ruishi's dread increased. Had he picked the wrong road? The sky only grew darker, and he wasn't sure he'd find his way through forest roads with only the stars and moon to guide him. Despite it was ill-advised, they might have to make camp, or stop at the next village. That was when he saw the black shape, standing on the center of the road, a yard ahead of him. Ruishi's eyes widened as he tried to discern it, but it was hooded, and the road was too dark for Ruishi to detail the person properly. He noticed another shape by the trees to his left. More shapes by the right. Some were on the ground, others at the treetops. His stomach spun around as fear took hold of him. They had caught up with them. They had been waiting for them. They hadn't been able to reach Udeo on time. But he had noticed them indeed, and he wasn't about to continue rolling towards where the enemy lurked. He pulled the reins of the ostrich horse violently, making it stop, and that was the sign he didn't know the shapes were waiting for. Without further ado, they attacked. Sokka and Agila, relaxed as they were inside the carriage, only reacted upon the vehicle's abrupt stop. They were confused right away, but when they heard footsteps outside, along with Ruishi's shouts, they realized what was happening. "Shit! Shit!" Sokka shouted, kicking the carriage door open and jumping out of it with Agila right before the carriage was set on fire. They collapsed on a muddy road, and unwanted hands were on them immediately. Sokka didn't have his weapons, having left them within the carriage with the rest of his luggage, but Agila didn't need any weaponry. She lashed out with blue fire and threatening roars. The enemies all jumped back, away from her and Sokka in fear of her deadly abilities. "It's her!" one shouted to Agila's far left. She shot a fistful of flames in his general direction before focusing on the closer enemies. Ruishi took care of muffling the fire on the carriage, just enough to pull out their luggage. His main intent, though, was to help Sokka get his weapons. The Blue Wolf jumped to his aid, thanking him as he unleashed his black sword and his club. He stood back to back with Ruishi briefly before the two took to attacking their foes. Some were earthbenders, others weren't. Some wore the fully black attires, others wore tribal-looking clothes. It didn't matter what they looked like or what their abilities were, though. Agila, Sokka and Ruishi tore through them as powerfully as they could. And as they burned clothes, cracked bones and cut off limbs, the three of them seemed to be on the winning side of this scuffle, leaving screaming enemies lying about in their wake. But they didn't have the upper hand for long. Zhang Jiang's men regrouped, and it seemed they would rethink their attack strategy. A number of them scattered, quick non-benders who surrounded Agila and Ruishi, but earthbenders lifted a wall between them and Sokka. Agila was quick to notice that they had isolated Sokka from them, so she kicked the wall down powerfully, but she would need to act fast if she meant to do something about the surge of foes that sought to overpower her gladiator. She shot fire at them, getting a few off his back, but it wasn't enough. It looked as though most the enemies had resolved to attack him. They were herding him away from her, and she refused to let that happen. She snarled, shooting fire more eagerly, against the hands that tried to pull her back as well as those around Sokka, but she only heard him scream as the group around him managed to push him down the valley's slope. Most of them seemed to fall with him. "Sokka!" she shouted with blue fire, desperate. She had fallen with him down a similar slope before, but not quite like this. She roared in rage again and calmed herself quickly before charging her limbs with electricity. Ruishi was still fending off opponents behind her when Agila discharged the first bolt towards the nearby foes. They screamed and collapsed, maybe unconscious, maybe dead. In such darkness, it was hard to tell. But just as Agila was about to rush down to help Sokka, they heard an unpleasant, inhuman growl thundering through the forest. Agila and Ruishi turned towards it, and their eyes widened when they saw what it was. The creature making the awful noise was Nilla, but it wasn't June on her saddle. Angela's mind went blank briefly before an array of questions started to scroll through her mind. Where was June? What on earth had happened to her? Why was her animal companion in other people's hands? The meaning of Nilla's presence, and that she appeared to be controlled by Zhang Jiang's forces, sank in a little too late. Angela decided to attack, and so did Ruishi, but their fire blasts missed, both because Nilla was remarkably agile and because the two firebenders were shaken up by her sudden arrival. Angela turned to attack once more, but as she prepared to charge her limbs with electricity again, she felt something strike her neck, and her entire body went numb. She collapsed, hearing Ruishi shout her name just before he started attacking Nilla and her current rider. He managed to get a few blows in, but charring Nilla's fur wasn't enough to prevent the sting of her tongue. He fell as well, stiff, numb, unable to move just as Angela was. Angela snarled, struggling against the paralyzing toxins that kept her immobile. Hell only knew what these bastards were planning on doing, and they had dragged Sokka away. She needed to move, to get to him before they finished her off. Yet the hooded figures didn't continue to attack her or Ruishi, they took to the forests once again. Even the one who was riding Nilla directed her down the slope through which Sokka had fallen. One by one, they disappeared. Angela's eyes widened. What was the meaning of this? Why had they left? Wasn't this what they were after? Didn't they mean to take her captive, or to do something worse yet? Her stomach sank, her eyes widened, her brain grew dizzy as she reached a painful, catastrophic conclusion. A conclusion that filled her with a powerful, paralyzing fear she had never felt before, far stronger than the toxins that had infiltrated her system. It had never been about her. Zhang was after Sokka. He rolled down a mountainside for the second time in his life, clutching his weapons as hard as he could so as to not lose them, but the blow against the solid ground made his hands release them by sheer instinct. He groaned, and the groan turned into a pained shout when hands yanked him by his hair, others clasped his arms, and others forced him down to a kneeling position. He struggled to break free, but their grip was strong, too strong. He heard the unmistakable sound of weapons unsheathed, and he saw the glint of metal under his neck. A threat. Why? Why not kill him already and be done with it? He grimaced as he realized they were close to the very heart of the valley. The river was a few ways away, and someone was climbing off a boat just then, stepping towards him with slow but steady footing. His hair was white and bushy, his skin seemed dark, going by the light that the fire in his hand shed over his face, and he looked angry. Coldly angry. Sokka snarled at him, still struggling to break free. The knife under his neck pressed to his throat. Let go of me, he grunted, as threateningly as he could. You're not going anywhere, traitor, growled one of the men holding him down. Sokka's snarl intensified. The white-haired man finally arrived, as ceremoniously as before, and he stopped a few steps away from Sokka. Sokka scowled at him. Don't you dare touch her, he growled. You're him, aren't you? You're Zhang. Touch whom? Zhang asked, raising an eyebrow slowly. The bounty hunter? The princess? Who are you talking about, Gladiator? The bounty. Sokka repeated. Just on cue, Nilla entered the clearing, climbing down the slope to stand not too far from where they were. Sokka's eyes widened. What? Where is she? You are a bold oaf, to be certain, said Zhang. You're outnumbered, outmatched, with a knife to your throat, and you still think you have the right to make demands and ask questions. Sokka gritted his teeth, hard. Zhang seemed to be studying him intently, though Sokka wasn't entirely sure what did he expect to find only by staring at him. You won't get away with this, Sokka grunted. You know he's going to set the world on fire if it means getting his daughter back. Fortunately, those threats are less worrisome when you don't mean to take the Fire Lord's daughter anywhere, said Zhang, raising his eyebrows. Sokka frowned. What? Did she tell you we could only possibly be after her? Zhang asked. Did you ever wonder to what avail? Do you think we wanted to capture her just so her father destroys the world in retaliation, as you said? What would we gain from such folly? You'd take out an important enemy, said Sokka, grimacing. She's the strongest firebender, she's a leader and she's every bit as bad as her father is, Zhang Zhang said, cuttingly. Sokka froze. I want nothing from her. I need nothing from her. She is but proof of how rotten the Fire Nation is at its very core, and I have never been a fool to hope she would be any different from the rest of her family. The only one who ever held out such baseless hopes was Piandao, but alas. I am here to prove him wrong. Piandash. Sokka repeated, his eyes wide. What do you mean? You know him. That's none of your concern, Zhang Zhang snapped, but Sokka already felt the blood slowing in his body. You're White Lotus. All of you, he said, glancing about himself in panic. Why hadn't he thought of it? Why didn't he anticipate to this? Clever, are we? Zhang Zhang asked. Indeed, we are White Lotus. And someone led us to believe you would be a grand addition to our ranks, someone told us you would change her, turn her into the ruler the Fire Nation needs so that balance can be restored. But you have proven otherwise, haven't you? What the hell? What are you talking about? Sokka asked, glaring at him. You were supposed to influence the princess, Zhang Zhang said. So far, I have no reason to believe you have. If anything, I have every reason to believe the opposite happened instead, you have been corrupted by the already corrupt Fire Nation. Isn't that right? What the? No. Sokka shouted. Then what about our comrades? One of the men shouted back. Yeah. You doomed them. You're the reason their mission failed. Shouted another voice. Their mission? Sokka yelled, shooting glares in the general direction of the voices. Their mission to take Princess Azula captive, to make her pay for everything wrong the Fire Nation has done. The mission was to release prisoners, Zhang Zhang snapped. Sokka glared at him. That's not what your comrades said when I came across them, Sokka grunted. Fools that they were. I did not trust that useless scheme, truth be told. Neither did any of the other Grand Lotuses present when Zhang Zhang said, but he shook his head. Sokka frowned. It's of no matter now. You sentenced them to imprisonment in the Fire Nation, did you not? Why did you do that, Sokka of the Water Tribe? Answer me. She said they were going to escape, I just shut down the door. Sokka answered, somewhat nervously. I didn't want to harm them, but I had no idea who the hell they were. What was I supposed to do? They were attacking the palace, infiltrating it, and I didn't know anything about them. Maybe if Piandao had explained something I would have acted differently, but as it is. Excuses, said Zhang Zhang, huffing. So, you don't regret it? You've caused them such agony, and you merely bask in your life of excesses, of luxuries as the princess's pet. I saved their lives. Sokka shouted. A general mutter of disbelief and anger rang through the clearing. Sokka snarled. The Fire Lord told me he would do whatever I asked in return for my services, and I asked him to spare them. I asked him not to kill them, not to torture them. Your friends may be in prison, but they aren't harmed. They haven't been, there. And how, pray tell, do you know Fire Lord Oze kept true to his word? Zhang Zhang asked, raising his eyebrows questioningly. Do you know at all, Sokka of the Water Tribe? Or is it you think the Fire Lord's lies are all that believable? Lies? Sokka asked, his eyes wide. He said he owed me the safety of his daughter, of his nation. He may be a monster in many ways, but I don't think he was lying about this. He couldn't have. You are rather gullible, aren't you? Zhang Zhang asked, shaking his head. Do you honestly believe Oze or his daughter can uphold any oaths sworn by honor? That they care for anything but power? Fire Lord Oze is a madman, just like his father before him, and his father before him. Every last one of them, driven insane with lust for power and glory they don't deserve. They soil fire with their very bending, with their very existences. That accursed lineage is. You're wrong. Maybe not about the rest of them, but you are about her. Sokka shouted. She's not like her father, she couldn't be more different. She meant to torture my associates for information. Zhang Zhang snapped. She told them that to make them run as soon as they had a chance. She planned the whole thing. Sokka shouted. Zhang Zhang huffed softly. Well, I did suspect as much, he said. Sokka frowned in confusion. It didn't seem likely for her to let them escape so easily. When the bounty hunter showed up, I grew more convinced of it. She's not her father. She's miles from that. Sokka shouted. You don't have the slightest idea of how much she's done for people, for Earth Kingdom people who... Earth Kingdom? Pretty sure they're the Fire Nation colonies, aren't they? Shouted one of the men. Zhang Zhang lifted his free hand to silence him. She's helped people, Sokka growled. She saved them from the rough rhinos. She even got back everything they had lost because she discovered the Daili's conspiracy. A conspiracy meant to overthrow an illegitimate Fire Nation government established in an Earth Kingdom city, said Zhang Zhang. Sokka clenched his teeth. The rough rhinos, was that by any chance her own initiative? Or did her father send her to do so in order to protect the Fire Nation's image before the foreigners? I don't know why he sent her, but still. All along you've been played like a fool, said Zhang Zhang, shaking his head. You put your trust in the wrong people, you help them, and you don't see the wrong in your actions. You have lost all perspective, haven't you? Did you forget how you suffered in the Water Tribe because of them? Because of the settlement that cost you your freedom? Because of your mother's death? Sokka's eyes widened. Had Piandao shared everything about him with this man? He felt betrayed, utterly betrayed. Where was Piandao, for starters? Why had he shared so many details about Sokka's life with a man such as Zhang Zhang? Tell me, then, Sokka of the Water Tribe. Zhang Zhang asked, his brow furrowed. To whom do you owe your allegiance? Sokka's eyes were wide still, as he stared at Zhang Zhang in utmost disbelief. Was this why he had chased them down for days, to discover where his loyalties lay? The idea made him laugh, which brought the men around him to scowl at him. Others talked amongst themselves, one even yelled at him to quit laughing. Zhang Jiang's fury only increased. You're crazy, Sokka said at last. The offense hit Zhang Zhang hard, a flash of irritation crossed his face. You're absolutely crazy. You don't know half of what you're talking about and yet you think you've figured out the world. Is that your answer? Zhang Zhang asked. Sokka huffed. No. My answer is a lot longer, very long, in fact, he said. I just hope you have it in you to bear with it without shooting fire out of every end of your body in sheer frustration. You truly are a disgusting, vile thing. Zhang Zhang said. Sokka laughed. Maybe I am. You know what? I have nothing to say for myself, he said. I don't have excuses. You think I'm going to say that I hate it, living the way I do now? I don't. Want to know what I do hate? That I can't help all the other slaves, that I can't give them a chance to live the way I do. You think I'm going to tell you I loathe the princess with all my heart, that I can't wait to be rid of her? I don't. I will fight for her for the rest of my life if need be, because she is nothing of what you claim she is. You know nothing about her. You've never even met her. I've spent enough time with her to know who she really is, and who she has the potential to become. You want me to claim I influenced her greatly, that I transformed her? I didn't. She has chosen for herself when to listen to me and when not to. She learns whatever she can from me, and I learn from her, too. She's made me the man I am today, and I'm not sorry for it, not one bit. I am beyond grateful to her. I am a lucky bastard, the luckiest there is, to be by her side as I am. But you know what else I find funny? In fact, what I find the funniest of all. What the blazes have you done for this world, deserter? Tell me. What have you done so far, as a Fire Nation renegade? How many lives have you changed for the better? Zhang Zhang frowned. His gaze shifted towards his followers, who were staring at him and Sokka with disbelief. Ah, them. Sokka asked, smiling. You saved them and turned them into bandits, then? Into runaways? Into human bait that you send to fight pointless battles at strongholds that you know you cannot win. Is that it? The words stung Zhang Zhang considerably now. Sokka snarled. These people follow you blindly, mindlessly, just as any Fire Nation commoner believes in Oze as they'd believe in a god. And I say to both of you, you're fools. You're assholes. You're just as human as anyone else is, regardless of how great your bending may be. You're bastards who love to believe you're above everyone, who want to command, to lead others with your so-called wisdom. And yet you want to look down on Princess Azula. The princess who has traveled the Earth Kingdom as a commoner for days now, who has helped people throughout this entire continent. The princess who was the first sponsor in the world who treated her gladiator as a human, as an equal. When I first got injured in battle, she loaded me onto her palanquin, so I could be tended to as quickly as possible. Whenever I fight deadly opponents, I see her standing in the sponsor's balcony, worrying about my fate. She even stepped into a fight when my rival was trying to kill me, and she stopped him. And you dare say she's rotten, corrupt, as bad as her father. You dare claim as much when you know nothing about her. You're blinded by your foolishness, boy, said Zhang Zhang, snarling. By your idealization of the princess, by whatever pathetic feelings you have developed for her. Say what you will, but your words would mean more if you actually helped people instead of making them join your religious cult, Sokka growled. Help the people of the Earth Kingdom, of the Water Tribes, of the Fire Nation, half as much as she has done it, and then I'll crawl to your feet and admit how wrong I was. But so far, all I see is that your cult project, this army you've created, has yet to do anything meaningful for anyone but yourself. Did Azula go after the rhinos because her father commanded it? Yes, she did, and she helped countless people by succeeding in that endeavor. Did she destroy a conspiracy to overthrow the Fire Nation government in Ba Sing Se? She did, and she also took down the potential tyrant, Long Feng, who wanted to take the throne for his own sake and no one else's. So, do tell, why should I want to be loyal to anyone else? Why should I want to join the Order of the White Lotus when I don't have a clue of who the hell you are and why you're doing everything you're doing? Why should I want to help any of you instead of carrying on as I have? I've kept my people safe. I made Oze empty that settlement in the south. I sabotaged his bomb-building process to destroy the Northern Water Tribe. The princess even managed to convince him not to use his new aircrafts to attack it. What have you done for the North? What have you done for the South? Because I was in the South for 21 damn years, bearing with raids since I was a child, and I never saw a single White Lotus agent trying to help our people. Where were you all along? What allegiance could I owe you bastards when you have never done anything to earn it? Zhang Zhang stared down at Sokka after he finished yelling, his chest heaving. It took a moment for him to answer that question. The man who taught you what to do with that weapon. Zhang Zhang said, pointing at Space Sword, lying on the ground. He vouched for you. He said you were our new hope. Our only hope, since Prince Zuko was only ever doomed to be blocked out by his father. He said he believed in the man you were. In the man he thought you could become. Sokka's heaving chest continued to rise and fall as his angry glare fell upon Zhang Zhang. The firebender sighed. I see now that he was wrong. He hoped you would change the world, make it a better, rightful place through your connection with the princess. He said. And yet here you are, pretending to hold us accountable for not putting an end to the Fire Nation's horrors. You know, I wouldn't hold every member of your order accountable for them, but actually, UNP and AO? You're more responsible for those horrors than Azula herself, he said, glaring at him. The two of you fought in that army, she didn't. And instead of fighting the Fire Nation in small but effective ways, instead of genuinely helping the people who needed you, you chose to go into hiding. Both of you have. He left without saying a damn thing to me. He left while leaving nothing but that damn lotus tile. How was I supposed to know what he wanted from me? How was I supposed to read his mind, pray tell? And he's just gone, as though he'd vanished in thin air. What has he done since? Did he help you build your army of renegades? To what end? This world has seen so much war already, and you mean to bring more violence to it. You mean to keep slaughtering your enemies while they slaughter your friends. Who the hell wins, then? Who can win when everyone's dead? The winner is whoever's not foolish enough to step down to fight in the first place, said Zhang Zhang. Sokka's eyes widened. What the hell's that supposed to mean? He said, almost feeling nauseous now. Zhang Zhang breathed deeply. Yet the person who won't fight certainly won't be me. And going by what you've said, it won't be you either, he said, glaring at Sokka. I suppose this is your answer, then. You reject the White Lotus. Like you'd even offered me a chance to join you people in the first place, Sokka grunted, struggling against the hold of his enemies. You came here to prove Piandao wrong about me, you said so yourself. Even if I had writhed and begged for mercy, you would have stomped on me. So why should I diminish myself for you when I never had to do it for her? The words stung Zhang Zhang again. He understood well enough what the gladiator was saying, with his furious snarl and his sharp blue eyes. The gladiator saw more of the 100-Year War's Fire Lords in Zhang Zhang than in Azula. A very dignified man you are, said Zhang Zhang. Never backing down, never surrendering, it's almost touching. You needn't fret, then. You won't have to beg for mercy to anyone, not tonight, not ever again. What are you? Sokka asked, fear rushing through his body. You are a waste, gladiator, said Zhang Zhang. And soon enough you will be as rotten as the Fire Nation's nobility if given a chance. You've been groomed far too well by her. It's time for you to pay the price of your disloyalty to your own people. My disloyalty too? Didn't you hear me? I made Oze withdraw his troops. You are everything I am not, said Zhang Zhang. When shown the glories, the luxuries of the Fire Nation, you were swayed. What? That's not how it worked, I was trying to dash. When you were offered everything you could have asked for, the temptation was too great to refuse, Zhang Zhang continued. You never tried to turn away. You never considered it. You were granted so many wonders, and you were too greedy to reject them. I know how it is, Gladiator, I was part of the same world. And I saw it for what it is, hollow, empty, nothing but false glories and pretenses of fame that mean nothing. All of it at the expenses of a world that's being torn apart by the Fire Nation's leaders. And yet you fell into it, you were drawn like a moth into the fire, because your mind and resolve were weak. Because you could not know better, and even when you're told to face your shortcomings you refuse to do so. You only see and hear what you want to see and hear. You are a disgrace to your own, a disgrace to all of us who resist the Fire Nation's grip of steel. Well, maybe I wouldn't be if you and your fun people had decided to recruit me back when I was still in my tribe. Sokka exclaimed. Because you know what? I would have joined you. I would have joined you in a heartbeat back then. But I know better now. I know that you are a madman if you think the Fire Nation is inherently rotten. If you think so you must know nothing about their people, about their lives, about who they really are. They've been lied to, they believe in this war because they've been forced to. But once they're shown the world for what it is, they will change their ways. Don't make me laugh. But it happened to you, didn't it? Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. Zhang Zhang froze. Why do you think the others would be any different? You think you're the only one allowed to redeem himself? After everything you did during the war, too? If that's how it is, you're not only a madman, but you're an arrogant one, too. And you're an insolent oaf, Zhang Zhang snapped. An ignorant, foolish brat who understands nothing of what he's talking about. Oh, now, that was what I said about you earlier. Repeating each other's arguments now, are we? Sokka asked, glaring at Zhang Zhang defiantly. The one down on his knees, restrained and with a knife threatening to slit his throat was Sokka, but why did Zhang Zhang feel cornered? How? He clenched his fists and shook his head. He would not let the brat change his mind. He had already proven he was too lost to be saved. He had resolved to put an end to Piandao's infamous plan tonight, and that was what he meant to do right now. I see, then. You truly are beyond saving, he said. Sokka snorted. For you to save, sure, said Sokka. But there's no need to worry, Azula already saved me a long time ago. Zhang Jiang's rage only increased as he stepped away from Sokka, and towards the boat in the river. With a gesture, his men began to scatter. Sokka frowned, watching them leave. If that's how it is, I only wonder how she will save you now, Zhang Zhang responded from afar, his glare on Sokka even as he climbed on his boat. A few of the men climbed with him. Farewell, Sokka of the Water Tribe. The only people left by then were the ones restraining Sokka, and the one controlling Nilla. She was struggling, trying to shake off her rider, it seemed to Sokka, but it was hard to tell with such an inherently wild animal. But he couldn't continue trying to study her behavior once he received a very hard punch to the stomach. It made him topple over while gasping for breath. A hand grabbed a fistful of his hair, lifting his head just enough to draw a deep cut across his left cheek with the sharp knife that had been on his neck earlier. Sokka collapsed again after that, and he heard the men scrambling away as he struggled in his plight for air. Why had they left him alive? They had left, all of them, without doing any harm other than cutting him that way. Sokka lifted his gaze, finding the boat was gone. The men who had been holding him were gone too, and so was the one who had been riding Nilla. Nilla was snarling, though, as though she had sensed something she needed to chase down. Sokka stared at her in confusion as he held himself up in all fours. Hey, easy now, we'll find June, we just have to. He started, but the Shersha suddenly roared at him, very threateningly. Only then did he understand what she had sensed. His blood. The Shersha was coming for him. That was the fate Zhang Zhang had gifted him with. Oh, no. I'm not in the mood for this, he said, grimacing and reaching for his club. He found the handle just as Nilla turned towards him. Droplets of saliva slipped down her snarling jaws, through the thick rows of teeth. The beast had always been menacing, but never like this. Sokka had held a natural fear of her, but he was downright terrified right now. She was going to attack him. She wanted to kill him. Nilla roared again and rushed towards him. Sokka gritted his teeth, rushing forth too with whatever strength he had left, as good as dragging his club behind him. The beast approached, and he knew he only had one shot, so he put all his power behind the swing. The thickest end of his club struck the Shersha's chin from below. And large, black claws left deep gashes across human flesh. Check the description for the links to the author.